All right, we should be live. Let's double check with the chat if both of our audio is good. It sounded good backstage. All right, Mr. Carnell Smith, the paternity coach. I want to introduce you to everybody. I met you at the 21 convention, and you had a lot of really good things to say in your line of work and what you do. Could you share with everybody kind of your lane and what you're really good at?
Okay. Well, sure thing, GM. Do I have permission to share a screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let me do this real quick. Let me put this up. Let me do a present. Let me see. I believe this thing will force me to. Oh, I got two monitors, so let me see.
Ah,
Let's see. Okay, let me try that one, and then
there we
you
go.
let me know.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So now we'll just put this up. All right. Hi, I am Carnell Smith, the paternity coach. I'm also the author of Trapped by Law, Stop Paying Child Support for Paternity Fraud. And I got a chance to meet GM at my second attendance of the 21 Convention Conference. That was just in Orlando, Florida this year. And I've been a busy guy. I've done a few things here, and if you'll take a look at my quick slide, you'll see that I am one of the advisors for the Women Against Paternity Fraud. That's a 501c3 organization. I am the founder of Citizens Against Paternity Fraud Advocacy Group. I also founded For Truth Identity. That was a legal DNA identification services company. Co-founded the National Family Justice Association. I've been featured in the Red Pill movie, featured in the Hostage of the State movie,
Hmm.
produced Real Life. I've been a consultant for a sociology study for the National Paternity Fraud Survey, and we're currently working on an update for that. And
Ooh.
I am the creator of the Naked Truth University workshop. And as you can see, my tagline there,
Uh
if
huh.
the jeans don't fit, you must acquit.
Right. Yeah. So DNA testing.
Mhm.
Is that something that you have found that women are against normally?
Well, it depends on which side of the aisle that woman is on. You know,
Okay.
if she's a defendant, she believes, and as a judge has said in recent years, he said DNA testing has been weaponized against women. And I just like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I couldn't believe he could fix his mouth to say those things. But
Right.
then, I pondered a little bit and I said, you know what? He must be talking about that situation where a mom is on the side as a defendant, where
Mm,
she has committed or is suspected of committing paternity fraud.
right.
And that is where I tie into a couple of areas here, GM. And
Mm,
that is the legal use of DNA identification services,
mm,
the reform of law in terms of legislative advocacy,
mm,
and the need for public awareness to keep men and boys from going to jail and prison for a pregnancy that they've been framed. And as I said, if the genes don't fit, you must acquit. Then he didn't commit the pregnancy he was accused of.
right.
But it's not fair though to talk about a term and people not know what it means, right? So
Right.
I believe with my slides, real quick here, is that we'll
Yeah.
hit on the
Yeah.
problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Paternity fraud. There is a problem. Tell you about who's affected. And I'll hint around on some solutions because, as you put in the title here, DNA testing has been weaponized against women in the minds of some.
Mm.
And would you believe me if I tell you, there's a country that says it is illegal for a man to get a DNA test without the permission of the child's mother?
Mm-mm. Which country?
France.
Of course.
The
Of
the the
course.
the country of amore. Is it
Right.
the country of love, or should we
Right.
say, the country of hedonistic lust? That where
Right.
you go, girl, you could do everything that men can do. If
Right.
men can have 10 partners, you can have 10 partners.
Right.
And you know what? Frankly, I say, well, if she's got a libido that big or bigger, all more power to you.
Mm-hmm.
However, you can't have a push for equality as the radical feminist and womanist ideology espouses today and deny equal accountability and
Mm-hmm.
equal responsibility.
Right.
That's where I clash with them. So here's the definition.
Mm-hmm.
Paternity fraud is when the mother or legal guardian of a child files a lawsuit claiming or alleging that a male is the biological father of the child without advising him that he's not the biological father, nor inform him that someone else could be. And can I tell you this, GM?
Mm-hmm.
In all 50 states, I haven't found one state that requires the child's mother to disclose to him that there are multiple paternity candidates based on her having intimate relations during the window of conception.
Right. That's messed
Well,
up.
well, that environment, the very environment, then has potential for
Mm-hmm.
great fraud. And
Right.
I have some shocking numbers on this
Uh-oh.
that says, brace yourself for this, GM.
Okay.
It, my numbers, in my opinion, that are not really my numbers. I'm just a messenger
Right.
who some groups wish I would just shut up.
Of course.
All right. But these numbers reveal to me that we should be doing more DNA testing and not less.
Right.
So here you go. Look at what a U.S. Supreme Court justice said. He said, in the field of contested paternity, well, what is that? That's when somebody claimed he did it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I didn't do it, or I'm not sure if I did it. I
Mm-hmm.
just want to get some proof that I did it. You get what
Right.
I'm saying?
Yep.
And I'm like, well, that's reasonable, especially when you consider men and boys face going to jail and prison. You should
Right.
have a protected right to know.
Yep.
But the judge said the truth is so often obscured because social pressures
Of
create a
course.
conspiracy of silence. So, Jim,
Mm-hmm.
who's being silent?
The mother.
The child's mother.
Yep.
And it says a worse, induced deliberate falsity. That's a whole lot of words to say lie.
Oh yeah, lying. Very much so.
So the person alleged to be the father has a legitimate interest
Mm-hmm.
in not being declared the father of a child that he had no hand in bringing into the world. It's important to him that he not be required to provide support and direct financial assistance to one not his child. Do you see the date of that case?
1987.
1987. And here we are in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And as more and more DNA testing is happening worldwide, including in the last couple of weeks, a man just discovered 5 out of 5 kids with his wife are not his.
Jesus.
I'd say that we should do more testing and not less.
Uh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, look at check out what this other judge said. He says not only has the putative father been cuckolded, the law adds injury to insult by requiring him to pay child support even after he established that he is not the father. He now has proof that he didn't do it. She said he did it. He's got a DNA test, a legal DNA test that proves that's a pregnancy he didn't commit.
Right.
And listen to what this justice said. He said, once non-paternity is scientifically established, courts cannot ignore such fact by relying on policies developed when no such proof was possible. Well, even before DNA testing was available, GM, they used to do ABO blood group testing.
Mm.
However, that didn't really prove the guy was the father. It kind of narrowed it down based on the blood group types and the number of people who she was involved with who happened to have that blood type that would line up and be consistent with the child. And you kind of had to roll the dice and flip a quarter at that point.
Right.
And would you believe me, GM, that some judges made as many as 3 guys pay child support for the kid because they like, well, all three of you had relations with her, so we're going to split the bill.
Oh no.
Now that's before DNA testing.
Right.
It says to create fiction. Listen, doesn't that sound like once upon a time in a land
Mm-hmm.
far, far away when
Mm-hmm.
truth didn't matter?
Right.
Remember that Tom Cruise movie when the guys when they had this exchange and he says, "I want the truth. You can't handle the truth." Well,
Yeah.
well, look, this fiction, it says it doesn't make the male the biological father of the child. It just makes him a victim of the law. And while courts may preach this false policy, they lose the respect of any citizen with common sense.
Mhm.
The legislature should address this issue. And guess what? These three cases, while I was doing research and
Mhm.
searching for my own paternity fraud case, an ex-girlfriend, she duped me into supporting her child for 11 years. And then as she took me to court for more money, at the same time, she reduced the amount of time I could see the child. So every time we went to court, I got less and less time till eventually I ended up with once every other week and once every other weekend. And the child support bill got raised up to almost 40% of my net income. So I'm paying more, I'm getting less. And then she started interfering with letting me see the child. And then my pastor's dad talked me into getting a paternity test. And then I found myself in this group of men and boys where 30% of the males who get tested annually turn out to not be the father of the child.
Mm.
Now, I'm going to pose this radical question, GM.
Okay.
If we tested 30% of the kids in a school district and they came up with meningitis, would that be a pretty reasonable sign that we should do more testing to make sure we protect the rest of the kids?
Yeah.
If the goal was to get the truth?
Yes.
Okay, well, remember that beer named virus thing that happened not too long ago that shut down countries and
Yeah.
cities and
Yeah.
all of that, right? The one
Yeah.
that named after the beer, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I don't want you to get a strike about
Oh no, I've already dodged that bullet, so we can talk about that as much as you like.
that. Okay, well, if you were in a city and 30% of the people who had gotten tested had came down with a confirmed case of the corona
Mm-hmm.
or Wuhan or COVID or whatever one you call it.
The rebranded common cold and flu.
Yeah, what some people say.
Yeah.
Would that mean that you shouldn't test the remaining citizens to see who could be in danger from somebody who was asymptomatic because the disease doesn't bother that person, but it kills someone who is immune compromised? No.
No.
Well, then how can a judge say that DNA testing has been weaponized against women when, according to the American Association of Blood Banks, that does a parentage study with 45, I think it's 45 accredited laboratories, and these are the labs that do legal DNA identification services for paternity, maternity, and immigration services. And the reason I know this is that I provided those services worldwide for over 10 years. And I was interested because my lawmakers wanted to know, well, what is the rate of men and boys that get tested? What do you find out for our state? In my case, the state of Georgia. Well, out of 90,000 men and boys who had been tested over a 3-year period, well, it turns out 33,000 or so of them that were tested turned out to not be the fathers.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Well, I don't see how that indicates there's a problem with the testing.
Right. That would lead me to believe there's a problem with the lying women and the
As as
mothers.
that as that judge said, right?
Mm.
Deliberate falsity, I believe was the word that he used.
Yeah, for liar. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
now, this same number, GM, if you look at it,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, let's apply that to all of the 44, 45 labs across the nation in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Those numbers are testing closer to 500,000 men and boys every year.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Over 120,000 or so of them every year turning out to not be the dads. Now, tell me again now how the DNA test is the problem when I've had a child support officer, enforcement officer say that we have regularly tested 5 and 6 guys and still did not find the biological father. And by the way, they go ask Cupcake. Cupcake is the child's mother. They say, Cupcake, you got anybody else that we can test? She's like, hold on a second. Pulls out a list.
Jesus.
Now, how is this a problem with DNA testing? Because remember, I said that men and boys face going to jail and prison
Right.
over this. And I myself, once I found out the child wasn't mine, I've been cut out of the child's life. I'm not getting any benefits out of this, and I'm looking at going to prison. By the way, if you owe more than $2,501 in the United States on arrears, you can be charged with a third-degree felony.
Mm-mm.
And a felony ruins everything.
Yep.
It ruins everything, whether you're single, married, not married. I can tell you this causes such hardship, stress, mental, emotional, financial, that I actually had a guy who, right after he helped us get the law changed in Oregon, he deleted himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you bringing that up at the conference.
Yes. Well, and I'll surrender the screen here, but I'll wrap it up right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 ways that this happens to men and boys. And the number one way is to convince him that the baby looks like him and get him to sign a document, which I call a signed confession. Now
Right.
think about this. I'm hated for describing it the way I'm about to say this, but I'm unapologetic in what I'm about to do.
Good.
We want you to admit to something with no proof and say you did it with no proof. And then if you find out later that it wasn't you, we're going to blame you for not getting that proof first.
Right.
That's exactly what they want men to do by signing a VAP, which is a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity. Well, in the delivery room, there's only one person who knows that there were more than one potential paternity candidate during the window of conception. It's not him unless he was watching.
Right.
And in 20 years, I've not found one guy that DNA testing revealed he was not the father, or teen boy that told me, hey, I knew it couldn't be me because I saw her get pregnant with the other guy.
Right. That would be weird.
It'd be weird, but look, he'd have a clue though, right?
Right.
Number 2, incorrect default judgment. A judge can declare any male as the father of a child just because he's not at that hearing. A judge or hearing officer can assign you to a baby that's not yours because you didn't show up at the hearing. And by the way, Cupcake could give her own address as your address for you to be served with the lawsuit. Now, what's the chance you can make it to the hearing when you don't even know about the hearing because she has the paperwork at her house?
Right.
Number 3, the marital presumption. That means any children while you're married are automatically assumed to be yours while you're married to her. Even if you're in combat in Afghanistan or in the Gulf, or you're somewhere in Europe or in the Asian Pacific region, it doesn't matter if you guys are legally separated. If she has kids with her boyfriend, they cannot put the boyfriend's name on the birth certificate in those states that support the marital presumption. Now, I've often asked this question, GM. Well, in that instance, since you want to come after the husband now who's been tricked, duped, and victimized here, what did he do wrong? he didn't get he didn't have any enjoyment out of those steps that led to her getting pregnant.
Right?
So why should he be responsible? And number 4, GM, is mistaken identity.
Mhm.
The requirements to sue someone are so lax and so loose, GM. Listen to this.
Mhm.
You have a son, right?
Yep.
Your son can be sued for child support just because he has the same name as the guy who they're looking for. And the position of most of the child support enforcement agencies that I have observed is they take money first and they push for punitive actions first, and it's on you to prove that you're innocent.
Mm.
Now,
So guilty until proven innocent.
there you go. See,
Mm.
I didn't have to explain it to you at all, did I?
Mm. No, that seems to be what our society is all about these days.
Yeah, and that along with the Me Too 30 years later accused uh Supreme Court nominee Kavanaugh of something that no one else who was there saw.
Right.
And it's on him to prove a
That he,
negative.
right.
But believe it or not, mistaken identity, you can actually just get I came across a case where a kid was younger than the kids on the child support order. I believe the kids on the child support order, let's say they were 17. The kid that they went after was 14, and he happened to have the same name as the father on the child support order. And the kid's mother was trying to get them adamantly to stop pursuing her son. Because
Right.
how could her son, who was a minor,
Right.
who was younger than the kids on the child support order, there's no way he could have done it. That says to me, with that much opposition,
Mhm.
DNA testing is not the problem.
Right.
And statements to claim that DNA testing is weaponized against women is a complete farce. And I'll use the judge's statement. It is a deliberate falsity,
Yeah.
red herring. It is meant
Yeah.
to mislead us into
Yeah.
believing that, and chivalrous and noble cause is to believe all mothers. When she says, "That's my baby daddy."
Right. So what kind of idiots even say that? Like,
Some of them wear robes and some of them wear suits in the child support enforcement office.
Anthony with the A woman. He's on an A woman kick.
Now, before anybody in your audience thinks, "Oh, this guy hates all women."
Oh no, people here don't think that. They're smart.
Yeah, I'm married for 31 years and gave my wife another ring at the 25th year anniversary because I would really marry her again. She has proven herself to be an honorable, virtuous woman.
Yeah.
And I have a daughter with her. I
Mhm.
have a son from a prior relationship. Um, that fiance relationship didn't go far. Once I found out she was dating other people while we were engaged, that was a deal
Yeah.
breaker for me.
Well, yeah, it should be. It should be, Carnell.
Yeah, I still have a don't share policy,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
and I had it then, by the way.
yeah,
And men can't make them do anything. So what did I do? I made a command decision in her honor. Once I found out she wanted to date other guys, I drove her to the other guy's house and told her he could have her.
double
Stunned her.
down. Got
Look,
to double down on that
stunned her,
nonsense.
GM.
Yeah, I
Stunned her
bet.
into next week, man.
Yeah, I bet.
But and I also had 7 sisters,
Hmm.
a whole myriad. I have a very large family. Through DNA testing, I've identified more than 2,000 relatives on my paternal family tree. I've helped
Wow.
family members find their biological fathers on my paternal side, and
Yeah.
I've identified over 1,000 relatives on my mother's side as
Nice.
well.
Nice.
Hey, since I was in the business, why not
Right?
use this information to help me figure out what branches and what and whether or not, wait a minute, hold on, does that branch really belong over here? I know what
Right.
the family has said. However,
Right.
that branch is related way over here to somebody else that no connection to me, you know?
Right. Right.
So once again, DNA testing in and
Yeah.
of itself
Yeah.
cannot possibly be weaponized against women if the goal is to help children get truthful, accurate information on their birth certificate.
Well,
Hmm.
I see it as more like a kind of a shield men can use so they don't get financially raped.
There you go. That would
Yeah,
make an excellent proactive solution, wouldn't it?
it would. Yeah.
Well, this year I came across a lady who proposed a brilliant idea. You know,
Yeah.
they got this holiday called, is it National Women's Day or something like that? It's supposed to be in
Ugh,
honor of the suffrage day, right?
in
She
honor of
said,
terrorists.
well, some of them are baby mama terrorists and BMTs and other
Right.
terms I've heard like that.
Shout out to Mr. Palmer. He actually
Shout
just
out.
had a yeah. He just
Yes.
had a judge on his show that was a good
Judge Joe
discussion.
Brown.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Love that guy. He'd had
Yeah.
me on his show as well.
Yeah.
So you got to think about this for a second. Then
Hmm.
how could it possibly be that DNA testing is the problem, or is DNA testing revealing the naked truth
Yes.
that
Yep.
that there are a lot more kids have been lied to,
Yep.
duped, tricked,
Yep.
deceived, and by the way, the only victim in paternity fraud that usually gets any degree of sympathy is the child.
Hmm.
Child is not the only victim.
Right.
Out of there's three potential victims: the child, the biological father, and the guy who is on the court order.
Hmm.
And out of those three, the child gets all sympathy. The person that's on the court order faces jail and prison. And oftentimes the biological father wants to know, why didn't anybody tell me I had a kid? I would have
Right.
wanted to have a relationship with him. And
Right.
sometimes the guy is like, well, hey, you didn't let me know before now. You didn't want me involved now before. So, hey, take care of it, handle it.
Right.
But a radical idea I came across from a lady who was a president of a child support enforcement agency. She said it was totally unfair to make a woman put her husband's name on the birth certificate when her boyfriend is the father. Let me say that louder for the people in the back. It is totally unfair to make Cupcake put her husband's name on the baby's birth certificate when her boyfriend is the baby's daddy. I listened to what she said and I was like, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
And in this world of equality and, this push and demand.
Yeah.
And by the way, none of the feminist organizations had anything to say about that. There was
Hmm.
no pushback. There was no complaints. So this crazy radical guy, Carnell Smith, who,
Mm.
has had a little degree of success in helping
Right.
people get the laws changed, and who, by the way, won his own paternity fraud case after the U.S. Supreme Court turned him down. He won his own case using the law that he helped to write.
Yeah.
Now, I said, what would be a radical idea is to take what this lady said and why don't we just do DNA testing at birth?
Yeah.
And there we wouldn't have mistakes,
Yep.
accidents, or fraud
Hmm.
perpetrated on the child's identity
Right.
in the beginning.
Right.
Now, you look like you're a rational, clear thinking adult.
Hmm.
What could possibly be wrong with helping a child get the truth on their birth certificate?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
I didn't either. But do you know that caused a national uproar and
Mm-mm.
and I ended up on radio, television, and on a whole bunch of shows, and even ended up on the Dr. Phil show with one of my clients, and they were like, "This is unfair. This is not right." And I'm like, well, so the kid doesn't deserve to have the truth on their birth certificate. So
Right.
if the wrong people are on their birth certificate, what do you do when the doctor says, okay, I need your family medical history because your kid's been diagnosed with a particular disease that is only carried by parents who are
Right.
carriers of
Right.
the disease or the trait, and it has manifested in your child, and we need enough information about your family history now to put
Yep.
together a treatment plan because there's 44 varieties of this thing, and we need more information to make sure we get the right treatment plan so we don't kill your kid.
Right. Right.
Well, how are you going to get that information if one or more of the people on the birth document is incorrect?
Right.
So the kid doesn't deserve accurate family medical history?
That I would put in the realm, like I would push out birth control and put that under proper medical. What do the feminists try to claim abortion is health or
Yeah,
transitioning, even
yeah,
healthcare,
yeah.
proper
Healthcare.
healthcare. Yeah, yeah,
Well,
that would be proper healthcare to me.
I said, isn't this the best interest of the child
Yeah,
as
yeah,
opposed to best interest of the state? Because the state, of what I've learned and observed in the US is that it is easier to continue taking that man who is one of those four categories, that man or teen boy, it's easier to keep taking money from him and
mm,
tell him it's his fault he didn't find out sooner. And by the way,
mm,
Cupcake's over there going, yeah, you tell him it's
of
his
course.
fault. I tricked him fair and square. It's his fault that he didn't know I was lying.
No.
But yet, DNA testing is weaponized against women. If you listen to a very stupid argument.
Yeah. Well, maybe it should be. Maybe that could be the weapon that puts all the responsibility. I mean, because a lot of them do it lying on purpose, right? That they're committing
Yeah.
fraud when they on purpose, and they know damn well they are. It's like the false rape allegations and stuff. Like I would like
Uh-huh.
to see personally
Uh-huh.
that the accuser that lied to begin with got like double the penalty for lying.
Funny you should mention that.
Yeah.
When I'm talking to lawmakers about the need for law, I give
Mm-hmm.
the example. There's over 200 cases where men, boys, etc., who have been falsely accused of the RP word
Mm-hmm.
and sexual assault
Mm-hmm.
or even murder. And forensic DNA testing reveals that someone else actually committed the crime.
Right.
So do you leave the person who you now can prove is innocent? Do you leave that person incarcerated, locked up, thrown
Yeah.
away for double digit years and say,
No.
because he didn't get the test results sooner,
No.
and which,
No.
by the way, he is fought by the prosecutor, the prosecuting attorney, the district attorney's office. It is not an easy thing to get a DNA test to prove your innocence.
Right.
And in some cases, they'll have a backlog of RP kits and SA kits that haven't been tested, and they'll be pushing to convict a guy, even though
Without
and
proof.
yeah, without proof. And by the way, one of the worst things to be is innocent in the criminal justice system
Mm-hmm.
without the ability to prove you're innocent.
Right.
But clear thinking, rational people, I was able to garner a pretty good degree of support with our state legislators. My House of Representatives voted 163-0 in support of our legislation.
Mm.
The Senate voted 45-5, and the governor, who he and I don't share the same political party,
Right.
I pointed out to them, this is not a men versus women issue. This is
Right.
about truth,
Yep.
fairness,
Mm-hmm.
and justice.
Yeah.
Because you're asking men and boys to go to jail and prison
Yeah.
for something we can prove he did not do.
Yeah.
Well, just like it wouldn't make sense to anyone to keep the person incarcerated on a prison sentence for something now you can prove And then once you start expanding the data matches, sometimes they literally find the guilty person by expanding their genetic profile searches, and they find a relative of the individual and then start tracing down the lineage. And then they find, based on other evidence, timing, location, pattern, this person's done it before.
Right.
And after a while, they get more than one sample. They start, second sample, third sample, fourth sample, and now you got a pattern, you got a match, and there you go, you got them.
Right.
And sometimes the person that was falsely convicted catches a break, and the guilty person has remorse over that other person serving their sentence, and they'll confess. Now, I've only found 2 moms who, in the 20 years of paternity fraud advocacy, I've only had 2 moms join us to push for legislative reform and say, it's not fair that my husband or boyfriend, who I lied to, be forced to risk losing his freedom for a pregnancy that he had no hand in committing.
Right. Only
What
2?
about all of the others?
What's the percent on that? Is it like 1%? Probably.
Well, the few women who will talk to us, most of them won't talk to us and tell us about why did they do it, and why wouldn't they even apologize?
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't they step forward?
Well,
And
I know the answer to that one, Carnell, because women today have the inability to admit when they're wrong, especially when they're trying to get over on somebody and it didn't work. That's the last thing they want to do, is to admit that they were trying to get over on somebody to begin with.
So I trust you've heard this term. Accountability is like kryptonite to the modern woman.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So, but let me watch this here. Cupcake crosses her fingers behind her back and says, I didn't do it.
Yep.
And as long as her fingers are crossed, the powers of being required to disclose the truth don't apply to her. She says, Your Honor, the law says if he didn't figure it out in 2 years in our state, your job is to get me my money. And until you come up with paternity fraud legislation that gives this guy a chance, because what I learned from the justices and at the Supreme Court level and at the state appellate court and state Supreme Court is, unless you put a statute in place, then there's nothing to represent the substantive rights of the men and boys against being defrauded in a legal trap. There's many ways. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A statute.
Well, think about it. Statute. So here's the way you limit, because in family court, what I've learned is you do not have a constitutionally protected right to a appeal in family court, because in family court it's called a discretionary appeal.
Okay.
Well, guess who's making the discretion about whether or not to allow you to appeal? The law clerks for the justices at the court that you're applying to.
Oh, and they're all feminists.
A lot of them are, if not all.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If they were to allow a person like me to bring this issue before the highest court in the land, because my strategy was, by taking it to the U.S. Supreme Court, it would yield a solution that all men and boys could use in every U.S. territory, state, county, etc. And the goal was to get a bright line decision from the high court that says, once you had proof, irrefutable, verifiable proof, that the male accused of the pregnancy did not in fact commit the pregnancy, you have no authority to order him to do anything. In fact, you'll be required to reverse all judges' judicial decisions and vacate the order against him, using the term ab initio, and restore him back to as if he had never been sued.
Right.
Because that's a pregnancy he didn't commit.
Right.
He never was the biological father. He'll never be the biological father. And even if you click your heels 3 times and say you wish you was in Kansas, you
Right.
can't make him be the
Right.
biological father.
Right.
What was your
So,
question then?
so with your case, you said you paid child support for 11 years.
Yeah, I'm out over $350,000.
That is insane. What? So when you got out of that, was there any reimbursement? Where I mean, because
Oh, you ready for this?
technically, technically, that it sounds like that woman owes you a lot of money for her
Well, that's how I viewed it.
mishap. Yeah.
That's how I viewed it.
Yeah.
But in my case, the judge said he would only sign off on vacating the order against me if I waive my right to sue my ex-girlfriend.
Why did he say that?
And he said, and if I didn't like it, I could start the legal fight all over again. And
Uh-uh.
at the point that my attorney was telling me this, I've been fighting for 5 years now
Of
in the
course.
child support system.
Of course.
And I've had 2 meetings with the US Supreme Court, and I finally get back into court using the state law that I helped to co-write. That was not thrilling news to me, GM.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, it sounded like he was, trying to save her from accountability and holding your past and future as hostage.
But according to the law, though, here's I did get some things out of it that I absolutely insisted.
Right.
Number one, wiped out all back payments. The new law protected me on that. Number two, wiped out all future payments. Everything went to zero. Number three, got my name removed off every document and required they reissue a certified copy of the birth certificate with my name removed. Because until I got this order in place, this woman had right to my assets with a higher claim than my wife and daughter if I had died before this got settled.
Mm-mm.
And frankly, I didn't want to leave any window of opportunity that I could potentially relitigate this matter again in the future in any form or fashion. Took about 45 minutes of haggling with my attorney because I was a little hot under the collar after hearing what that judge said. I was not a happy camper. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
But yet it still amazes me that, I saw some of your viewers ask, how is this legal?
Yeah. How is this
it is
legal?
legal because family court
Mm-hmm.
is not a court of law. Let me say that again. Criminal court is a court of law.
Okay.
Traffic court is a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
Probate court is a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
Family court is a court of equity. And equity means the judge has broad discretion. You're at a greater risk to go to jail in a family court than you are in criminal court, depending on what the offense is. You could go to jail for longer in family court than you can. There's men who have been jailed for decades for refusing to disclose where they moved their money to secret accounts, like in the Cayman Islands and stuff, rather than split it with their ex-wife.
Right.
And the judge said, well, I'm not jailing him for the money. I'm jailing him because he's in contempt for refusing to follow my order.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
And the judge says, well, he's holding the doors to his own freedom. All he has to do is provide the location and the account access information for all of these funds, which, by the way, was his money.
Right.
And by the way, the treatment, the horrible treatment of men and boys in family court has led to some major red pilling across the manosphere and the worldwide, such that it is causing men and boys to say, no chance I'm ever going to get married.
Oh yeah. No, MGTOW.
Yeah, yeah, and look,
MGTOW.
and I completely understand their position. If you look at how the marriage contract's not enforceable now, and
Right.
for any reason or no reason, you can lose your kids, and the person who nukes and destroys the marriage could also lie and deceive you and none of the kids could be yours. You could
Right.
be ordered to pay alimony and child support on a
Mhm.
no-fault divorce, even if you got proof that none of the kids are yours.
Mhm.
Now, when guys see the good guy get ran over like
Yep.
that,
Yep.
they're like, they'll be like, dude, I'm gonna pray for you, but ain't no way I'm gonna let that happen to me.
Right. Right.
And the sad part about that, what has happened? There's been a massive decline in the marriage rate,
Yep.
but amazingly, there hasn't been much of a decline in the birth rates. It just shifted from where the birth rate was mostly in the confines of marriage, which
Mhm.
usually the data, at least social data, tends to show that is better for kids to have frequent and consistent contact with both of their parents,
Yep.
preferably in the same house. But
Mhm.
if not, if there's a degree of cooperation and collaboration between the parents, say, well, we might not be able to live together, and I might
Right.
not like you that much, and you may not like me that much, but we do have common ground. We both love our kid. We'll
Right.
get along for the sake of the kid, in the best interest of the kid, so that we both help the kid have a competitive advantage over society,
Mhm.
right? But that only works when you have mature, functioning adult
Right.
parents who are willing to work in a spirit of cooperation.
Yes.
What the heck am I thinking?
Yeah. No, it doesn't seem like our society has the majority of those.
Well,
Now we
there's
have a
no
bunch
incentive.
of. I
There's no
know
incentive to do
they
that in
s-
family
they
court.
incentivize with the help of government welfare programs
Yes.
um, for women to become human bastard factories.
Or as Neil Bortz used to say, he used the term brood mares.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and what amazes me, I actually personally saw this. I saw a lady come in with like 9 kids, and I think she had like 5 baby daddies.
Yep.
And I was thinking, I'm like, okay, the first time I could grant you didn't know how that worked.
Right. The first time.
The first, I was like, maybe
Yeah.
you didn't, you were absent on the day they had sex ed education and all of those things.
Right.
Uh, but number 2 through 9,
Right.
there's no way you could tell me you don't know how that happens.
Right.
And by the way, she said she was struggling.
Oh, I wonder
I
why.
look, I I don't want to sound unsympathetic, but you did all of that.
Yeah.
Now, I was like, well, you should be getting some level of assistance from the children's fathers, but you can't look, child support is not mother support though. It's in
Right.
a single mother realm.
Right.
And child support is not go to Mexico for the girls trip and get your hair
Right.
done support and pay for
Right.
the car and pay for a condo and I was like, it's supposed to be for the kid,
Yep.
but that's not what happens in a lot of
Yep.
cases.
Yep.
It is tax free, and there's little accountability as for how it's spent. And some of the dads like literally pay the, and some non-custodial mothers now, by the way, I'm hearing from non-custodial mothers as well, is that they'll pay their full month of support on the first, and by the 10th, this person asking them for more money
Mm.
because they've already spent it all.
Right. Right.
And it wasn't spent on the kid.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that everybody is mismanaging and using that, but
The majority. I
a
could
lot of
safely
them
say
are.
the majority.
I'll say a lot of them are, and the guys are not dumb. They're looking at this culture and they're hearing from the cupcake with the masculine energy, and she's like, I'm independent and I don't need no man. And the guys are saying, deuces,
Right. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
go, girl. Hey, Hey, you get that house note, you get that car payment, you
Yep.
do you.
Yep.
And a whole lot of guys in this current day generation, they're like, man, me and my boys, we going hunting this weekend.
Right. Yeah.
We going fishing this weekend. I got my dogs and I got my bass boat
Right.
and I have peace. And I
Yeah.
completely understand those guys. And they're
Yeah.
like, but you're a married guy. How could you possibly be sympathetic toward them? Because I understand.
Right.
Look, after that experience with my fiance, ex-fiance,
Mm-hmm.
dating another guy while she lived at my house, what was there for me to fight about at that point? Her
Right.
actions had demonstrated a decision had been
Yep.
made on her part.
Yep.
So what did I do? I endorsed her decision,
Right.
drove her to the other guy's house, say, here you go, buddy, all yours. And
Right.
and my parting words to her was, and you'll never live under my roof again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And as a 31-year member of the Gold Club, proud member,
Yeah.
31 years and counting, she has never lived under my roof again.
That's
Nor will
good.
she. Nor
Yeah.
will she. And I think she's on her 7th marriage now.
Oh, geez. So going back to the 9 times after the first time, see when I see this quite often.
Uh-huh.
You know how everybody's doing the whole virtue signaling and all these, I call them crazy bitches, hiding under different group identity stuff,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a lot of lying women on the right.
Okay.
And there's some that, espouse being traditional conservative women, yet have been pregnant
Trad
three
cons, I
times.
believe the term is.
3 times out of wedlock being pregnant, though, I'm like, third time's a pattern. First
That's it.
time could
Those are
be
choices.
yeah, first time could be an accident, but the second time is like, you should have already learned that lesson. And then the third
Yeah.
time, it's like, okay, that's just who you are. It's
There
a
you go.
pattern.
There you
Yeah.
go. But you know what amazes me is
Hmm.
I believe the term is cognitive dissonance, or what I'm looking at
Yeah.
is they say they don't understand why no guy or very few guys will take them seriously for marriage now.
Right. Right.
And I'm like, this is a horrible deal for him.
Yeah.
Ton of
Yeah.
responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
and you get to tell the kids they don't have to listen to him because he's not their dad.
Right.
So he'll have responsibility, limited to no authority, and
Right.
be financially responsible.
Yeah.
And depending on whether or not you're combative and argumentative, I just don't see a guy wanting to come home to that.
Right.
Because at that point in my life, when I had that ex-fiance, I would rather go to the game room and spend $20 playing pinball than to come home to her.
Right.
Because it meant hearing her mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I completely understand those guys says, man, what one guy, a country singer says, man, when she left, she took my best friend and I miss him. She took his dog.
Oh. Well, you said that if I recall, you said you've been able to help change laws in 10 different states.
Yeah. Certified troublemaker. I believe that's what some call me.
Yeah. 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 I like it. So which states?
Well, let's see. Georgia, Florida, Connecticut, California passed temporarily. I've submitted legislative proposals for, was it Wyoming? I've testified there too. Lansing, Michigan. I've sent legislative proposals to Texas, to North Carolina, Delaware. Others I have submitted legislative proposals to, but and New Jersey as well. The New Jersey case was really interesting. That involved a multi-billionaire scenario for the S.C. Johnson family. And I also got contacted for a project to work on the highest child support order I have ever come across, and it was $330,000 per month.
What?
And the guy found out he was not the father.
330,000 a month.
Yes.
What can? It doesn't take that much money to support a child.
But guess how much that turns out over 18 years?
Holy Jesus.
At 10% interest, and I use 10% interest because that's what a lot of the child support agencies will charge you interest for arrears should you ever get behind. Over 18 years, that's $173 million.
Jesus.
Now, the guy who they had making the payments, though, makes over $1 million a day when he was alive. And he was just as ticked about paternity fraud as I was. And as a guy, even if you come across like there's this lady, she was a grandmother, and she said, before I get attached to this little baby, I need to be sure that my son, she had a teenage son, I think he was 15. And when she brought him to my office and it brought the little baby, she said, before we get attached to this baby, I need to be sure that this baby is my son's. Well, DNA testing reveals that her son was dating Cupcake's cousin. Because the little girl that the son was dating, she took on the traits and mannerisms of Cupcake. And Cupcake is really, she is a free spirit when it comes to the truth.
You are so much more polite than I am when it comes to these psychos.
Well, that DNA test came back at 0%, and that young man was crushed.
I bet.
And the grandmother was crushed.
Yeah.
Giving them time to get their composure together. I said, well, look, the best thing is he had not signed any documents.
Right.
So there was no way they could execute any kind of legal actions against him. And he had not acted as the father for a long period of time.
Right.
They were hurt. You hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And guess what? Did Cupcake apologize to them?
Nobody made her.
You couldn't make her. Cupcake and her family wanted to double down and says there must be something wrong with the DNA test. Yes. But she did not want to answer this question, though. How many other people were you intimately involved with during the window of conception for this baby? And do you know their names and where they are located? Here's Cupcake.
Because that kind of opens a Pandora's box. Because if it was just one other person, she'd be like, oh, yeah, it's this other guy.
Not even then, GM. Not even then. No,
really?
Listen, I've had. See, remember I told you I've been doing this for a while. All right.
Yeah, like 20 years or something.
Provider. Yeah. So when you're also a service provider of these things, and you're actually on site in the courtroom, in the courts, you get to see these cases. You know, this young lady, I'm there on child support day, and this young woman has a situation, and she has a guy who she really wants to be the father. I mean, she wants it to be him so bad. She's absolutely certain.
Right.
It's him. Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah.
It's him. It's
him. For financial reasons, right?
Look, and him, and she called the guy, out of his name. And I mean, you would have thought the guy was pond scum, let her tell it, right?
Right.
Well, this was not great news for him. This guy had just gotten engaged, and it wasn't to her.
Right.
But he's like, hey, before I go, telling my fiance this news and stuff, I need to take a test. Now, I asked Cupcake in that case right there. I says, is there anybody else you've been intimately involved with during the window of conception? She didn't want to answer the question. We take that test with first guy, and the results come back in about 4 days. Goose eggs.
Mm-hmm.
0.0% paternity, 100% proof he didn't do it.
Right.
He was like, thank you, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pew.
Yeah.
First thing Cupcake says, are you sure these DNA test things are accurate? And I say, madam,
Trust the science, honey. Trust the
I was like,
science.
madam, in our case here, the lab does a double blind test
Mm,
running. Once I collect enough samples for them to run 2 sets of tests at the same time in
right.
parallel, robotically on different sides of the factory or the lab, and both sets of results have to match, either for you or against you.
Right.
If one doesn't match, then we're gonna believe we have a problem with the sampling, and we will retake the samples.
Yeah.
This is not, listen, this is not, you get to submit your own samples with the home collection kit that you pick up at the drugstore. Those things are not admissible for any legal purposes, for the very reason why the cost is so cheap.
Right.
There's no proof of whose samples get sent
Right.
in.
Right. Right.
The legal test, I photograph all of the parties. I fingerprint all of the parties. If it's a
Mm-hmm.
newborn baby, I heel print the baby
Yeah.
and collect samples. We get document verification, and your photo is time stamped on that day, because listen, in this day and age, we've even had to catch people who send in another guy. They send in another guy trying to get his buddy to take the test for him. Or how about this one? Woman brings in somebody else's kids because the dad's a better parent than she is, and she doesn't want him to get custody of the kid. We catch
Right.
all of that.
Right.
Well, after you get those samples done, you get all your DNA verification done, you do a double blind test.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the second guy comes back, goose eggs. It's not
Right.
him either. And at this point, the lady is pissed. I mean, she's like,
Oh, I bet.
she really wanted it to be the second guy. I mean, the first guy. The second guy was tolerable.
Right.
I was like, is there anybody else we can test? Now, I already know there is, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, with 2 negatives.
But reluctantly, she names a third guy. He comes in and he's like, oh, this is a gorgeous baby. Man, I'd love to be her daddy. I was
Oh.
like, okay, all right, okay. Guy's willing to like step up to the plate once he could get verification.
Right. Right.
Results come back. It's him.
Oh.
He's over the moon.
Yeah.
The
And
mother is totally pissed off.
that's messed up.
Listen, she didn't want it to be him. Listen to how she determined how it had to be one of the other 2 guys. She had determined in her mind where those hamsters were running on the wheel.
Right.
Maybe the wheel was off the track. I'm pretty sure of that. Based on, listen to this, based on the sexual performance of the guys is how she determined who the dad was.
What?
Yeah. She had given a low score to the third guy. She'd given a high score to the first guy. The next highest score she rated for the second guy. I was like, baby, that is not how that works. I'm like, look, you only have an egg and you only have a certain window of time while you have an egg in place, and then
Mm,
there has to be a dominant swimmer who outraces everybody else and
right.
goes conquered.
Right.
I was like, you didn't learn this, right? Were you in class that day? Guess what? That guy, he was doing great from what I hear, and him and his family embraced the baby. He had proof that it was him, and he's a happy camper, stepped up to the plate. And the guy who she wanted to kill his wedding plans,
Right.
gone.
Yeah. Good.
But yet
Dodged a
we're
bullet
look, but we're supposed to believe that DNA testing has been weaponized
against
against
feminist liars.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But let's tell you some of the impacts of this, though. This leads to a side that isn't discussed in terms of mental health, for men
Yes.
and,
Yes.
and boys, is no one on the child's mother side for that teen boy was sympathetic and showed any empathy toward that young man who was crushed and in tears
Right.
because he thought he had done it. He had already stepped up to the plate.
Right.
He had formed an emotional attachment to the baby.
Right.
His family were the only ones that were kind of standing off because they didn't want to get emotionally attached
Mm-hmm.
and then have the child taken from them when the child
Yeah.
wasn't related.
Right.
But they're the ones who were there to catch this young man because he was crushed to his soul.
Yeah.
Because he's like, he would have never believed that she would do something like that to him.
Right. That's see, that's what I'm running into online in a lot of these spaces. I'm pretty much convinced men are the more kind and compassionate sex. And there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of men that I don't think I call them domestic terrorists, like
Mm-hmm.
especially the radical lesbians that literally want to see all men dead. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
these men
They've said so.
cannot believe, and they said so. Yeah, you should believe all those women.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these men, I think, have a hard time believing that they are so hated by these women that
Yeah.
they really wish to end their lives. I mean, that
Yeah.
ultimately they wish the men would end their own lives. That's where they get the real gratification.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Kind of a sick, perverse. It's all about me.
yeah,
Because that's what I have seen and observed in the woman. Like I said, rarely have we ever had one apologize. Only had two apologize and then help with the legislative effort and
right,
took full responsibility on the microphone in front of a legislative body.
yeah,
Now, I I told my team, I said, we're going to support her because
yes,
she is absolutely doing the adult right thing.
yeah,
When you do something wrong and you hurt other people,
yep.
you should be required to make it right.
Yes, that should be a legal requirement.
Yeah, but look, instead we still faced opposition that doesn't even want to allow for DNA testing at birth because they're like, no, 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 this is not in the best interest of the child. Believe all women. If Cupcake says you did it, you scallywag rascal, you're trying to get out of
Mm-mm.
supporting your kid. When the guy is saying, Your Honor, I don't even know for sure that's my kid. Your
Right.
Honor, I caught Cupcake with 12 other guys. I have zero reason to believe anything. If she told me that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Your Honor, I wouldn't believe her.
Right.
I
Right.
I would seek my own independent clock to see for sure. Because
Yeah.
knowing that heifer, she would change the time.
Right. Right. She would sabotage it.
She'd sabotage the clock.
She'd bastardize the time.
There you go. There you go.
See, and I'm trying to figure out. So you said you helped write legislation.
Yes.
What
Yes.
what have you? Can you share what you wrote for Texas?
Well, like I said, because I've been successful in working with my own legislators that
Yeah.
end up using that law to help free myself. You have to understand the components that are necessary in some legislation that would recognize the substantive rights of men and boys to not be ordered to become a legal slave for a
Hmm.
pregnancy they didn't commit. And when
Right.
you have that in statute, meaning in written law,
Hmm.
judge has no discretion on saying, well, wait a minute, he didn't figure it out. He didn't figure it out in time. And you can't have then having cupcakes saying, well, hey, I tricked him fair and square, Your Honor. Hey, the law says he has 2 years to find out. And I made sure I didn't tell him until 2 days after that 2-year time limit. It's
Right.
too late. But did did the DNA test reveal at the two year and 2 day mark that there was a problem? Or did she know when she was having intimate partners during the window of conception that there was a possibility?
Hmm.
Or she knew for sure that it wasn't him? See, I take the position she should have a legal, fiduciary, ethical, moral duty to disclose to the court
Hmm.
and to him,
Hmm.
well, Your Honor, there are 8 potential paternity candidates, and each
Mm.
of them should be served due process, and each of them should know that there's 8. So lest one of them believe her. Trust but verify is my position.
Right. 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 What if it was a legal thing that the woman only had one shot ever, and everybody knew that?
You're
Like
gonna have
you
you're
better
gonna you're
you
gonna have
better
a
get
problem.
this right. You better get this right, or there's nothing. Do you
Well,
think that
that'll
would?
never pass, and I'll tell you why.
Why? Why?
Because the ultimate duty of who's going to be responsible for the financial contribution toward the child.
Hmm.
So she'll get as many shots as necessary to bring it, but because there was a time in court that a
Hmm.
child who was not the product of a marriage was deemed an illegitimate child,
Yes.
and the other name for that was bastard.
Bastard. Yeah.
Okay. And there was a time that those children couldn't get child support, even if you could prove the guy was the dad,
Right.
because the child was deemed illegitimate. So unless
Yes.
the father stepped up to the plate and of his own free will and volition stepped up to claim them and to take the step to make them legitimate by
Hmm.
legal process,
Hmm.
he didn't have no duties or responsibility.
So when
Well,
did that
that
change?
man, I think in the latter 90s, there's been some state Supreme Court decisions that pretty much said that this was a disparate, unequal treatment of the children, because the illegitimate child and the legitimate child, if they both related and they have the same father, they both have a right to be supported by that father
Hmm. Should
and
have got
mother.
married. Should have got married then.
But the child didn't have any part in that decision.
No, but the mother did.
Yeah. So, but the logic of the justices that I agree with is that you don't penalize the child for the conduct of the mother, but then by the same token, you don't enable the authority and the power of the court then to help you trick, trap, and
Hmm.
fleece the guy either.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason I named my book "Trapped by Law."
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Literally,
Yeah.
I just summarized what that judge said, and that deliberate falsity piece.
Yeah.
So, um, but the components that have to be in the law has to talk about what groups that this doesn't apply to. All right.
Hmm.
So if you're a guy who's participating in assisted pregnancy with your wife, she's sterile, you know it, she know it, or she has a low ability to conceive, and she's going to have to get uh, in vitro fertilization, IVF, a whole bunch of other stuff, or she may have to go to surrogacy, whatever it is. These are extraordinary steps.
Right.
Well, guess what? In the beginning, you're not related to the child. So
Right.
you cannot be a victim, and therefore statutes like this would not apply to you.
Right.
If you legally, formally adopted a child,
Hmm.
like kid out of foster care, kid out of a family situation, your sister, you lost your sister in a car accident, and it was not uncommon that the grandparents end up taking the kids from her. And in
Yeah.
order to help the grandparents be able to have all legal rights and privileges, they had to become legal guardians of the kid. All right.
Hmm.
All of those things in such a case right there, you if the guy had been part of the adoption, well, he can't be a paternity fraud victim because that's a out in the open process.
Right. That's consensual, though.
It's
Right.
consensual, but guess
Yeah.
what? It's not secretive.
Right.
Is You're not a victim of partial or incomplete or
Right.
no information. Like, the reason I call paternity fraud is it involves the knowing and willful concealment of material facts.
Yes.
What is a major material fact? The child's mother knows that there are more than one paternity candidate.
Hmm.
And when she chooses to hide that information from her boyfriend, husband, fiance, one night stand, whatever it is,
Right.
when she chooses to hide that information, that is fraud. That is
Yeah.
fraud in the concealment, fraud in inducement, because that's a material fact.
Yep.
Over 20 years, including, I think I've met 5 pastors who are paternity fraud victims from their wife in the church.
Mm-mm.
Nobody is exempt.
Yeah.
Military men in all branches, officers, non-officers, commission
Yep.
alike. So, what some people try to discredit me and say, well, there's no need for this legislation. This is a problem that only affects low-income minorities.
Wait, has anybody ever accused you of being racist for trying to push this kind of legislation?
I haven't heard that one yet, but it wouldn't surprise me. And as you can tell, I'm highly melanated in terms of
Yes.
my
Yeah.
skin, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But these days, I've seen them call people like Candace Owen a racist,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I could take my glasses off and I could look at her and I can say, ain't no way that woman's a what? She's a white supremacist. You
Right.
out your ever loving mind, right?
Yeah. I've been accused of being a racist. There's actually a gentleman I've actually grown pretty fond of him. He calls me the good Nazi.
Oh
He
wow.
claims that white people have racist DNA, though.
I think you're winning him over. Like, hang in there. The logic is starting to pierce through.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, because he's called me racist, but then he kind of after a while switched to the good Nazi. So I think I'm winning
Uh,
him over.
I think it. I think that ice is melting.
Yeah, I think so.
Was it? Is it the chrome? What is it? The chrome dome cap is starting to break
Yeah,
and scatter to allow things to get in.
yeah. I hope so. I hope
But
so.
but as I was saying here, though, once you have the framework necessary to define who it doesn't apply to, what
Hmm.
class of people it does apply to,
Hmm.
then you also got to make sure you do not exclude teen boys,
Hmm.
married and single men, because you ever heard of this thing called equal protection under law,
Hmm.
constitutional right?
Hmm.
Well, how would it look to have married men be excluded from paternity fraud protection, as if married women don't commit paternity fraud?
Right.
Thanks to no fault divorce laws, those are some of the major perpetrators of paternity fraud,
Right.
as my YouTube channel will demonstrate. Most of those pastors I was telling you about, they
Hmm.
were married.
Mm.
Married. Let me say that again for the people at the back. These married women in the traditional conservative
Hmm.
were committing paternity fraud. And for one of those pastors, the only way he found out, a guy in his church calls him up and says, Bishop, I need you to take your name off my son's birth certificate. I told your wife to tell you that boy is mine.
Right.
That was his first clue that his wife had extracurricular friends.
Right.
Male extracurricular friends with an
Right.
S.
Right. Right.
DNA testing revealed 2 out of 3 of the kids weren't his, and those 2 had different daddies. So in this case, Papa was not a Rolling Stone.
Right.
Mama was a Rolling Stone, and every place she took off her dress was her home.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah. The
Yeah,
lack of accountability. Well, the sexual liberation stuff.
but
I guess birth control is part of that, but just the over
yeah, but they're not
sexualization of
using
our
they're not
society.
using birth control,
Right,
GM.
right, right. Yeah, no, I get that. I was trying to look at like evolutionarily, like
Uh-huh.
kind of what kicked off this over hypersexualized society.
Well, but then didn't you see that scam that was run by Cosmo when they came up with this great idea to write these stories to get the women to want to live the Cosmo lifestyle, and they
Right,
came up with ways, and by writing these fictitious stories, telling the woman, well, hey, yeah, you got a man at home, but you can have 2 on the side. Because
right.
that's the Cosmo lifestyle. That was the precursor to Sex in the City.
Mm,
And there's video out where this was part of a mass marketing scheme because they were selling cosmopolitan magazines like hotcakes.
mm.
And they came up with all these, positions, and here's other things you need to do. You can have the hot girl lifestyle, and you can have instead of hot girl summer, you could have hot girl month, hot girl weekend, year, decade. I'm like, hey, if the guys could do it, you can do it too.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't too thrilled on that part about embracing full accountability
Responsibility. Yeah.
and full responsibility based on the
Yeah.
conduct of their own actions. Because
Right.
the
That.
adult thing to do is, if you want to get part of it, you got to take the whole load.
Yeah. Yeah. But they don't. They still, and that seems to be the feminist narrative. It's written into their source code. It's like we get all the cash and prizes.
Mm-hmm.
We get all the we get all the good stuff, and then
Mm-hmm.
we blame men for all the negative stuff. If anything
Listen,
happens that's good, it's us. Anything bad, it's man. Like,
so if she cheats on her husband, it's her husband's fault because
right,
he wasn't home enough.
right,
But he's still supposed to make the money necessary to support that
right,
lifestyle she's at. And when
right,
it goes to court, one of the very things they say is you're gonna have to pay alimony because she's grown accustomed to this lifestyle.
right.
Now, the reason the guy wasn't at home much because he was working.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if you're at work and some guys actually work more than 40 hours a week,
Mm-hmm.
the very thing that helps you be successful will be used against you in family court.
Right, right,
Because who has more time to be able to take the kids to school functions and extracurricular activities and to the doctor and the dentist appointment? Well, if the other person is providing the resources
mm-hmm.
and is having to trade hours away from the family to do so,
Yep,
it almost like a punishment that will be used against you. And then add further insult to injury, none of the kids are yours. And look, and several of them have different fathers.
yeah. See,
That's the
yeah,
real case.
yeah. That's family terrorism.
Completely agree.
That's criminal, man.
Look, one of the guys on my YouTube channel, locomotive engineer out of
Mm-hmm.
Lubbock, Texas, his ex-wife, well, what led him to to discovering a problem was one of the kids was diagnosed with, I think, a form of multiple sclerosis. And MS is one of those diseases where the parents have to be carriers. The
Yeah.
biological mother and the
Yeah.
biological father have to be a carrier of the trait in order of the disease in order for it to manifest in the child. And there are
Right.
several other diseases, just like in the African American community, like sickle cell, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the feminists are stunned that I know all this stuff. I'm like, as an engineer by trade, what am I going to do when I know I'm in a trap? I'm going to study the dadgum thing. All right.
Yes. The
And then
trap.
exactly. I'm clear that I want out. Everybody
Yeah.
else I've come across have said they're clear they want to get out.
Yeah. 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 Our friend Bullets, he calls it the gyno-judicial meat grinder.
I could see that. I could see that it is. Look, it certainly has a gynocentric focus.
Doesn't it?
Meaning, Cupcake can do no wrong. Even
Yeah.
if you caught her on video, that wasn't me. With a straight face. It's like, look, those aren't my shoes. Ma'am, you have those shoes on now. No, I'm not. No, that's not me.
See, why are we acquiescing to delusion? That's what I want to know.
Well,
Why in our society is everybody listening to these? Jordan Peterson's been calling them terrified tyrants,
yes.
but I don't know. I just see them as crazy bitches.
Well, isn't it sort of like protecting them from the duties and responsibility and the consequences of their own action? So doesn't that lead to some form of arrested development, whether
It does.
emotionally, maturity wise, etc.?
Yeah.
Because what happens when you reward bad behavior?
It positively reinforces it.
It reinforces, so therefore you get more.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And instead of, like, it's like the dumb criminal, right? They got away with robbing one or two banks. They got a couple million. You would think, okay, idiot, disappear, don't do it no more, right?
Yeah.
Nope. Let's get 10 more.
Yeah.
Well, it's not uncommon to find some of these folks who committed paternity fraud and have been major perpetrators of parental alienation. They don't want the kid to have any relationship with their father, even though they themselves could admit that that was the best parent for the kid to be with.
Yeah.
And if the kid was allowed to cast their vote, the kid would leave her in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But because that's what the husband would like, she would rather burn the household down.
Yep.
Destroy her kid emotionally.
Yep.
Psychologically.
Yep.
And then tell the kid you look like you're no good father.
Right. Right.
And you got to understand what that does.
Oh, yeah.
To the heart of the child.
Oh,
a level of cruelty.
Yeah. No, I grew up that way. My mom had 3 different daddies, 4 kids. The middle 2 had the same dad, but all the stuff you guys talk about, especially like in the MGTOW spaces.
We're not making this up.
Oh, no. I lived through being alienated from my father. Like my mom induced a level of fear into me, started pretty early childhood, but she hated that me and him had a relationship. She hated that he always tried to still be around, even though she went from, baby daddy number 2 to baby daddy number 3, and then stepdad, and then this stepdad. I mean, I lived it. Like when I listen to a lot of these guys, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that shit when I was a kid.
My father went through that. But you know what's amazing is my 2 stepmothers became, my mom and one of the stepmothers became friends. They actually had the same birthday.
Oh, that's funny.
And they said, well, we both acknowledge our relationship with him is over, but we want the kids to know each other because they're siblings.
Yeah.
And they promoted a spirit of cooperation such that I could stay at my stepmom's house and my siblings could stay at my house.
Yeah. See, that's
working in the best interest of the kids.
Yeah. My
And
my my father and my stepdad did the exact same thing. They were actually really good friends because they understood the state and
yep,
father's rights,
yep,
and so it was like almost like my two dads that weren't gay
right.
against my mom,
Yep,
trying to make
yep.
sure all of us kids still stayed alive and together.
Exactly.
So yeah,
Exactly. But
yeah,
what's amazing is those dads who do that don't get credit.
I
And
know.
they're almost treated as they're unicorns. And I'm like, there's a lot more dads. You know, I've seen this meme on you on Facebook and some other places, and they're like, well, you know, your dad should have fought harder. No, why did he have to fight at all?
Right,
Because your
right.
mom was an idiot and trying to prove a point about how much power she had.
Yep,
Says your mom didn't care that much about you. This was
yep,
about her one upping your dad.
yep,
And if it look, and if him seeing you will give him a smattering of happiness, she'd rather stomp that into the ground and then
yep,
pour gas on it and set it on fire.
yep. And a lot of times that is done through the hearts of her children. When
Yes.
that's when the parental alienation comes into play, because they start inducing a level of fear, like
Yes.
making the kids be afraid of the dad,
Yep.
or
Yep.
by lying to them. Yeah,
I'm fortunate that for my son that didn't happen.
yeah.
My son had been alienated from me for more than 6 years, and she enrolled him in a website training camp. And you give a kid an internet access, and
Right.
he was searching for me. He
Yeah.
found my website where I talked about missing him.
Oh.
Sends me an email. Guess who? And then he and I are seeing each other all the way through high school while that idiot still thought she was blocking us.
Yeah.
But
So
listen,
how? Yeah.
wait,
Go ahead.
listen to
Yeah.
what he said though.
What?
I said, son, I'm so glad you did that because I was sure I had told her, I says, one day he's going to find out the man who I really am is not the person you told him.
Right.
He said, Dad, based on my mother's character, I believe there had to be more to the story about you than she was telling me.
Right. Right.
Now, you might tell him it's inappropriate to high five your kid.
No, no, no.
He got a
That's something
high
to be
five.
proud of.
He got a high
Yeah.
five and a hug.
Yeah. Well, that's something to be proud of. I mean,
Absolutely.
he's smart. And if he has that much, you know, maturity himself to notice,
Yeah.
even if it's your mom, it's okay to not be proud of, your mom.
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
like I cut off my relationship with my mom in my early 20s because she's that toxic. And there's
Listen,
no fixing her whatsoever. Best thing to do is cut off all contact.
don't feel bad. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things my own mom did to me that didn't show up at my high school or college graduation, but yet then tried to take credit for the level of success in who I
Right.
became.
Right.
I was a gifted honor student, STEM, all the way back in high school. And my high school was became an engineering school. So there are a
Mm,
lot of opportunities that were afforded to me there, especially once I got in the gifted program.
yeah.
She wouldn't sign the documents for me to get financial aid to go to college.
See, that's
But then her smart son remembered fathers are parents too. Told my dad what was going on. How
Mhm.
about my dad takes me to one of his friends who is like the financial aid administrator for college, and they help me,
Mhm.
and I get to go to college.
Yeah.
He's like, man, he says she's just bugging. He says, try not to hate her for it. He's like, she's dealing with her own issues. What's strange? My mother was a magna cum laude graduate. She was the class valedictorian. But
What?
due to decisions that she made, she didn't do anything with it. She didn't reach her full potential. So rather than in my opinion, rather than cheer your son on, who is, following that, I mean, help your genes between you and your husband. I mean, my dad,
Yeah.
you passed on a lot to him. You've given him a good solid foundation, and man, he's doing the thing,
Yeah.
He's not in trouble. He's not in the criminal justice system by any stretch of the means.
Right.
So, and he is determined to follow that STEM into computer sciences and did
Yeah.
and still enjoy it to this day. But a lot of what happened with her, she became severely impacted by alcoholism.
Mm.
And right now she doesn't really know where she is, who she is. And
Mm-hmm.
she's regressed to the point to where she has a baby doll.
Yeah.
I can't be angry with her now
Yeah.
or some years ago.
Yeah.
Look, I know what happened, but it would make me a heel to try to make her feel bad. She recognizes me. She knows she has a son. She knows she has a couple daughters. But what would I gain from trying to make her feel bad for the stuff she put me through as a kid?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
But I learned from it and made sure I didn't repeat it with my kid.
Yes. Yes.
Follow me?
Yeah.
Got help for myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of stuff my wife helped me with. Yeah, I didn't get a birthday cake till my 35th birthday. When my wife found that out, she made sure I got one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That see those kind of things, because I wasn't allowed to see my kid.
Right.
I would have been there. But I spent so much time in court fighting to see him, I went bankrupt. And then this paternity fraud case all the way to the US Supreme Court, I went bankrupt again.
Yeah.
And by the way, I interviewed some bankruptcy attorneys and says the number one contributor to men going bankrupt is family court.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
No one, GM, no one can tell you up front, if you ask them, how much is it going to cost for me to be able to see my kid
Mm-hmm.
with enforceable parenting time?
Even if it's on paper, is it really
Signed by the judge.
enforceable? Even I have a father in here, Father Saunders. He's a vet.
Yeah.
Um, he currently he has it written out on paper, signed by the judge,
Yeah.
and still,
And you can't get the judge to enforce the order that has the judge's name on it. Yeah, I completely get that.
yeah,
Yeah. I hear Father Sanders. Yep.
yeah,
Yep. I hear him. I hear him. But like I said, two bankruptcies, lost
mm-hmm.
over 350 grand. I had to raid my investments, retirement stuff, and then I got nailed with massive tax penalties because I took that money out.
Jeez, of course,
Yeah. Well, it's a better day today now, but do you know, without all of that stuff, I could have retired over 10 years ago
yeah,
because I had a pretty massive diversified portfolio, uh, active investor. In fact, I was Series 6, and I think was it 6 and 63. I was actually selling mutual funds. So I was embracing the financial industry.
right,
Had
right,
my wife fully invested as well. So all I needed was to not have to go through that miserable experience in family court again. But it
yeah,
caused me to have a great deal of empathy for the men and boys who face going to jail and prison. And then to have that guy who killed himself, I still do this because of him.
yeah,
I don't want to lose another guy.
yeah,
We don't have to. And yet there are still across North America meaning US and Canada, there are dads who reach such a level of despair and hopelessness, depression,
Mm-hmm.
anger, rage, become impoverished from the attorney's fees, the massive uh, fees from the court, the alimony, and all that stuff, to where affects him so bad that he starts to not be able to perform his job at the level that's required. And sometimes they'll lose their job over it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they can't make the payments
Yep.
at the same rate that they were before they lost the job, they catch no break
Right.
on even if their industry has a reduction in force, it is extremely difficult to get a downward modification on legitimate grounds. Like, well, instead they will impute your income and say, well, you were capable of making this amounts before. Yeah, but your honor,
Before.
but your honor, the entire industry post corona has taken a 52% uh, decrease, and now we got all these logistics problems and stuff. Says my company can't even get restarted because they can't get enough diesel fuel to gas up all the trucks.
Right.
And the child support agency won't release my license until I pay all of the arrears. And then you try to like, well, hey, listen, I can get a job, but I need my CDL in order to drive the truck.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, buddy. You have a problem there. Now, here's how much you got to bring us. We need the whole $62,331.45 by Friday. You do that, we can get you your license by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Now, stop crying, man. I understand you're a veteran. Now, buddy, yeah. And by the way, thank you for your service. Now, okay, but you can't stay here now. Listen, you got to get out there and get after it. I need that 62,000 by Wednesday. And that right there
is extortion.
That legal extortion.
Yeah.
It is entirely legal because they're not putting him in jail for not paying the child support. They're putting him in jail for contempt because he didn't follow the judge's order that told him to pay the child support. Did you see how that worked? Look at this.
Yeah.
You see this pretzel logic?
Contempt.
Yeah. And with those contempt powers, your initial stay at the drop in jail is 180 days.
Jesus.
And then I'm going to bring you back before the bench and say, now, you ready to pay this back money now? But your honor, I can't work while I'm incarcerated. Well, then I suggest you go talk to your family, get yourself a loan or something. But your honor, based on the credit reporting from the child support agency, my 810 credit score is somewhere now around the 510 range.
Right.
I can't borrow enough money to buy a bicycle, your honor. Well, sucks to be you, buddy. I'm gonna need $62,331.52 by next Wednesday. After somebody posts up money to get you out. And believe it or not, there's some process they go through. The money that they put up, they call that a purge amount. And strangely, that money don't always 100% gets credited toward the arrears.
Where does it go?
I say the family court industry is a profit-making industry under the Department of Revenue under most states. He's like, wait a minute, but I'm a taxpayer. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And there are few to no services for unless you are completely destitute. Now, in those states where you below the poverty level, like in the, below 20,000 to say $12,000 range, they might have a fatherhood program in that state. And the purpose of that program is to help you get a job so you can get out there and make some money to pay your child support.
Right.
The reason I know about that is I have been a facilitator and speaker to those fathers for 6 years with one of my workshops. And I showed those guys how to get what they wanted out of that program so they would never have to be back in that program again.
Yeah.
because once you change your mindset about it and say, wait a minute, as long as I'm in this program, all legal enforcement actions are stayed, meaning I can't be jailed.
Yeah.
But and they're going to pay for the course of education and training that I get while I'm here. Then let me find out what the marketplace needs and
Hmm.
let me and what pays the best and let me get the education, training, and certifications while I'm in this program to where
Hmm.
when I come out of here, I'm going to launch like a rocket
Yeah.
and I'll turn this miserable experience into a day of opportunity.
That's the
And
university you were talking about?
yep,
Okay.
yep, yep. That
Yeah.
was that was some of the success stories, and that went so well for the guys that they literally would tell me, Mr. Smith, can I bring some other guys to this? Man,
Oh,
I
right.
wish I'd heard this when I was a teenager.
Right.
Look, you can help some, you can save some, but remember the goal of that program, they were only concerned about helping the guy get a job, right?
Yeah.
And until someone comes along and inspires the guys with changing their focus, a
Yeah.
lot of the guys were thinking small. They were thinking about, man, I'll get a minimum wage job so I won't have to pay that much child support.
Right.
I'm like, you listen, man, you thinking wrong. There's an opportunity here to position yourself to where you can earn $55 an hour and better.
Right.
So you find out what the marketplace needs. They're going to pay for the training and the certifications. Why would you just do the minimum when you could get the max and never have to confront this situation again?
You know what? That might be like you were saying about the women, how they just rather destroy every little bit of happiness on that guy. That might be a little bit of that. Like, no, I ain't giving that bitch any more than I have to, you know?
Well,
Instead
most
of
of them,
thinking for their long term future, you know?
yeah, well, it didn't take long to get him to change his mind
Yeah.
because at minimum wage, he couldn't pay for an apartment either.
Right. Right.
You literally couch surfing. You're in the basement at your mom's house,
Yeah.
limited to no privacy. You can't complain because you don't have the financial resources to exercise. And if you had them before, after you've gone through those crushing attorney fees and all that stuff, because you had no idea, you had this deluded idea that the court was there to help you. Family court is generally not there to help the child support payer, who is
Right.
80 to 90% the father. All right, because there's
Right.
still a belief that children belong with the mothers by a whole lot of judges.
Right.
Even if the guardian ad litem report says the child is best served going to the dad.
Really? And that's the Duluth
Really.
model, right?
I'm not sure if it's the Duluth model or not. I know the Duluth model is applying quite a bit based on the domestic violence claims, and a
Yeah.
whole lot of that is made up stats.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You know, you can manipulate the stats to the story that you want to tell,
Yeah.
unless you come across somebody who can go look at the source data and go, hold up, no, 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 that's not what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And be able to challenge and refute it on the stand. They don't expect that to happen, man. You do that, boy. I got accepted as an expert witness in about 6 states, and actually had to testify in support of some of our DNA tests and why you needed to do certain things. And heck, I've even helped a kid win a wrongful death lawsuit where the father was deceased. For a lot of people, it's like, man, there's nothing you can do about this case. But when the mother heard about me on the radio, I was like, well, I know a way that we could do this for you. Had several ways that I could help her get it done.
Mm.
Well, in her case, the child's father that died had an adult child, an adult daughter. All I had to do was a siblingship test between the adult daughter of the guy and this little
Mm.
girl. They came back as sisters. Well,
Mm.
who's the only common parent between them? The deceased father.
Right. Right.
And because we did it with a legal test, it was accepted in the evidence. And that little girl became the beneficiary of the wrongful death lawsuit that killed her dad.
Hmm.
See, nobody would believe that DNA tests are not weapons against women.
Right, right.
You know, I'm having a little fun with this, right?
I know, I know. Well, it's nonsensical. Whoever says that, I mean, they have to be retarded. Like,
But
like,
it was a judge that said that.
well, they're retarded. Like, why are they there? Obviously, they're not cognitively competent enough to
Now, you know
realize
what he was
that's
doing?
bullshit. What?
You know what he was doing? He was white knighting.
Oh, the
Yep.
White Knights.
Yep. Yep. He was white knighting. He was like, yes, milady, Cupcake, I'll stand for you.
Why?
And
Why?
and Cupcake, look, and Cupcake pulled out his sword and stabbed him in the back.
Right. They do that, don't they?
Yes. Look, Cupcake sees nothing wrong as long as she gets what she wants.
Right.
No harm, no foul. And if
Mm.
you don't have her on video doing it, it never happened in her eyes.
Oh no, even if you have a video of her doing it, it still never happened in that crazy bitch's eyes.
Wasn't me.
Right? Or
That's,
no,
look, that's a doppelganger.
that's not what you think it is.
How's it go? It's not what everything that you see are not what they appear to be.
Right.
When
They
I snap my
do.
fingers,
Right.
I know some people probably look at us going, these two are having way too much fun with this
No.
hard topic.
No.
Like, no.
I'm pretty sure the folks in the chat know. They could probably think of 5 that we've talked about just in the past week that fit that description.
Yes, yes. And the other thing that I found really horrific is the amount of lies that the other side can do in family court and get no consequences for it. But if you, I'll cite this case for you that I used before my state legislators. It says, now we would agree that if a father lied about his income in order to deflate his child support obligation, and you found out later that he was slightly off on the reporting of his income, you would agree that that should be corrected, right?
Right.
All right. Well, then I came across a case where a guy reported to the court that he only made $21,000 a year, and they calculated his child support based on his self-reporting, and somehow the child's mother found out that his income was slightly more than that. It was actually about $512,000 a year.
Slightly.
Do you know that the court threw the book at him, charged him with fraud, retroactively calculated it based on his income, charged him interest and penalties, and made it all due and payable. And he narrowly avoided going to jail. And that was fraud.
Right.
And then I said, okay, so Cupcake comes along and lies about the kid being his, and he doesn't find out that it's a scam or a hustle or a trick for 3 years, and she managed to get $300,000 out of it. Why isn't she accountable for handing that back with damages, arrears, penalties, interest, all of that? I said, in my mind, these two cases are exactly the same.
Yeah, they're like the mirror opposite.
They're the mirrors of each other.
Yeah, yeah.
I said in both cases, the plaintiff lied.
Yes, exactly.
And in both cases, the other party was injured because of the lies of the party who used the court's power to jack them out of substantial resources. One skirted paying, and the other just flat out used the court's ability, literally use the court's ability to take a gun,
Yep.
hold it on this guy's throat while the court ripped his wallet off his pants, went to Cupcake and said, Cupcake, how much you want?
Right.
And Cupcake's doing this. Okay, now 2 for you and 3 for me. Now 4 for me and 2 for you. Now hold on, Your Honor. I see another 1,000 in there. All right, well, let's split it. That's how we feel. Listen, that's how we paternity fraud victims feel.
Oh yeah, no, and it's relevant.
Yeah, and those and those dads who lost their kids in family court, and now an increasing number of non-custodial moms are getting a feel of what that's like.
Good.
Now, I think it's wrong if the dads do it to the moms and the moms do it to the dads. I'm like, man, if you get custody of your kids, why don't you be the parent that helps your kid have frequent and consistent quality contact with both sides of their family and stop the one-upsmanship, stop the gaming, the relationship between the two of you. All right, get yourself a headstone, run over to the graveyard, bury that sucker and say, all right, it's done.
Well, but Carnell, sometimes it's easier said than done, especially when one parent has some kind of drug or alcohol problem that is actually standing in the way of their ability to even parent properly to begin with.
Well, that should be fairly easy to demonstrate with proof to the court. So we need the court to get their head out of the white knighting and be willing to look at the evidence and then make decisions based on what's truly in the kid's best interest.
Yeah.
Based on facts. Look, facts. Over here in this space, we don't put feelings over facts, because a judge is supposed to be called a trier of fact. You can look it up and see that's what it's supposed to mean. And it's supposed to be an impartial trier of fact. It's not supposed to come in with a bias and a foregone conclusion of well, hey, comes in a nice church dress. Oh yes, she's definitely gonna win.
Right. Right.
Man, in my paternity fraud case, my ex came in with like a hat and a church dress, and I was like, "Who is that?" I'd never seen her dressed like that.
Oh, that would be probably the grooming of the legal
Courthouse
people.
Courthouse
Yeah. Grooming them to lie.
Well, put on a more wholesome image before the court.
Right.
As the lady in waiting who needed the assistance of the court. And played to the T, and the judge fell for the white knighting and took the bait and said, "Yes, my dear, that scoundrel, he won't get any of this money back. Don't you worry, your pretty little head."
Right.
I'll tell him, unless he takes my deal, he'll have to start this 5-year court battle all over again. Let's see how he likes this. Now, I don't know if he said that or not, but that's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
With me?
Yeah.
Because I wanted her to take her chances against a jury of her peers. With the evidence that I had.
Yeah.
And and I wouldn't do her like she did me. I would not have impoverished her. I mean, they jacked my payments up to more than my house payment. And literally had I been deceased before this mess got over with, it had prior claim on my assets. That would have left my newborn. By the way, this left me so jaded that I even took a DNA test with my wife.
Yeah.
Because after that one miserable experience, and then my prior experience and going bankrupt, fighting to see my son, I was like, oh, and then I got a vasectomy. I'm like, I'm done. I'll never do this again.
Yeah.
And I can truthfully say the DNA test revealed that my wife and I are the biological parents of my daughter. And I needed needed that.
Yeah. Like, it's almost like closure. Like
Yes.
closing a loop.
Yes. And she took that test
Yeah.
with my pastor and his wife as witnesses.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, of course she would. She would want that
yes,
for you. Yeah.
yes, yes. She's like, listen, you need the peace of mind. She said, I have nothing to hide.
Right? Exactly. If you don't have anything to hide, why not take the test?
Well, Cupcake says you shouldn't be allowed to ask that question.
Well, Cupcake's a crazy bitch.
I won't call her that, but I can
know.
certainly concede to that viewpoint.
Yeah.
I'll say she's cray cray.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
that's the that's the I'm gonna say that's the ghetto vernacular for crazy. Crazy chick.
Cray cray. Well, but they don't mind being called boss bitch.
AKA cray cray.
Right?
Like what it says, if you put a gold ring in the snout of a pig and put lipstick on it, it's still a pig, right?
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah.
day.
All
All day.
day, every day.
And mind you, and we are not being disparaging toward bacon here. God forbid. We're in America. We shall do no such thing.
Yeah.
We're
We love
we're
bacon.
just illustrating a point with an analogy.
Yeah. Carnell, crap, we went over our time by a
Oh,
lot.
well, listen. Hey, I hope it's been a spirited discussion.
Oh, very much. I'm sorry for doubling what
Well,
you.
tomorrow's a holiday here where I'm at, so I'm not working tomorrow. So
Okay. Okay. I appreciate it.
hey,
I
no
know.
worries.
I know. We talked about maybe taking some questions earlier.
Well,
Marie. Marie had a
you could take a
question.
couple if there are any.
Can a woman who first declined child support and alimony in a divorce and took the child back to her country come back and demand pay back pay? So Marie
All right.
knows somebody who did the passport thing,
Okay.
and
They flew the
wife
coop.
left with wife left with child.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So she
Well,
declined all the stuff.
well, it depends. Is there a final order adjudicating that case? If there is a final order that's adjudicating that case and she's not charged with parental kidnapping, then I'd say yes, could come back. But if you know this person has gone and left and you have a final divorce decree and it's been adjudicated in your favor and you don't owe anything by the terms of that final divorce decree, there's no retro comeback in most cases that I'm aware of. So the key is, does this person have a final divorce decree? Because in some cases that thing could be like stayed and kind of be in limbo, right? But if you're saying she declined, then that means she had to have been served and be aware of the divorce. So what happened with the custodial decision there? Because the child would have normally been a U.S. citizen, being born in the United States, and had a determination of primary parental custodialship been determined by the court before she split. There's a lot of factors here, but not
Yeah.
necessarily being able to come back per se for alimony, right? Now, if you got a final divorce decree and the court declares that okay, he is not going to owe any payments, I think it'd be real hard to come back after him. Long as that's a final, listen, not temporary, final. If it says if he's got a temporary, that sucker's not closed yet. If that person is not able to do their own case, like pro se pro per for themselves and do research, I'd say this question right here would be worthy of even getting a 1 hour, 2 hour consultation, say with a major family law firm that you know, where they have some people who do full-time family law and have experience with international cases. Like when you have a case of parental kidnapping, it's not rare, by the way. It's not rare. If it's a father, like I know of a national father's attorney chain called Cordell and Cordell. I've done some work with them on a few, places, and they're in a lot of states. It'd be worth it to get a consultation, because you could do a consultation for a fixed cost. You know what I mean? Get
Mm-hmm.
an hour, 2 hours, and get a legal opinion.
Mm.
Hope that helps.
Saunders said earlier, I fear I'm losing my middle son as we speak and have zero power to intervene. He's only 12 and on the wrong path of life. Yeah, he has orders. His ex-wife is not fulfilling her end of the bargain.
Mm. So I'd ask this question: Does Saunders have the will and the ability to aggressively push for contempt against the mother? Because it can be done in one of two ways. One is you learn enough about the rules of the court, civil procedure, and case law to do it yourself as a pro se pro per litigant, which means self-representing.
Mm-hmm.
You can learn to do it. You can learn to do it for yourself. Um, or the other option, the more expensive option,
Yeah.
is retaining attorney. But you said Saunders is also the one who has already been fleeced out of a lot of cash as well,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Because his situation went contested, and that's where your money gets burned up, because the other side can drag this thing out, and you're burning up billable hours, and you burn up your retainer even before you get to court, even
Right.
if your retainer is in 5 figures. Ask me how I know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, but if he had the will and the desire to do so, he could learn how to represent himself.
Mm.
Now, I'm an affiliate for a 1 year course offered by a attorney who teaches people um, how to represent themselves, and he teaches the law from the basics all the way up. He's a law professor, by the way,
Mm.
and he's been doing this for over 25 or so years. If Father Saunders is interested in learning more about that, he could contact me through thepaternitycoach.com. And I'll ask is, well, hey, I'm an affiliate. If it turns out it's something of interest to you, I'll earn a small fee from the attorney for recommending them. But you can learn how to do this at home from your computer, and it's taught by an attorney. I
I
completely
will. I know
understand that.
that.
Completely understand that. Yeah. But you're important, Father Saunders. So don't do anything to take you out of the picture for the wrong and the evil that's been done to you. You are valuable, you are important. And just think about this for a second. As bad as this is, it's temporary, meaning the kids do get older. And I can tell you there are times that the kids end up challenging the mother, and they come searching for answers later. You want to be here. It would be great for you to be here, so when that day comes, that you could be one to provide them with answers. It's not uncommon that, especially boys, and being brought up in an emotional environment and with little to no male influence, um, you might even be his saving grace. So you are so important. I would say you should, if you're not already doing so, give some serious consideration to getting some uh, therapy with a male therapist, a masculine male therapist.
Yes, just me and Carnell are on the same page. The women should be sorting out the women, and the men should be sorting out the men in that realm.
Yes,
Unfortunately, the majority of our psychology field are man-hating feminists. So,
but they're not all.
yeah.
And there's a few unicorns out there. There are a lot of ladies more that are like you, who were the kid who was affected, and they have great empathy toward the heart of helping a father.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah.
unicorns. It's us like, you know how they say you might have to kiss 2 dozen frogs before you find the prince. Well,
Right.
I don't know how it looks in terms of the psychology and mental health treatment field, but
I don't think it's a good idea for women to get to that into like because
mhm,
that's a very intimate space.
yeah, and
And when you put men and women together
mhm,
in that, I mean,
mhm,
for one, it can't be completely truthful.
right.
And for two, like a lot of women can't not cross boundaries.
There you go. There you
So,
go. There you go. And
yeah.
and I think a masculine guy with him being military, I think
Oh, yeah.
would help him.
Yeah.
And then two, if he has any services available through his military service, a lot of time there's help and services available that we have never asked for. And I'm just gonna say this, that a lot of the men that I've talked to, okay, okay, all right, all right. So he knows we're not making this up.
Yeah.
All right, copy that, sir. Copy
Mm.
that.
Yeah.
Well, don't give up, brother. Don't give up on you. At some point, man, you got to put you at the top of the list, and this is the time. All right,
Yeah.
because
He
I'm
hasn't.
being honest with him. That's what I ended up doing. I was like, nah, well, look, me harming myself and me harming her was gonna be bad for my son, so I dropped both of those.
Right. Right.
And then I said, well, I'm worth it to me.
Yeah.
And then I started doing things to work on me, and I think took a while. Believe me, took a while. Blessings to your brother.
Yeah. Father Saunders has a channel too. He'll
Right.
host some panels. He likes to like get the guys together and
Okay.
have community and just have discussion and
Okay.
he
Good
shares
deal.
a lot
Well,
of good wisdom.
I hope he can hear the empathy from me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look, I'm an unapologetic men and fathers' rights advocate. I don't apologize for my position when I go before lawmakers. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of times I'm the only one there.
Mm,
That's something we need more of.
yeah. 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 That's something that there's a chick, Mrs. Sunkiss. She's a married woman. She's kind of a unicorn too. She's one of in her age group, one of the very
Mm-hmm.
few women
Mm-hmm.
that's still almost married, like 20 years later, and
Mm-hmm.
she has two kids, no baby daddies. Like
All
she,
right.
I mean, in the Black community, what are the stats on marriage?
Oh wow. From what I heard,
Yeah,
that roughly 3 out of 4 black women will not get married.
exactly.
But if they do, the numbers I've heard that like 80% of them destroy their own family
Yep.
by filing for divorce, usually over something related to finance. She
Right.
want she wants more money.
Right.
And by the way, I've literally had these discussions with guys that's like, man, his wife is never happy. She's mad because he's never home because he's at work making
Right.
money to support the lifestyle. But then
Right.
she wants to leave him because he's never there to spend time with her.
Yeah.
And she's not willing to adjust the lifestyle on the downward style because she's willing to keep up an appearance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And by the way, her money is her money and his money is for the household.
Right.
I'm like, that's not a team.
Well, that isn't a team, but she also advocates for men getting involved in trying to make the changes, like because
Good.
historically women have activized, if you would like to call it that, and did
Yeah.
all this stuff, and that's
Mhm.
how they've gotten to
Well,
all
that's how
these
we
things
got here.
changed. Yeah,
That's how we
exactly,
got here. And
exactly.
look, and I fully acknowledge there was a time historically that there was a extreme disadvantage for the mother.
Yeah,
And I do mean, even, without going all the way back to old English times, of where the mother and child were deemed as property. of the father. You know, the term was chattel. He didn't have to worry about paternity fraud, and he didn't have to worry about parental alienation.
Right.
Because he was going to get the kids, number one.
Yeah.
And two, if she decided she didn't want to if she didn't want to benefit from his benevolent dictatorship, she could get
Right.
out. Look,
Right.
but
Yeah.
she had to get out without the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of wonder though sometimes that, you know,
Mm.
if
Mm-hmm.
if that
Mm-hmm.
no fault divorce thing were repealed and you had to have fault grounds
Mm-hmm.
instead of
Well,
incentivizing and paying folks to just make up something, go, we have irreconcilable differences. I want an open marriage and my husband won't agree to it.
yeah.
Divorce, you know, that
Yeah.
I'm seeing lots and lots and more of that is where, you know, these guys are being asked by their wives to participate in an open marriage.
Right.
That's code for she is already cheating or has already identified somebody she wants to cheat with
Mm-hmm.
and is looking for him to endorse it. And
Mm-hmm.
then that could be used against him in divorce by saying he agreed to it.
Right.
Therefore,
Right.
then he, he can't use adultery against her because
Right.
he agreed to it. My position is, fellas, if if she ever brings that topic up, you need to be talking to your lawyer, filing for divorce.
Yeah.
The fact that it's in her head that it was okay to approach you with that topic. The hamsters are not running on the wheel. They done keeled over. The wheel is jacked up, rusted.
Right. 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 It's
She
already
has look,
over.
she has checked out.
Yeah.
Kind of hard
Yeah.
to save a ship when it's like, you know, it's half underwater, right?
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, I think this has been a lively discussion. I hope there will be
Yeah.
some value to your audience. And I would like to say thank you, GM, so much for opportunity to meet with you again and to
Yeah.
connect here.
Yeah.
Gonna want to talk to you about having you on my channel too. I'm
Yep.
getting closer to the launch. So
Yeah.
I had to get my show name and stuff together, and I'm getting my
Yeah.
links and get my
Yeah.
intro and outro music together. So
Good. Good. Good.
um,
Yeah. Just let me know whenever you need me for anything. I will. You know what I like to do.
bring the smoke.
Yes, I do. I love it.
And I
Yes.
look, and it doesn't bother me if you call them crazy witches. It don't bother me a bit.
Okay, I know. A lot of the guys like they'll just like kind of giggle because they wish they could say it and get away with it too, I think.
Listen, I have literally, when I understood I had a hostile audience going like a legislative meeting,
Yeah.
I would prep one of the ladies,
Mhm.
give her part of my speech,
Yeah.
coach her on how to deliver it, and let her go. And she knocked it out of the park
Yeah.
because in that hostile situation, they would refuse to listen to me just because I was a man.
Right. I mean, you're dealing with women that have trust issues anyway, and then they've been ideologically brainwashed into
Yeah.
believing no man and only believing women. But then there's a twist: only believe women who agree with you.
Uh-huh.
Totally don't listen to the ones that disagree with you when those are the ones that can actually sort you out properly. So
But what if you're before a mixed committee that's 50-50 men and women, and
mm.
probably half of those guys are simps?
Well, yeah.
Then it's a strategic move on my part
Mm-hmm.
to bring in a woman who is married to a paternity fraud victim.
Right.
Therefore, she is affected personally when 40% of the household income is going across town to his ex-wife that lied, and none of the kids are her husband's kids. And she can't buy new shoes for the kids that are theirs that live with them. All I need to do is help her
Right.
with what to do with that mic.
Right, right, right. Well, it fits into the whole man suffering, but woman most
Yeah.
affected
And
narrative.
but again, like I said, it's strategic. It's
Yeah.
strategic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it more important that the message get out and it get received,
Right.
or do I focus on who is the messenger?
Well, if we had more men being able and confident and comfortable to also bring out the message, I don't think we would need as many women, right?
Trust me when I say this. There are places where folks have some animus toward a masculine man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if I'd walked in there with a metro as a metrosexual with a man bag and some lipstick on, and I was saying, "Go, girl,"
Right. 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 Right.
they'd be like, "Hey, come on, sweetie, let me get this mic for you. You need any water?"
Right.
I don't talk like that. and
Right.
and and trust me, I am. You've seen me. I'm very respectful. I'm
Yeah.
professional.
Yeah.
I know how to be, how to read the room, how to conduct myself.
Yeah.
Um, but there are people who make, perceptions. I literally have to show up like this to be heard. Look,
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know this. And
Yeah.
because I know this, I will show up with my leather briefcase, my Lady Justice pen, my bag, and I will conduct myself accordingly. Are
Yeah.
you getting what I'm saying
Oh
by
yeah.
not saying it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And like I
Yeah.
said, and then I'll go the extra mile to help that woman who is literally terrorized and nervous even about being there. And I will stand at the lectern with her and not say a thing until I'm asked. But I want to get her to say what she says. And I've literally helped her with her 1 to 2 minute with points that are about her personal life of dealing with the issue.
Yeah.
And then show her how she can say, as an honest woman, I don't see why these women can't just tell the truth in the first place.
Right.
Now, who's saying something to her?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
The
called
liars are all
look,
afraid, though.
but Jim, that's called strategy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, you gotta is it more important that the message get delivered and received
Yeah.
than who stands up with saying, well, hey, I know I helped her. It is much more important to me that that whole committee or that subcommittee heard her.
Yeah.
And then when they start asking for questions, guess who can answer questions?
Right. You.
Ta-da!
Right.
Because I'm there to lend educational support.
Oh.
Got it?
Right. Got it.
So am
Got
I
it.
perceived as a threat then? Gosh, no.
No, you're helping
Look,
this poor woman.
exactly. Exactly. I am here to help.
Yeah. Yeah.
How may
Yeah.
I, how may I be of assistance?
Right. The ultimate white knight.
Perceived.
Right. Right.
But if you ever saw the Green Hornet,
Mm-mm.
well, when you get a chance, look it up.
Is
Bruce
it a?
Lee is a very highly revered martial artist named Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Used to travel with this character named the Green Hornet, and he was the driver for him. And he would wear a chauffeur's uniform, and he was called Kato. And Kato looked unassuming and looked like no threat. But Kato was what you probably would have called today a MMM fighter with 3 black belts
Okay.
in kung fu, karate, and
Right.
some other form of dangerous martial arts, to where
Right.
he was deemed by police as a weapon.
Right.
And you messed with that guy.
Yeah.
And as long as you didn't do nothing wrong, you didn't really find out who he was.
Right.
So, going in incognito fashion, I am here to help. But when
Hmm.
needed,
Mm-hmm.
I can be the dangerous one that they need
Good.
because I have all of this experience. I have legal experience. I have legislative experience. I have industry experience as being a service provider. I'm not saying any of this to be a brag or a boast, but when you can literally field all of the questions from the committee and you got learned attorneys there saying, man, dude, you should go to law school.
Right. Right.
I think you're adding value
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
ultimately I want to help them make a quality decision that helps the citizens of their state such that males, men and boys don't
Mm-hmm.
go to jail and prison for pregnancies they had nothing to do with creating.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying based on fairness, truth, and justice. Now, who's against that? Let me see your hands here at this committee. Not
Feminist.
look, no, none of I do these in public. I do public committee meetings. None of them are willing,
Ah.
and a lot of these committee meetings also have media.
Mm.
None of them are willing to stand up there and take that kind of smoke on camera. Because you do know once it gets published and it gets out
Yeah.
on the internet, there
Yep.
is no retracting it.
Right. The internet is forever.
That's right. That's right.
Yes. Forever.
And see, I don't do backdoor deals. I request public hearings because the
Yeah.
people, listen, the
Yeah.
people, the
Yeah.
constituents who are affected
Yeah.
deserve to know what's going on. And they
Yes.
deserve to hear about solutions that is going to affect the enslavement of the population in that state.
Yep.
And dadgummit, we need to put a stop to it.
Exactly. Transparency is important.
And that's right. And most states have this thing called open meetings requirements.
Hmm.
Yeah, because taxpayers. How do you
Yeah.
ban the taxpayers from a state that has open meetings requirement?
Mm.
Now, on some cases, due to it might be stuff under executive privilege and it's confidential and stuff like that, and it's protected by some statutory thing. But most other things, you have
Mm-hmm.
you have a right, you have a right and an ability to be present.
Yeah.
And they can say that, well, if you have questions and you want to express a comment, they can impose a time limit. And this is the time to be professional.
Mm-hmm.
You can professionally disagree with a position.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the time to pull out your sailor swear word dictionary,
Mm-hmm.
because they can't hear what you got to say because they deem that you're shouting at them.
Mm-hmm.
You might be angry, you might be hurt, but if you got to remember, a lot of these people who you need a vote from here, they
Mm-hmm.
didn't have anything to do with that legislation that did this to you back starting in the 70s and the 80s. They weren't here,
Right.
but they themselves, they were affected or they know somebody who was affected. And what I learned from studying Dr. Martin Luther King was help the person walk a mile in your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I literally show up at a host or a meeting like that and pick someone out of that audience and put them in the story. Told my state representative, I said, would you believe me if I tell you that you and your son could be sued for paternity for a child you'd have nothing to do with, had no knowledge of, didn't cause the pregnancy because there's no evidence required to be submitted with that lawsuit to sue you.
Mm-hmm.
All they need is a name. I said, now, and if you don't show up at that hearing, they can get a judgment after you, and you could lose your driver's license, your business license, seize your checking account, your savings account, put out a warrant for your arrest. Now, is there anything you would like to help me do to stop this from happening to you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that?
Mm-hmm.
I said, from
Mm-hmm. You put
happening.
them in the hot seat.
And guess what? He got it
Mhm.
in less than 10 minutes.
Well, if he's a man, men are typically smart. Like,
Well,
you know what I mean? Like that.
but I did the same thing to some feminists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I debated one of their heroes, attorney Gloria Allred. I debated her live on the Dr. Phil show. I was there, and she's a
Mm.
radical feminist attorney, and I knew she had represented a young lady who committed paternity fraud.
Really?
Yeah, you remember the Scott Peterson murder case?
No.
The guy who killed his wife so that he could go be with his side chick, the mistress. Well, the side chick, her name was Amber Fry. Amber Fry committed paternity fraud against this guy who owned a hair salon.
Okay.
So, and Gloria Allred defended her as if it was a mistake. Remember what I said? When it comes to paternity fraud, the DNA test is not a weapon against women.
Right. It's a shield to protect the men.
Yeah, yeah. But see, but the problem didn't occur when the test was done.
Yeah.
The problem occurred when her client was having multiple intimate partners during the window of conception, but she picked the salon owner as the daddy. It turns out the guy who worked like was a short order cook was actually the daddy. Now, I'm not saying 100%. By the way, you know who made more money, right?
Probably the cooks. Salons are, I don't know. Salons are hard to make money at.
Not this guy. This was a successful salon.
Yeah.
Where, because you know the people who rent the chairs in the salon have to pay you rent.
Oh, so he's a landlord. Yeah.
He's the
not
owner.
Well, yeah.
No. He don't just own the building. He run the business. You got the people who got to get who book a booth in there, got to pay him.
Yeah.
And he's doing hair.
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah.
and
so
he's got
he's
his own
making
client.
some money. Yeah. He's making money.
For all I know, he was her hair guy.
That's weird. Most of the guys in my industry, Carnell, most of the guys in my industry are gay.
Well, and then there are some who know that, well, this gets me access to women all day. I just have to listen. I have to be able to listen to stuff, but I learn inside information, and then I apply this inside information. I just got to be able to endure all those 20,000 words per day from each woman while I'm there. I need a stiff drink for my shift start and a mouthful of peppermint.
I've never met one of those guys in the 14 years I've been in this industry. I've never met one of those.
Well, they must be unicorns then.
Yeah, they must be.
Or he's swinging both ways. I don't know.
Right. Nah, that's possible. That's possible too.
But
what happened?
She picked him. She picked the owner, the hair salon owner.
Of course.
And for some reason, he ended up getting a DNA test. He was pissed when he found out by the time the kid was like 4 years old. So she got him for like 4 years.
Oh, why did he wait so long?
You don't get it.
No.
Us guys would never believe the chick that we believe in. We don't think she would do something like that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so to really fix all of this, we just have to stop men from believing all women.
Yeah, that would go a long ways. But you know what I tell guys? I'm like, man,
what?
This is such a serious nature that you cannot be concerned about her feelings on when you need to get this DNA test, because she will try to gaslight you. Yes. She's going to try to emotionally manipulate you.
Yes.
How dare you not trust me?
Right.
Look, Cupcake's got her finger behind her back. How dare you not trust me?
But
I would never do that.
That's emotional terrorism. That's when, because I look at a lot of these guys in a particular situation to where they're more like emotional hostages.
Yeah. And after years of being manipulated and stuff, sometimes guys are acquiesce just to hear her shut up.
Yeah.
Like I told you a little earlier, I says, I went through great lengths just to not come home.
Yeah.
And finally, a particular song by this artist named Wilson Pickett, I finally figured out what that guy's song was about. The name of the song is I Could Do Bad All by Myself. I don't need no help starving to death.
Yeah. I've never heard
Guy,
it.
well, it's an old classic. We're talking probably 50s, 60s or older.
Yeah.
And it was a hit. It was a hit selection. Um, I know these things from being a former DJ, paid my way through college doing that. But what the guy was talking about, that relationship with her was such, it got on his nerves so bad that eventually he figured out the best thing that he could do for himself was get rid of her. Look, right quick, right fast, and in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had to pay her to leave, it would be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the peace of mind and to be able to just hear yourself think. I don't know about you, but if you could just imagine having a monkey just
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
or
Yeah.
or a it's one thing
Mosquito.
to have it's one thing to have an inquisitive kid who generally has questions,
Mm-hmm.
and but it's another thing to have someone who is just emotionally manipulative,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't want to give you any peace. They don't even want to let you have like 2 breaths of silence
Right.
just to be alone where you can gather your thoughts.
Yeah.
They will start stuff. I'm talking about if there was quiet, they'll do something to disturb the peace.
Yeah, yeah. Those are ear rapists.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No,
Well,
I'm looking into the law to properly hold women accountable for their emotional terrorism, their, you know, their ear rape, their mind, their emotional rape, because it's comparable to the physical laws that we already have put in place. I want emotional laws put in place to prosecute women for their crimes. That's what I want.
well, you see this right here?
Yeah.
This is the Johnny Depp defense kit right here.
Right.
You take your pick which model you want to use.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
very friendly, user-friendly device comes with, ladies and gentlemen, it comes with audio and video recording capability. It has timestamp, and for a nominal price,
Mhm.
you'll have a device that will serve you day or night as long as you keep it charged.
Right.
Highly recommended that once you get below 40%, you charge it back up. This can save your life. One of
Yeah.
these saved 4 young men at Howard University from going to prison for false rape charges. A young lady that these guys met at a party decided that she would take on all 4 of them enthusiastically.
Of course.
And a day later, or so, she had buyer's remorse.
Of course. Little guilt and shame started kicking in, right?
No. She was concerned about what her boyfriend would think when the news reached him.
Of
So,
course.
as a cover story,
Mm-hmm.
she went to the local police and filed, these 4 guys attacked me and had their way with me. And I barely got out of there.
Of course.
Now, dummy Tinkerbell, the guys had enough foresight to use the Johnny Depp defense kit.
Right.
Now, after the police swore her in on her complaint and everything, well, the guys, when the police came and started questioning them, says, "Nah, man, that's not what happened. And we can show you." What? Now, the detectives are like, "What do you mean you can show us?" Well, officer, I'm glad you asked. You don't have to take my word for it. I just happen to have the Johnny Depp defense kit.
Right.
And by the way, this is a good 10, 15 years before the Johnny Depp defense kit came up. But due to, current modern news cycles, I just would throw this in so that it'd be relatable. You
right.
Understand, right?
Right.
They played the video off of the Johnny Depp wireless security device. And what the detectives observed was she wasn't being attacked at all. She was given directions.
Mm,
You do
mm.
this, you do that. No, you
Right,
over here. Now I
right,
need you to back it up. I need you
right,
to drop it like it's.
right, right, right.
And she took on all four of them
What an idiot.
enthusiastically.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that's the case 100% of the time, but I think
Yeah.
we would get a lot closer to the truth if a lot more men and boys availed themselves of the wireless Johnny Depp security device.
Right.
And once the detectives had satisfied themselves with, we completely agree with your position,
Yeah.
released all four of them. And by the way, did you know that those things called handcuffs, they fit her too?
So she got in trouble. What was
She
her
didn't just get in
punishment?
trouble, she actually got formally charged for making a false police report under oath.
Oh, false police report. I have questions
Under
about those.
oath. Listen,
Yeah. Yeah.
under oath, she refused to recant the story.
Wow.
Dummy
Yeah.
thought she had her word against their word.
Right.
No, these brilliant, smart young men.
Yeah.
Now they were dumb. They were dumb, in my opinion, for just meeting up for the first time and allowing themselves to participate in a quad enthusiastic train the trainer session. I mean, I think that's
Right.
how they called it. Because she was given direction. So she was
Right.
she was the
In
senior player.
charge.
She
Yeah.
was in charge.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
the story. That is not the story that she told the officers under oath.
Of course.
And the university got wind of this because had these young men not had the Johnny Depp wireless
Right.
security device,
Right.
their college careers would have been over.
Right.
Their freedom would have been immediately over. And they probably may not have made bond. And life as those four young men knew it would have been over.
Yeah.
And had they been branded and convicted of that charge in prison, they were also at risk for special treatment once they were incarcerated.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Are
There's certain
you getting
things
what
that
I'm saying?
don't. Yeah. No. There's certain things that aren't that are kind of frowned upon by other
Yes,
criminals. Like,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
There's two
Exactly.
things. Yeah.
And by the way,
Yeah.
that was 4 African American young men, like 18 to 19.
Mm-hmm.
It was a young African American woman who did that to him.
Of course.
Had they not had the wireless Johnny Depp security device,
Mm-hmm.
life would have been very bleak for those 4.
Yeah.
Unless we think it is only minorities,
Nope.
there's this young lady who was in the news cycle named Jenna Beal. Jenna, last name Beal. She has been convicted and imprisoned on a 10-year sentence for four claims of rape.
Really
Yeah. And she
false.
lost the appeal.
Nice.
And
Nice.
she refused to recant her story. And one of those young men got sentenced to like 5 years. And because the detectives kept investigating, they found out she did this to try to get back in a relationship with her boyfriend. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So, yes, we need more men and boys to be represented at the table when we're talking about legislative and anything that could impact the male
Yeah.
population. We need
Yeah.
to have some male representation at the table to speak about it at the state level, the county level, and at the national federal level. We do need
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But we also need some practical tips to be passed on as part of proactive and preventive strategies, such that since there are 4 types of false allegations that men and boys are in danger of. And we just talked about the SA. We just talked about the RP. Uh, we talked about paternity fraud, right? And then the other one is DV.
Domestic violence. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. See, and that's kind
This
of where I
one
want to
thing,
get in there. Wait, is that
this
family
one
court?
device,
But is
this
that
one.
family court realm?
Well,
Could it be?
it can cross over into family court.
What about
It can be
what?
alleged. It can be
Okay.
alleged in family court.
What about if a workplace type of thing is impacting the family?
All right,
Is that a stretch?
give me an example, because when it comes to family court, Cupcake has carte blanche and is largely believed because she said so.
Right.
Him, on the other hand, he's gonna need video.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
yeah.
gonna literally need this right here, and he's gonna need to learn what the laws are about one party and two party state in terms of where he
Recording.
can legally record.
Right.
I happen to be in one of those one party states where, as long as one of the parties in the conversation is aware of the recording, all of the other parties don't have to be aware of it. Do you think I believe in using my Johnny Depp wireless security device?
Wireless security device. I'm going to tag Johnny Depp. He's going to love this, by the way.
Look, you notice I did not at any time say this was a phone.
Right, right.
This is my personal security device.
Yeah.
Because it may be the thing that protects me from going to jail on a false accusation.
Yeah. Have you talked to Mr. Palmer?
Yes, I've been on his show.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I've been on his show. We definitely talked about BMTs.
Baby mama terrorists. Yeah.
Yep. He has a spirited description of them.
Oh yeah.
And he has no love for the child support system.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He and I are a little different in terms of our messaging.
Yeah.
But he reaches an audience that needs to hear.
Yep.
I reach an audience that need to hear, and we have common ground.
Yeah.
Again, what I say, are we going to dwell on the message or the messenger?
Right.
Some people don't understand. How could you go on that guy's show? I understand his position.
Right.
Now, I can't deliver the message that way that he does, because it would cost me.
Right. But that's his lane.
Yeah. And I
I
could cross over there. He could cross over here.
Yep.
And he's already told me, he's like, man, you need me to come? He says, man, I know how to polish it up for, and I put on a suit. I was like, look, and I was like, there you go, bro.
Yep.
Because you understand that there's times, in order to make sure we'll be taken seriously,
right,
we have to do this.
Yep.
I can tell you that even among my own community and among the people, if I come in with my cap on backwards, tank top, jeans, I get treated one way. I come in like this, got my leather brief bag, it's a whole different treatment. Are you catching what I'm putting down?
Oh yeah, people respect well-dressed people that take pride in the way they look and present themselves. It's a respectable thing. So I get
and
it.
They find that I can be engaging and conversant as well.
Yeah.
And they're like, wait a minute, hold on, man. I was expecting him to go, yo, dog, what's up? The mother blanket is so and so, and the F that and so and so. And I'm like,
right.
I understand in the particular audience that I'm going to go before that language would get me uninvited and with great potential to never be able to come back again.
Right. Yeah.
So message, messenger, and delivery.
Yep. Yeah.
That doesn't make me better. That doesn't make me, superior in any way.
It just makes this your lane.
I'm finna say it. I'm
Yeah.
in my lane. There's people like, man, how could you do major media with several hundred major shows? I was like, listen, I found out about how their show worked, how their audience worked. I helped them with a compelling story. I helped them get what they wanted while I got what I wanted. That's called a
Yeah.
win-win. Duh.
Right. Right. And that's what a lot of people I don't think understand. Like the more wins, the best deal, right? Like if you can create the most amount of wins, like that's like good stuff. A lot of people are like, no, I want to win, and it requires somebody else to lose. It's that zero-sum mindset.
Yeah. And
I
some of
don't
the people,
get it.
some of the people don't, they think small too, by the way. Um,
Yeah.
they think that when you reach the level to where you're gonna be dealing with someone like Dr. Phil and Oprah and the major people who call the shots for their own show from end
Right.
to end,
Right.
you don't get to dictate how that's going to go. You get to offer suggestions. You get to
Yeah.
offer points that you would like to cover, right?
Right.
And then
Right.
you get to speak freely from your side, but you don't get to dictate terms,
Right.
right? But now, how dumb would I be to try to go in and call myself going to bully them when they're spending their own money? They're flying their crew to my house. They're going with me to all locations. They pay for hotel, air, meals, and all the extra expenses and all that stuff. Flew my client, his wife, his ex-wife, her husband, Gloria Allred, an
Yeah.
attorney friend of mine out there. And the show has aired, from what I hear, about more than 5 times, and it's aired in more than 100 countries.
Wow.
How much did I pay for that media coverage? My time.
Yeah. Yeah.
What would it have cost me to do a 1-hour show in prime time?
Right. Right.
More than my house.
Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah.
But see, and then I have to tell some people, I said, listen, if I have to explain this to you, you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
Because they're like, man, I want you to get me on so-and-so's show. I says, you don't understand how this works. I said,
You don't call them, they call you.
exactly. And look, and I had
Right.
to already be doing things before
Yeah.
they ever, you don't know how long they've been watching you before they called you.
Right.
They want to see how you conduct yourself.
Right.
And some other behind the scene things. All right.
Yeah.
You know, um, you know, it was a suggestion that we have a spirited debate on stage.
Yeah.
Now, according to folks in the audience, they tell me I won that debate against her.
Well, if
And
it's a feminist, I wouldn't be surprised.
well,
Let me guess. Did it
definitely,
turn into the shame,
she attempted to,
insults, guilt, and the need to be right?
she attempted it.
Yeah.
She's like, you couldn't possibly know about the law. I'm like, lady, I've been specialized in this area of the law for more than 6 years at that point. Written model legislation, gotten it passed, been accepted as an expert witness in multiple states.
Right.
And I am a legal DNA service provider internationally. I might know a little bit about this.
Right.
But you know
Right.
what? I didn't choose to, like, we ain't gonna come to blows over it. I just merely found another way to respond. I said, well, here's what I have done. I might know a little bit about the topic.
Yeah.
The audience found that tremendously funny.
Yeah.
And at the end of the show, the highest compliment was her saying, I think you'd make a pretty good lawyer.
That is a good compliment.
I told her, I was like, well, thank you, ma'am. I said, that's pretty righteous comment coming from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I had fun. My client told me he had fun. His ex-wife didn't have fun.
Oh, I bet not.
Dr. Phil chewed her out live on stage, and she thought she could
Really?
withdraw. She thought she could withdraw her dummy signed a written consent agreement.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh
She
yeah.
wanted to withdraw it because she embarrassed herself?
Absolutely embarrassed herself.
Oh.
Let's just say she does not represent her and her husband, her new husband, well.
Right. Oh, Mrs. Sunkist is here. She wants to throw all these crazy bitches in jail. She's so funny. Like
Well,
we've kind of debated back and forth on the stuff, and she's definitely a unicorn in your guys's. What do they
well,
call it? The communita.
yeah, the community,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'll say this, you know, in my space, I was deemed a unicorn over 2 decades ago because when I started out lobbying for legislative reform, I literally was standing in the rain alone.
yeah,
But I had one television camera come cover the story.
yeah.
Because once I had started providing them with data that they could independently verify, they found me credible. And then I invited the media to those public hearings.
Yeah.
And my own state legislator says, when you asked for the public hearing, man, I thought it was only going to be you and maybe 3 or 4 guys was going to show up. Pack the room,
Wow.
mostly with women.
Nice.
Women who were affected, has someone that was related, that they know or love, who was affected. Because when it's your son that's going to jail for one of these fraudulent child support cases,
Right.
it's you that's trying to raise money to get him out.
Right.
It's you trying to poll the family to help you come up with bond money. So you get an opportunity to come speak, and you hear this guy like me telling you that you're the kind of lady who needs to come and speak up and make your voice count. I have more women on the honest side standing for truth than the other sides that have standing up saying, "Oh no, man, we don't need to change anything, man. Everything's fine, man. Let's just leave these sleeping dogs alone."
Right.
I
Right.
said, so what you're saying that the problem is really much bigger, and if we shine the light on this, we'll find more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, shut up. Oh no, no, no,
Right.
no. Let me go help more of these ladies with their speeches.
Right. Oh,
And
unwanted contriver just came in. He's a gentleman from India. He's a MGTOW guy from India.
okay,
He, yeah, the answer to that is Mr. Carnell Smith here did that for 11 years. You might have to rewind it and catch the rest. But
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Um, Needless to say, in some countries that's still permitted. Dare to say in France that if you have to ask the mother for permission to take the DNA test, and she knows she's had multiple intimate partners during the window of conception, you are not likely to get that permission. now, now watch this carefully now, GM.
mm-hmm.
I can't tell you what to do.
Okay,
I am not an attorney. Therefore,
right,
I cannot give legal advice.
right.
But if you happen to stop by the legal DNA collection center to check out the kid because they had a cough, and you happen to submit, I mean, they collect some samples because you got to have your mouth open while they're going to say right,
Right, right.
and you happen to get some samples collected, they'll test them for you.
Oh, nice.
Look,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
will test them for you,
Right.
and you may find out the kids got a cold. You might not find out the kids got a cold. But this could lead to you getting answers that are very important for, health, family identity, and legal concerns. And I think you deserve to know, because God forbid your medical history be inappropriate for the child and you find out, in an emergency situation, here
Right.
you are thinking that you can donate body tissue, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
and you find out not only are you not a match, but your blood would kill the kid because you're not related.
Right.
Well, you wouldn't want to find that out then, now, would you?
No, not at all.
Because I can't tell you what to do as an attorney. I'm only a lowly legal consultant who's been hired by attorneys.
Right.
I might know a little bit on the topic, but I wouldn't discourage you from stopping by the DNA collection site to make sure that the health of the child's mouth is okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Allegedly.
And look, and any truth that fell out of that visit
Yeah.
would be accidental and not intentional.
Right. Right.
See, we
Right.
put all the appropriate disclaimers in this now, didn't we?
We did.
We didn't tell or hold out to anybody that we were giving legal advice.
No, never. Why would
This
we?
show is educational in nature
And entertainment.
and entertaining. So this is edutainment.
It's edutainment. Yeah.
Now, what you learn to do for yourself and how you apply it for yourself is at your discretion.
Yep. Yep. That's funny. Carnell, I've gone over another hour past the original time you said that
All
you
right,
allotted this conversation.
All right, so you ready to tell people if they would like to connect with me? I mean,
Yes, please. Yes,
obviously,
yes.
I'm like I said, I might know a little something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am Carnell Smith. I am the paternity coach. I help women, men, and families address family identity issues and questions using DNA, law, and advocacy. If you'd like to learn more about me also as the author of Trapped by Law, I'd invite you to connect with me. If you go to thepaternitycoach.com, paternitycoach.com, you could actually get a copy of my Amazon bestseller. It reached bestseller in 3 categories, and it's called Trapped by Law. We need more people to become advocates in this space to help protect men and boys from unfair legal entrapment, which AKA turns them into wage slaves. They become income producing property for the state. And the state is very happy with that situation staying the way it is. I'm not. That's why we need more advocates. We need more people. And some of you who are out here listening, you might know someone who needs some help in this area, or you may just want to have a complimentary consultation with me and might be able to direct you on a path or plan on how do you get a solution to what you're looking for. I'm Carnell Smith. I'm the paternity coach.
That was lovely. It's almost like you've done that before, Carnell.
I might know a little something.
So when you get your channel up and running,
all right,
with your sound bar and your or what is that called? You already have it. That's funny. Oh man.
All right. Well, I got the board already. I'm just working out some kinks.
Yeah.
Working out some kinks.
Nice.
But thank you so much, GM. Hey,
thank you, Carnell,
it's been a blast.
Look, so much time with us. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you very much.
All right, listen, you be well.
I will.
Happy Veterans Day.
Oh yes, and to all the veterans in the chat, there's many that frequent this channel.
And look, and I am I'm a member of a military family. My son served 3 tours of combat duty, a U.S. Marine. Dad served in the Army. Sister served in the Navy. And I have a whole bunch of other folks, even up through the Coast Guard. So, hey, we are a military supporting family, and we're proud of America. All right. Blessings to your audience. Thank you, guys. Please like and share the video.
Thank you, Carnell, very much.
All
right. Bye. All right. Men's rights activist and he already has a soundboard. That's funny. I have to pee so bad. Does anybody want to come up and chat about this? It's been 3 hours. Wow. Does anybody have anything that they want to share about? Sunkiss was super late to the party. I know. How's Miles wrestling? Yeah, Frank. I need to the international conference and webinars and seminars. Oh, I'm sure he does lots of stuff. I gave you guys the link to his channel, right? Actually, I was going to play this originally earlier. Equality is denied. So he did say something about equity. It's all about equity, which I was going to ask him about because that doesn't make sense. The equality of outcome. Bullet said something like equity equals socialism earlier. I don't know. I want to figure out a way to suck these universities into family law, the family court system. That'd be funny. Like, this university professor is responsible for this marriage dissolution. Because I've actually seen that shit. I've seen university professors subvert daughters that came from traditional two-parent households that then creeped in after the first semester. Daughter started, at Christmas dinner calling her straight white dad sexist and racist, which, then her whispering in the ears of the wife caused fuckery. But that shit all came from the university professor. So it would be fun to drag those crazy bitches into the family court. All right, if nobody wants to come up, I'm going to call this a night. Thank you, Marie. This is the longest I haven't peed, by the way. Like, I had to stifle some laughs just so I didn't wet myself. I dropped the link, right? Linktree paternity coach. Okay, got that. Well, get up here, Saunders. Here, I'm going to drop the link again. Here. I'm going to drop this. I'm going to play some of it, like the beginning of this video, and I'll see who's back here when I get back. How about that? Oh.
Hi, I'm Carnell Smith. I'm the author of the best-selling book, Trapped by Law: Stop Paying Child Support for Paternity Fraud. Thank you, Paul Elam and everyone else, Mr. Buchanan and others. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the International Conference for Men's Issues 2020. And I'm going to share some thoughts and some information from the perspective of women's equality denied by supporting paternity fraud. Women's equality is denied by supporting paternity fraud. Did you know that there are 3 stages of truth? According to Arthur Schopenhauer, the philosopher, all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. Paternity fraud is an example of the 3 stages of truth. More than 20 years ago, when I found myself as a paternity fraud victim, after discovering an 11-year-old child by 2 DNA tests is not related to me, I demanded that I be set free and removed from a pay or go to jail situation. And I felt that the right thing to do, since we believe in truth, is that the truth should released me from a deceptive trap that I would have never been in had the truth been told in the beginning.
Oh shit!
And therein lies the problem
How
where,
you guys doing?
sadly, many women and girls
Hey,
continue to
what's
be
happening,
denied
Saunders?
equality.
Look at this shiny ass head, man. Don't look at it too long; it'll blind your ass.
I mean, I could see the sun and stars over it, all the
Yes, you
celestial
could.
mechanics.
And thankfully, I'm really good at self-deprecation, so it doesn't offend me. So we're all good.
That is why I'm
'Cause,
doing that.
This shit here, I never thought was
How
going
are
to be
you,
possible.
Father Saunders?
How are you?
I'm doing well,
This-
first of all, I'm walking driver. How dare you ask that question as many times as you did? If you didn't know, good mom, the question on Wanna Contriver was trying to put in there was like
Yeah.
6-7 times. I'm like, don't you dare finish that fucking.
I actually was enamored by the terrible temptation to come up on backstage,
I know
but
it
I
was.
did not. So I was asking the question.
I knew you were
in the
going to do it
chat.
just because I said that. I knew you were going to do it, but it was still funny.
I was trying to pay attention to Carnell so I could, because he's very elaborate with his stories, and like I had to really concentrate with
It's
that
hard.
one.
It's hard to find that respectable cutoff. We've all been there, where it's like, where's the right time to try to cut this conversation off without seeming rude in your own mind or this, that, and the other. So I know what that's like.
Exactly.
Because I'm
Exactly.
guilty of that. I'm like, man, look, I want to listen. I don't want to be rude, but it's like,
Well, no,
without
I
sounding-
I was trying to ignore the chat because outlaw.
No,
Okay,
you can't have my snap.
rap. You know, white boys can't rap. What's wrong with you? You
No,
can't
it's
jump
funny.
either, man. There's a movie all about it. It's called White Man Can't Jump. Go watch
Yeah.
it.
So what'd you guys think of the discussion?
No, it was
Oh,
actually.
it was fantastic. It was
That was
like
good.
you are
Yeah.
doing a God's work, by the way. I have said it many times, but
Well,
this time it hit home really because in India, you cannot have a DNA test of a child without the mother's permission.
That's
And
horseshit. It's horseshit. And I said it
Yeah.
on there. And I know you guys are going to agree. In my opinion, there should always be a paternity at each and every single birth of every single child. In my opinion, there's no shame in it. It's not
Yep.
hateful. It's not nothing. It should just be.
Yep.
Because why would you not want to just know? It should just be
Yeah.
that. Hey, we're gonna take some blood from you, Mr. Saunders, or swab my mouth or whatever. Okay.
Yep.
The time, Mrs. Saunders, we're gonna take some blood for you. Blah blah blah. That way, it's just done, signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about it anymore. Because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, good mother, outlaw, contriver, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have not done that with my kids. Not saying that I don't believe, but the thought's always gonna fucking haunt you. Just just to know, just to have the mental stability, the mental evening of just knowing and not worrying about it anymore and never ever
Yeah.
questioning it. I
Yeah.
think that relieves a lot of fucking stress and a lot of fucking things, because you guys heard the stories tonight.
yeah.
Good mother's got stories, outlaw's got stories, I got stories.
Yeah.
This guy does this shit for a living, and listen to all the stories he has. So,
Yeah.
oh no, she wouldn't do that to me. No, I got the right one. We're good. Because
Mhm.
I think the same way. I do, but I don't know. I don't have that paternity. So, can I tell you guys for 100%? Biasly, yeah, but non-biasly, no, because I don't have proof for you.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I mean, the woman in that situation should want to ease the fears of her
Well, yeah,
of her husband. Like,
for the woman's is for everybody's health. If there's ever
Yeah.
an issue, if they're like, okay, so hypothetically, good mom and I were married, we have a child. Why would there ever be an issue? Why would good mother get mad at me if hey, can we get a paternity test? It's
right.
not disrespect to good mother. It's
Right.
not disrespect to me. Can we do this? Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that. It's not because oh, you're just trying to. The second you do that, of
Yeah.
course, fucking warnings are going to go up in your head.
Yeah.
Of course they are. And I did want to add too, good mother,
Mhm.
because I have not done one. Okay, so you know me, I adopted and raised kids that weren't mine, and then I have kids that are mine.
Yeah.
I have not done a paternity test. So I wanted to ask you, good mother, did you glean any information from him as far as what is the what's the most popular or accurate type of test that you can get? Because there's a lot of them out there. There's a lot.
Mm.
Which ones, like, can I go to my local CVS and get one, or do I need to go?
I think he said that those are not admissible to court only because
Yep.
you never know who actually took it.
Yep.
Like, but for your peace of mind, like that. I mean, if you took it from your child, it would make sense. I mean, I'm sure the accuracy is pretty good on those.
It's like, from what I understand, it's like a swab. So I could have my kids here swab their mouth and then you mail it in. That's what I know. If there's a better way, you guys tell me. That's the only process that I know right now.
I don't know.
And
I mean,
then you have to choose what company, right? And then you have legal paternity test, and then you have voluntary paternity test whenever you order one. There's two separate categories. I've already looked into all this shit.
yeah.
Because this isn't for court for me. This
Right.
is not ordered. It's not for court. I just would like to know. And I guess I'd cross the bridge when I got there if, God forbid, I came back and like you guys see me boxing with my oldest son. What if he's not mine? I mean,
Right.
that's a whole different realm of mental fuckery on top of what I've already been through.
Right.
But, I would just like to do it, because I do joke with my son. My son's 14. He's got size 14 shoes and he's fucking 5'11". Like,
Right.
Are you my son? Do I need to get a test?
Right.
I'm messing with him, but I also look my son in his eyes. And a lot of you may not agree, and that's okay. If God forbid, it would break my soul. If I did that with my oldest son, he wasn't mine. It fucking break me, guys. It break me. I've already been broken. I can piece myself back together, but it's not the same. Just like a piece of glass that you drop, even if you put a shard of glass back together, it's still not going to be the same glass. Now it's fractured. So that's going to be there. But I'd want to know. And I looked at my 14-year-old son in the eye, and I hated doing this because it's a very adult thing to talk about. And I said, son, look, if you weren't mine, I'm still going to raise you as mine. And a lot of people might look at me and be like, oh, you fucking weak bastard. You fucking cuck. Hey, do whatever it is you want to do. But what I've done and I sacrificed for children that weren't mine already that you guys haven't seen, because I raised kids that weren't mine, for those of you guys that don't know.
Yeah.
And no, I would do that. And I would still raise my oldest son that you guys have seen the same way. Whether that's being weakness or not, I guess that's on you guys. Your opinion of what I do is not my business.
I mean, I don't have. I have a lot of respect for stepdad. I mean, if it wasn't for my stepdad, me and my siblings probably wouldn't be alive right now. So,
well, Mandy, it's the most on. There's nothing negative. There's nothing negative in a perfect world, and it is a honorable thing to do in a perfect world, because what lost little boy wants to grow up without a father figure, an authoritative male figure that teaches them about life. So for you guys that have done that, no, I'm not going to sit there and recommend you do it, but God bless you for doing it, because you might have saved that kid's fucking life.
right.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I look at it. Would it break me though? Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It'd fucking break the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
But, I do want to do that. But I also want to know because I've looked into this, as far as ordering tests, going to CVS, this test and whatnot, because I still am going to do it. So y'all know I am going to do it. Just because I just want to know. I need my peace of mind. I don't want to think about it. Even when I joke about it, because I got a dark sense of humor, because that's what keeps me sane.
Yeah.
And, but I still want to know too. And I just don't understand why in the childbirthing process, which is a big process, and lots of ins, outs, overnights, blood work, this, that, and the other. Why would that just not be standard? Be like, here's your DNA test, sir, ma'am.
Right.
Here's your DNA test.
Right.
Congratulations. They play the song in the hospitals whenever a baby's born, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
It's just for peace of mind. Peace of mind.
Yeah.
That's all I want. It's not an attack. Like hypothetically, if we were together, it's not an attack on Mandy. I just want to know. If you ask me, can we get a paternity test? Absolutely. Here, go ahead and swab my shit.
I mean, but and I'm going to throw this out there because they like to say it as a woman, right?
Yeah.
I know it's my child because I had it.
Yeah. You're always going to know it's your child.
You guys
had it. Exactly.
don't have that same privilege.
But we don't have that. We don't have that same thing. And you guys just saw examples tonight of that thing, even in a church environment.
Yeah.
Even in a very conservative, traditional environment, it's still not a guarantee. There's no guarantee, guys. Yeah. There's no guarantee. And that's why I say do it. And I know, good mother, I know you are supportive of that because you got a son. I've got 3 sons.
Mhm.
And you don't want to see your son go through the shit that I went through. You don't want your son going through that shit. I don't want my sons going through that shit. Now, will they always have a supportive person and a place to stay here? Food in your belly, clothes on your back. You can do laundry, take a hot shower. Yep. But I want to know. I want to know. But I don't know, like if there's a brand that's more popular that I know it can get expensive. I've seen some that are as high as like $150 to $200 or more for each child. I'm okay with doing that for peace of mind because money I can make back. But at the same time, we're all from an era because we're all pretty close here. Most of us are pretty close here in age. I'm 43, 5 years less, 5 years more. We're all kind of in this thing right here, right?
Mhm.
Of course, I wouldn't want to believe that because back in our day, like I said in your chat, Mom, a man's word and a handshake actually meant something. You know what I mean? There was no lying. There was no this, that, and the other, and bringing the courts into it and all this shit. So I've looked online. I have that shit tabbed, just like I have the Carnell Smith's website. I have it tabbed in my my bookmarks and shit. And but no, I am going to go through with it. And God forbid I look at something that shouldn't be there. It would just be. I'm laughing now because that's how I keep my sanity. That's what keeps everybody safe. I know this shit's fucked up.
Right. Right. That's what keeps everybody safe.
It keeps everybody safe. It does. It does. Same with
Yeah.
EMTs, and fucking flight nurses and shit who see fucking body parts. You got to have a
Yeah.
fucking twisted sense of fucking.
Oh
humor.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You got to have all that shit.
So Outlaw, were you here
Yeah.
for the whole thing or
Yes.
Yeah?
I was.
how was it for you?
Oh, it was very needed.
Yeah.
Very
Oh
needed.
shit! How was it for you? Oh shit! Here we go. How was it for you? Was I good?
No. Just as because he's kind of in a different situation as you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
was
It's-
there
it's-
anything compelling? Like
It's just, he was on point. There's nothing really you can add to it. I mean,
No, I
he
thought it
was
was
on it.
fantastic. I thought it was a fantastic interview. I thought it was a fantastic conversation. I thought it went really well. I'm glad that I came back on tonight and I caught it for sure.
I wish that we had at least 100 of him in this community.
yeah. Well, he's not MGTOW obviously because he's married, but he totally is a supporter of MGTOW. Like he understands where the men are at right now. He was lucky, I guess, 31 years ago when he married his wife. So he kind of understands where things are currently.
Oh yeah. If you do your research, you're gonna know the reality of the situation that's out there, and that's a big part of the issue right now too. And I don't know how to solve it, and I let alone talk about it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna keep continuing to get more and more convoluted, more and more hateful to certain fucking groups and whatnot. The things that we grew up on and what we done are slowly just being eroded away, and it's a whole new dynamic. It's a whole new scenario, but that doesn't make it right. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean you should be able to question anything and never get punished for it. You should
Right.
You should be able to question anything and not get penalized for it. Now, obviously, you got to have thicker skin on the internet because people might call you some certain things. That's okay, but you shouldn't be punished for that in a court of law just by
Right.
asking a question, or you shouldn't be punished for that on a social media website just because you're questioning something. That's horseshit,
Yeah.
and that's what's going on.
I don't know, RP Pope. I would argue that women have gotten worse since 1920. I put 1920 as a really big milestone for that. I don't know. I saw PBD upload something earlier. Apparently, we brought home 100% of our paychecks up until 1913.
Yeah, 1913 is when the Federal Reserve shit started, if I remember right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was 1913, Manny. I'm
Okay.
surprised you know that. Good job. You're doing
Oh
good.
no. I just heard, like, I didn't know why. He just posted.
Yeah, it was like 1913 is when that shit started, and then after
Okay.
that, of course, the feminists and whatnot wanted to go to work. Well, then that's 50% more of a population we can tax. We can fuck with this. We can fuck with that. Because back in the day, as you guys know, even though we didn't live there, a man could have a job and provide for his wife, his family, his house, his car, and all that on one income. And once that started, that's gone. It's gone forever, because now even mothers and fathers working full time together are just, they're right here. Here's how much they'll float. And like just today, guys, I had to spend $892 on new tires for my dad's truck. I still call it my dad's truck just because. He passed away in 2013. But how many people do you guys think out there have $900 just sitting around and be like, yeah, I got it. It's all good. No, most people, and I've been there, is like, fuck, how am I going to afford to eat next month? I've been there. Shit ain't no joke. And it's hard to sell a lot of things, especially to the kids that we have growing up. And you know this, good mom. It's like they have these questions like, Dad, what's the point of working my ass off and doing this, that, and the other just so I can barely struggle to survive? And it's like, I can't fault him for asking those questions. You can't, because, they make a lot of points. Now, teaching good work ethic, that's always been a net positive. But, like, how do you sell that to your own kids when they see what's going on? It's just like, fuck, man, I don't have an answer for that. Because it's not that way no more. And people can leave and come and go as they please, and they can manipulate this, that, and the other. And, wrong is right, right is wrong, and everything's so, like, ass backwards or back asswards, however you want to say it, in today's society. It's really hard to keep that mental health of optimism going out without being more pessimistic, because I'm not going to lie. I'm more pessimistic than I am optimistic, but I try to hold on to that little shred of fucking hope or faith that things will, kind of correct themselves and whatnot, because if you don't have hope or faith in your future, it's going to be really hard on you mentally for people that
Yes. By the way, hello, Rusty.
Rusty, a lot of people were talking about you. It's good to see you. I don't know what went on with everything there, but I remember reading something about that, so it's good to see you. Absolutely.
Yeah, how you doing, Brother Rusty?
No, I'm glad you had that. That was really, really good. What was funny is when he wanted to exit the first time, we ended up talking for like another hour.
I know. Well, when I originally got the consultation, he's like, it said this 45-minute block, and then it ended up being like an hour over that. I'm like, we just keep going.
Because he felt comfortable. Comfort's everything.
Yeah. But
I mean, he's passionate.
I know he's a busy man.
Yeah. Comfort is very, very, very important. If you can make someone comfortable around you, they will reveal. You guys have known this. Every one of you, especially you as a hairstylist, good mother.
Oh yeah.
They feel comfortable with you. They'll tell you their whole life stories after knowing you for 30 minutes.
I know.
Yep.
It's a gift. What is that? A gift and a curse at the same time.
It really is. It really is, because now you become an involuntary emotional tampon, if you will. You know what I mean?
Well, I have a habit of asking questions, and usually when I ask people questions, they want to tell me the answer. So it's like...
So good mom's right there cutting hair, and here's their life story while she's cutting hair. I've seen it 100 times. And when I watched that video that you had, when you had that gentleman where you're cutting his hair.
Oh, Kelly, one of the right-hand man of the...
I almost fell asleep to that, because when I see the cutting of the hair, and I'm just like... Yeah.
You know what I mean? For that, you have to have hair, first of all.
Well, I have to have hair. You are absolutely correct. I didn't know that was coming. No, it feels good. I mean, what man, as a man, you look at me and say it doesn't feel good when a woman scratches your head or rubs her fingers through your hair and all that shit? It feels fucking amazing. It feels really good.
You feel sleepy. You sleep on that very same chair.
I haven't fallen asleep on the chair, but I close my eyes when I get a haircut, because I'm just like, they're relaxing. And then when I would get my haircuts and they would do straight edge shaves, they take those old massagers, like the old ones that are plugged in or whatnot, that vibrate really heavy, and they'd go across my back and all this shit. And I'm like, oh, this is one of the best parts. Yeah, get it. But no, there's just something about touch, because as you guys know, especially in the nursing field, the doctoring field, all that stuff, we've gotten really far away from actual human touch on a lot of things. And that human touch can actually, make someone's day. A warm smile, a touch can make somebody's day, because they don't get that.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
No, hope is not a strategy. It's not something that I'm going to sit there and be like, oh, I hope this and I hope that. I'm guilty of it. I know it's not a strategy. That's why you emotionally detach that I talk about on a lot of things. But if you don't have any hope at all whatsoever, any faith, it's going to put you in a mentality that you don't want to be in. Because you have to be a strong motherfucker to be able to control all that shit and not let it dictate your decisions and your outcomes. Because as we know, and you guys know, especially as men, there's times where I'm driving to go work out or I'm driving on the road and a certain song could come on my playlist or whatever. And before I know it, I'm going fucking 90 because my emotions are just fucking triggered based on something I heard on a fucking song. You know, it's like these things happen day to day all the time. But to not have any faith or hope that it's going to get better than what we talk about right now, I know it's not a strategy, but goddamn, you don't want to be in that spot because then you're going to get more and more nihilistic and misanthropic. And I'm not saying those are bad things, but they're also not good on your mental health long term either for most people, because it takes special people to be able to do that, work full time, have this, that, and the other, and still remain positive for the next day to come. Does that make sense? Yes. I know we should be thankful that we that we woke up and it was another day, right? We're not 6 feet under. Of course, I understand that. I understand that I should be thankful when I flip that light switch, that power comes on. We all take it for granted every day, every one of us. But if you don't have any hope or faith or anything like this community that we have, we don't talk about this shit for the most part out there. We do it here because if I did it out there, they'd probably freaking tar and feather my ass or something like that. You know what I mean? So that just goes to show that there has to be outlets for your mental health. That right there alone, us coming in this community already proves that we need this for our mental health to know that we're not fucking crazy. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I got on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Outlaw Contriver, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Well, we were finishing for your speech, Sergeant, and
I'll talk for like
then
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, that is why. I mean, we were waiting eagerly for you to finish your, shall we say, promotion speech from 3-star general to 4-star general.
I'm trying not to make people laugh.
Right.
You didn't do a good job of that tonight, Outlaw, because a lot of people enjoyed what you were freaking saying and rapping about. So some people were definitely laughing. And Contriver, I got to come back to that. You kept asking that question, and then you didn't do it one time. Like, don't you dare finish that fucking question, Contriver, for the love of all that is holy. Big mother, please put his question up there. So
I knew she
I
was
didn't
looking,
see it. I don't
knew
think
she
I
was
saw it.
looking, That was the very same question.
Yeah, it was. I know it was. That's why I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it, Contriver. God damn it, don't do it.
See, I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now.
Oh, man.
By the way, Monday, Jeff Younger, we're going to have a chat. Jeff Younger. He is... Let's look up Jeff. He is a Texas gentleman who's battling his ex because she's trying to transition their son.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So,
guys,
when
when we were growing up in the 90s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, man, I never in 100,000 years would have thought we'd end up where we are right now. There's no fucking way. I was so optimistic for a lot of things of the way that this world can be. And I'm not saying there hasn't been great things, but all those great things that we've got in those decades have been co-opted and turned against us. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
The intentions when a lot of these things start are fantastic, and then it goes, and then it gets mainstream, and then it gets co-opted, and then it gets all fucked up, and it loses the soul of itself that attracted us to that certain
It is illegal for me to
Yeah, listen to this.
tell you that my boys are male. I'm talking to my judge right now, Judge Mary Brown, Dallas County. I'm not going to follow your gag order. I'm never going to follow your unconstitutional illegal gag order. If you believe that gag order is constitutional and moral, You're obligated to give me the maximum criminal sentence under criminal contempt that you can give me, and I will issue a writ of habeas corpus, and we'll go to the Supreme Court of Texas, and we'll see who's right. That's the 5th time I've told you. I am not following unconstitutional laws, mandates, or orders ever again, and don't you do it either. You're conditioning the matriarchy to push you around. Don't do it. I'm going to say whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, and I have a right to do it, and I have a duty to do it for my sons, and I'm going to continue to do it. I'm not one of these guys that's going to opine much about what the supreme virtues are, but I thought this was pretty good. You stand to lose everything, but you still do the right thing. So taking $1.2 million, took my retirement. That's what it's taken for me to defend my boy. Now they're trying to take my boy's genitals and eventually kill him. And if they think for 1 second that I'm not going to keep swinging and punching and kicking, they got another thing coming. I ain't stopping for nothing. And if I live like Diogenes in a pot with nothing but a woman nagging me all damn day, I'm happy to do it. I'm not stopping. If I'm going down swinging. Let's talk about how this happened. Let's go back a little bit. And I think this is really instructive in how our society is abusing the trust that men place in their families and the false views that many men have about the laws surrounding families. These are my boys. This is my son, James. You know, we go to church, and he noticed I wear a suit when we go to church, and this is me fitting him for his first church suit. That's them. They just programmed their first electric circuit, a voice-activated circuit that could turn a light on and off. You can see that Jude's very happy. Jude is very, very good at logic and thinking things through. He was very proud of that. That's James when he goes rabbit hunting. He heard all these stories in my family about me when I was a kid. I went out with an Apache throwing stick up by Lubbock, and I used to hunt jackrabbits all the time, bring a couple home for the pot. So he wanted to do that, so I got him a hunting boomerang from Australia, and that's him back from the creek after he got a couple of rabbits. So this is what happened to him. This is him at 4 years old. That's the website of his mom. She's a pediatrician in Capel, Texas. I name names. Her name is Ann Georgilis. She is a pediatrician in Capel, Texas. She had my son on her website to help advertise her business. All the while, she was complaining that I was posting pictures of him on the internet. So I pointed this out in court, that not only is she posting on the internet, but she's posting him as a boy when it raises money for her, when it's commercial. She didn't even believe that he was a girl. The next day, that's how she put him on the website, in a pink dress with a bow in his hair. And it just really happened that fast. Do you know the court did absolutely nothing about this? So at the time, we had a court order which prohibited either one of us from presenting the boy in a way that he wasn't known to third parties. So if somebody knew him as a girl, I had to present him as a girl. So here she is. She's presenting him as a boy, and then she presents him as a girl, no consequences. That's him at one of his appointments at a pediatrician named Dr. Jennifer Pape in Flower Mound, Texas. That is the pediatrician that diagnosed this boy with gender dysphoria. So how can you be gender dysphoric if you only present as a girl with your mom, but with everybody else you present as a boy? How can that be gender dysphoric? Gender dysphoria requires consistency in the presentation. So that was just nutty, but that's him in a dress, sundress, no doubt. That's me picking him up. So she used to do this stuff to provoke me. She wanted me to be violent. So this is me picking my boy up. Comes out like this. She makes it seem like for him it's like some big game. But I think Jude's face pretty much says it all. And it tells you what Jude thinks about all this. We'll get to that a little later. She now dresses him, here he is a little older. She now dresses him up like a drag queen everywhere he goes. He goes to school like this. She's given him a fake name. Luna, the schools, despite the fact that I've told the schools they don't have my consent to do this, have changed its name. And they've done this all against my will, and I've been fighting the schools ever since. I'm headed toward a federal lawsuit with them, which is going to cost me a lot more money. But that's how he is known in his school, all without my consent. So I'm going to ask you, if you can't stop this as a father in Texas, do your children really belong to you under the law? Are they really yours under the law? We're going to get to that question too. The court actually ordered that my son be socially transitioned to a girl. It's the first time in Texas that's ever happened. I was enjoined from cutting my son's hair because Dr. Ann Georgelis said she wanted to grow it out long like a girl's. So the court enjoined me from doing that, but they never stopped her from transitioning my son. Think about that for a minute. I'm going to ask you again. Under the law, are your children yours? This is Judge Mary Brown. This is my judge, the one that issues illegal orders and allows my son to be transitioned against my will and without a verdict from a jury. You can go out and see on YouTube hearings. People have recorded hearings. I've seen them on YouTube. I don't know the people that have recorded them, but they've recorded hearings, and you can see her in action. And it's not much better than that picture. What times do we live in when this is happening to kids? When fathers can't stop it. Fathers not only can't teach their kids now, they can't stop people from physically and mentally and emotionally abusing their children. What is it about this time that lets that happen? It's shameful. And that's why I say shame on this age. Shame on this age. Shame on its principles. The people know what is going on. Fathers know this is happening in courts. Judges know. Judges in Texas that don't want this to happen. Judges on the Supreme Court. Officials that sit on the Judicial Conduct Commission know this is going on. And yet still, these effeminate bastards march through the corridors of power, telling us that we have to martyr our children, castrate them, and condemn them to a life of despair and suicide. Long ago, we should have told them, no, not only no, but you will end your tyranny over our children. We should have done this a long, long time ago, and we didn't. And it's almost too late. I get asked all the time. I was just asked at lunch, do people really believe this crazy stuff? Do they really believe that a boy's a girl?
I'm speechless. I'm speechless because I could hear the not frustration, but that outreach to the rest of the world when he said that I hate this generation or I hate this age. Actually, he wanted to say something else, which I would elucidate on sitting over here because screw you, United States government, you cannot reach out to me and extradite me that easily.
Right.
What he could not say was that I hate the Duluth model, I hate the National Organization of Women, I hate the state which is about to castrate my own son, make him a victim of gender dysphoria via his pediatrician, children's doctor, mother.
Right.
And that is the reality, which he could not say. I know that because he's living over there. He's an American citizen. He could not say that. I'm saying on his behalf. He could not say that over there. But I understood what he wanted.
It's hard to watch that shit because you can tell the passion in his voice. It's
Yeah.
And we could see your frustration as well, that you were moving here and there, hither and thither. We could see your frustration as well.
Yeah.
You were
Well,
thinking in your head, what if it happens to my son? That
right.
is what you were thinking, isn't it?
Yeah. That's
We
part of
men
it
are
for sure.
slow,
Part of it is
but
what
we
if
are
that
not.
happens to my son? The other part is the fact that I even have to believe that this is real.
Right.
We men are slow, but we are not idiots, as we are perceived to be. And I was thanking heavens that I don't have my own son. If that means that I would be childless for the rest of my life, so be it.
Well, Matt Walsh posted this, and I texted it to Jeff earlier today. I was like, "Is Texas doing anything like what this is?" Because Matt Walsh says we're full steam ahead here in Tennessee today. The Protecting Children from Gender Mutilation Act was officially filed. It will ban the mutilation and drugging of gender confused children and provide victims the right to sue for damages. We're still getting wins on the board. So Jeff's response was Texas is doing nothing. So I'm like, what the fuck? So we're going to have a conversation about that Monday.
Yeah, the fact, and you guys know this, any of you guys with a logical head on your shoulders, the fact that this even has to be said shows how far we've fallen.
Right.
This is a non-issue. It should be a non-issue, just like fucking inclusion and diversity fucking jobs and corporations. Those are non-jobs. Those are not real fucking jobs. This should be a non-issue. There's no way that we came to the point to where we're at now, where this actually even has to be even fucking said. Can you believe that we have fallen that far that something like this has to even be said or entertained in a court of law? That shows you how far we've fallen. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just the fact that we're talking about it now, that is actually a thing. Can you guys believe that? Would you believe when you were 15, 16, 17 that you would ever be in a position like this today? Fuck no.
Oh, I didn't even know 2 years ago, Saunders. Like, come on.
No way you could have saw that. Oh, hey, things are going to get bleak or whatever the fuck it is when you're growing up. I turned 21 in the year 2000. I would have never thought in my entire life that you would have a mutilation protection act. It's like, are you guys fucking stupid? Are you crazy? Are you insane? Because back in the day, that's what those fucking facilities were for. The people that are fucking voting or in power would normally have been in one of these freaking four white wall shit. And nowadays, we're going to encourage that. As a matter of fact, that's actually, we're going to
reward it.
We're going to shame you if you don't fucking support it.
Right.
And they're rewarded for it. Just like you said, right is wrong, wrong is right.
Yeah.
Up is down, down is up. And goddamn you, GM, if you say anything negative about it, Contriver, if you say anything about it, we're going to ban your ass. And you better just accept this shit. No, we're not. And a lot of us, and I'm not condoning violence and shit like that online on your channel, GM, but I understand when it happens. I understand when a father goes postal. I understand when lives are ended. I don't condone it, but I will always understand it.
Yeah.
Always. Because when you give someone, man, you back them into a corner, like you back me up to this freaking countertop and I have nowhere to go and I have nothing else to lose, you're going to get the fucking side of me that nobody has ever seen or known about. And the only person you have to blame is yourself. You're no longer the victim. You never were a victim in the first place. And there was a lot of things that kind of correlate to this when it comes to single mothers or Gen Zers and whatnot with the voting thing. I don't know if you guys have looked into that, how they're the points of people aged up to 30 and single moms voted for a certain way. And you're telling me that you got to be on TikTok now to identify with people so they vote for you and whatnot? No. We don't do that fucking shit. You can't tell me that it's constantly, especially with the voting things, that it's always 49, 51, or there's always a 0.5% when 73% of Americans supposedly, statistically, are not happy with the way the world's going.
Right.
How the hell are they still electing the same people that allowed that to happen in the first place? You cannot convince
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I don't vote. I think it's bullshit.
Well, it is. Look, I understand both sides, your mother. I really do. When people are like, I have no faith in this, I'm not voting. I understand.
Oh no, I don't believe women should vote, so I'm not going to.
Yeah. And on the other side of the fence, I understand too. It's like, oh, you're giving up, you're giving into this, you're giving into that. Well, give me a spark of hope. Give me a tangible, not what's just online or on alternative media and alternative news, which I believe everybody should watch. You should get all the sides, even the side that you don't agree with. I want to hear it so that I can make my own educated guess and based on my life experiences and taking the sides of everybody. So that way no one can say, oh, you're only looking at it one way. No, I'm not. I'm looking at it both ways because this other way that you're saying I'm not looking at, I'm seeing every day. Even here in Nebraska, in small town, not here, but the town over, they had a strip mall, and Route 21. I think I talked about this before. Route 21 is part of the strip mall. I was getting my son his shoes, his pants, his shirts, all that stuff for his detasseling because I taught. Here's what you need. You know, your trash bags. I'll teach you how to cut out the arms. Get your net gator. Blah blah blah. And we walked by a slab in a strip mall. You know how they have like 10 different stores and shit like that in a strip mall. And on this one area from Route 21, gay pride, this, that, and the other. I'm like, that's grooming. It's grooming, guy. You cannot convince me it's not. Because you're trying to normalize it by you seeing it and hearing it every day. That's called grooming to be a certain way.
Right.
Okay? We never did that as heterosexual people. We never said hashtag women's pussies are awesome or whatever the fucking hashtag they could come up with. You know what I mean?
Right.
You didn't do that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so they're like, oh, we're just practicing or this or that. No, you're fucking grooming. You're grooming kids because the more that they see it or hear it, we all know this. The more that you're told, excuse me, and I've been a participant, if you will, of what it's like to be shamed to the point where you actually start to believe that, am I a piece of shit? If someone talks a piece of shit every day,
Yep.
even if you're a strong person, eventually you might start to believe, am I a piece of shit?
Yeah.
So if you're gay, am I gay? So that should never, ever happen to anyone outside of under the age of 18, 19, 20. Now, you guys can say that shouldn't happen either, and I would agree with you, but that should not be pushed on impressionable kids trying to figure their stuff out.
No, under 25, Saunders. Under 25. A lot of this shit, a lot of these radical lesbian feminists are created in universities.
Yeah.
Like,
because it's supported. Why would they stop if it's supported? They're protecting.
If
I go after you, Trevor, if I go after you and you feel that way, or if I go after you, Mandy, I'm going to be shunned and ostracized. Not you. It's going to be me because I dared question the fucking narrative. How dare I? No, that's not okay. You let them become adults and make their own decision. I thought I was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle when I was growing up. I put clothes to my back and I had the bow like Donatello, and I went to the sewers and I would be like, Splinter, oh, did you hear that? Did you hear it? We do the shit at night. Fucking crazy shit, right? So, okay, if I'm doing that, of course, kids are going to experiment and do a lot of different things. And if you're sitting there coaxing them, it's okay to believe that you don't have a dick. It's okay to believe that your tits are not there. We can remove them. All this stuff, that's grooming. It's grooming. If you are there is no bisexual too, guys. You're gay. There's no bisexual. If you have sex with the same sex, you're not bisexual. You're fucking gay. Come on, let's fucking come on. You're fucking gay. Oh, I'm bi. No, you're not. You're fucking gay. You like dick. You know, it's the way that they spin this stuff is enough. And if kids believe it enough, or a lot of the kids nowadays, of course, they're going to vote for more government because more government means that they have to work less hard and get more things handed to them. And human nature is to always go down the path of least resistance. I can't blame humans for that because we've all been there. And once you give them that path and they can sit there and have these outlets that support them, it's just like, well, fuck, where do I come in as a father or as a mother? How do you combat that shit? because you're not allowed to be a mother. You're not allowed to be a fucking father unless you're going for the narrative.
The state does not benefit from healthy families. That is the thing. And the thing is, amidst all of this brainstorming analyses of the world that we are doing right now, one thing which we fail to recognize or notice is that this woman, this children's doctor, pediatrician, I shall call it pedophile, is not being called as a pedophile
Right.
for ensnaring or enchanting her own son to transition through that very phases of gender dysphoria. She's deliberately, perpetually creating a situation where he would have gender dysphoria. But hey, that is not pedophilia right now, because it is, according to the psychologist lady that we watched together, Good Mother from Germany,
Mm-hmm.
is an unchangeable sexual orientation, isn't it? According to some TED talk years ago, we did a video together of that
Yeah, yeah.
breakdown
Yeah, yeah,
ages
yeah.
ago, months
Yeah,
ago.
that young chick.
Yes, and she
Yeah.
was a student of what?
Psychology.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's hard enough. We all know this. We all know growing up, trying to figure out yourself and trying to navigate the world that we live in. It's not easy. It's not easy for any kid, right? But now you're going to add to the fact that I don't know what fucking bathroom to use now, or you're doing a microaggression. How dare you? Or oh no, that's patriarchy. Or no, we live in a rape culture. You're adding to the anxiety.
No. We live in rape culture. We live in emotional and mental and ear rape culture.
Yeah, I've seen it in my hometown. I saw it.
Yeah.
At my oldest adopted son's the house that I got. One of the houses I got kicked out of.
Yeah.
One of his friend's girlfriends said we live in a rape culture, and I was just like,
No, but there's truth to that. They're just pointing the finger at the wrong thing. Men aren't physically raping women. Women are emotionally and mentally raping men, financially raping men,
yeah.
extorting. Yeah.
Well, it is extortion. It is financial. Well, I've already been through it all. I know that. I understand that. A lot of these people that are going to vote for more government, they're going to vote for more government because more government means that they get more fucking. But that's not longevity.
But Saunders, just down to forcing society to choke down a bunch of fucking lies and emotionally terrorize people, that's mental and emotional rape.
It is.
Yes.
It is. And they are funded and pushed to continue to do so. And they are backed
They are incentivized
by media,
Yes.
they are backed by colleges, they are backed by society.
No. Here is the thing. They are backed by the state. Written, minuted state policy, public policy. And that is how it is further percolated and penetrated to other spheres of a society or life. Whether it is your bedroom, whether it is your mainstream media, whether it is anywhere else. Because being trans is the new normal. I'm sure the feminists who are getting their vagina privilege, losing their vagina privilege because of this trans situation, feel the same way. But you are the ones who created this Frankenstein monster.
You're right.
Now you cannot chicken out from the responsibility.
Right. These crazy bitches are running from responsibility.
How dare you say Frankenstein's monster contriver? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just, it's
Well,
fucking soul
I
crushing.
read a lot.
Yeah, it's soul crushing. It's heartbreaking. The fact that, again, Good Mother, thank you for the stream tonight and having him on and everybody in the chat and everything we talked about. I appreciate you. Okay, I do.
Yeah.
We don't have, I can't go out that front door right here just 5 feet away and talk about this shit.
I know.
Now, maybe I'll relate to somebody very highly, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of people, and you guys know this, where I'm going to say this, and it could be Frank. I'm just using it as an example, Frank. I talked to Frank, and Frank's like, yeah, no, actually, yeah, I agree. Oh, really? Okay. And then when I leave, he's like, dude, that guy's fucking crazy. Do you believe the shit that this guy said?
I talk to everybody I see about this shit.
Well, and you should,
Yeah.
because you actually use it for a purpose of holding account and
Yeah.
moving forward. And that's just the way it is. You're more privileged in that case than I would ever.
I am. It's the booby privilege, right? I can talk shit about women and get away with it.
Yeah.
I can call women out on their disgusting misbehavior in our society, and the only people that will fucking argue with me are bastard factory white knights that are being pushed in my way to try to silence me, to save those crazy bitches from accountability.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's such a small number of people.
It is, but they're
Yeah.
they're the loudest. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's such a minority. It's like what, 3%? But they're so loud on every platform ever that you think it's a lot more.
I wouldn't even seriously. I could count on two hands the number of men that are actively pushing back against me currently right now, and the number dropped a couple in the past couple months. So it's really not that many.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the crazy bitches, every other crazy bitch that I've tagged, been in contact with, went to her channel, chatted, they're all cowards, man.
Yeah.
All of them.
And some of these women have sons.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
of the women that go after you have sons. I'm like, do you want your son to really
Oh, yeah.
shit we're talking about?
Oh, no. And they abuse their sons. That's why.
Yeah. They
abuse their sons.
They use them like sports ball players and whatnot, and now you're
Yeah.
son.
Right.
They use their sons.
That's all horse shit. When Good Mother says a son husband, there's none of that fucking shit that what's her name is saying. It's not that you're saying incest. You got to understand what son husband fucking means. It's basically making your son be the husband for you while he's with you.
It's emotional incest is what it is.
It is. You want to get everybody under your banner, and in most cases, guys, like with my divorce, my ex gathered many people under her banter or her banner to attack me, because my first 8.5 hour court date when I went through divorce was 13 character witnesses telling me how much of a fucking monster I was. And I had to keep a fucking straight face. It's just not easy to do, guys. I don't want any of you guys to go through that fucking shit. Nobody.
Right.
And you lose properties, you lose money, you lose your time, you lose your fucking mental health, you lose your sanity because you're like, what the fuck can I do? And then you guys get fucking surprised when someone goes postal. How the fuck are you surprised? How are you surprised?
Right.
It's like if someone gets bitten by a snake, right? My first question isn't like, oh, are you okay? My first question is,
why did you fuck with the snake?
That's my first question. Were you fucking with it?
You guys have been a bit mean to Mr. Pliskin in the chat here, because there's nothing wrong with the snake. Sorry.
Well, Frank, will you chime in? Did you see much of the discussion with Mr. Carnell Smith?
I saw about up to maybe 70 minutes of it. Yeah, he was a very smart guy.
Who the fuck is Carmine Sosa, NYC?
I don't know. I just made it up. Who the hell would it be?
He always makes them up. That's how I know it's him. I'm like, it's some weird shit. That must be Frank.
You got me one time, and every time I got call him out every time. I'm like, no,
he's going for a long while. He's going to have a tea.
You got me the first time, though. You got me the first time. After that, I'm like, no, that's fucking Frank.
I wanted to say is that I know thing, but look, I reckon that number 2, Jared, is not in danger of that. I think he's going to be a strong dude. He's not going to get into that what these evil people are doing. And backstage, I could say it backstage. Well, not backstage, but on the thing. I know there's one solution for it. Who likes it? Because we're actually the good people. We're the people who wear boxing gloves while they go bare knuckles. They give us knuckle dusters. Well, I've talked about this with other people too, that you all know. That's just it. No one wants to do that. but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, imagine this scenario. Imagine this scenario.
Well,
Let's say
here's another thing that really bothers me. I'm going to get close in here because I'm being fucking serious now. No,
with me if you want.
I sit there and I think about, and I know this is future shit, and my mind never shuts off. You guys that have watched my channel know that. I think about shit more than I probably should. But I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, when it comes to you guys see me taking my oldest son boxing, my oldest son always takes every opportunity that he has to spend with me, and he capitalizes on it. And I sit there and I think about sometime and how I'm going to react, because I'm always forward fucking thinking. I'm like, it's going to break. I'm going to get really upset if any of my younger sons say, Dad, why weren't you there for me? I'll probably put my son up against the wall. And I said, I give you every fucking opportunity to be with me, and you didn't capitalize on it. Don't you dare fucking blame me. I gave you every opportunity. You could have came here at any time, and you never did. I can't say that now because they're too young. But
Sage,
I think
but why? But why aren't they coming is the thing. And I blame the mother.
I'll give you a couple reasons here, Mandy. I'll give you a couple. Number one is because the mother's not making sure it happens. Because if I was the father and I had full custody, I'd be like,
yeah. But why is she? What is she saying that's making them say, I don't want to?
Exactly. And I do know things that my oldest son has told me that I will not repeat, because I don't want him to have the backlash back at home. But he's told me things that have been said about me on the whole other family side. Recently, I'm just going to share this right now, just one example of his grandpa on his mother's side. So my father-in-law, he's like, look, sorry I got upset with you. I just don't want you to turn out like your father. And my son told me this. Do you know how hard that is to keep in?
But Father, Jared, the thing is, the very fact that he's telling you these things is it's a very good sign.
It's a great thing. It's a great thing, but it still sucks that a 14-year-old has to fucking deal with that. No 14-year-old has to deal with that. No 14-year-old. No one should have to be fucking torn between two people. So when I talk to my son, I don't get emotional about it, but in my head, because being emotional is not going to solve nothing. But I do let him know, I'm like, look, son, I think you're handling this very well, but also at the same time, son, don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. Don't be afraid to stand up for your last name, and you damn well better eventually stand up for your father. And it's going to, all that is doing right now is it's going to put a partition up between my son and his grandfather. His grandfather's fucking up the relationship with his grandson already by doing that and saying that.
That profits you. And Outlaw, that profits you, Jared. Outlaw, did you have something to say? I don't know. Outlaw? Brother?
Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Go ahead. Let me think what I was going to say.
You're not allowed to have short-term memory loss.
Well, but no, that's part of what part of something I read like super early on about mental health and parenting and stuff. You're not supposed to disparage your kid's other parent, because for one, like long term, it makes you look bad ultimately. For two, it makes the child like feel like there's something wrong with them, because it's like, okay, one parent hates the other one, but I'm made up of both. So it gives them a bunch of insecurities. Yep. Like, I mean, I tried to tell my son's dad and he never fucking listened. And he's going to suffer for it, because there's like no relationship there, because it's been just all of that.
Yeah, it's all negative all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And it's really hard for me. I'll always listen to my son. Yeah. Son, thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. I don't act on that because I don't want him to have to suffer the fallout in a place where I'm not at, where everybody's going to come down on him. So it's a very delicate situation. So I don't give it more attention than it fucking needs, because he's already growing up. He's 14. He's already got enough things he's already got on his mind.
Right.
And one of those things should not be mom and dad's dilemma, mom and dad's any of that shit. That should not be in a child's mind. The only thing that should be in a child's mind is being a fucking child. And it really hurts when he says those things, but I don't act out. But at the same time, eventually, my son's going to be like, hey, you're not going to talk about my fucking father like that. Okay.
Well, but there comes a time like where that stuff does come up. And
It's
unfortunately,
going to, and I'm trying to protect them too, because if you guys didn't know, my son's not a small dude. He's
yeah.
going to keep getting bigger, and I'm teaching him boxing. What if he loses it one day?
Oh yeah, no. I had to deal with that with Cam. Like
Yeah.
he got to a point where he didn't want to be around his dad and his wife at the time or whatever, because when they're drunk, they'll like double team and just talk shit. And he's like, plus with their trans kid that fucking chimes in, it's like he like the last time he went to visit, he's like, Mom, I almost lost it this last time. I almost fucking lost it. Like,
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear what son or daughter wants to hear anybody talk bad about their mother or father.
right.
There's not. It doesn't exist. I try, and I'm cognizant of that. Despite my feelings, I remain emotionally calm. I'm sorry you had to hear that, son. Now, in my mind, like
Yeah.
a volcano's exploding in my
Doing
fucking.
well, Jared.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Doing well.
I know how to
Yeah.
manage
Way to go. Way to go.
because those things aren't going to go away. I can't
Yeah.
control that. They're not going away. And once you relinquish that control, I promise you, your mental health will improve. But it's not fucking easy. It's so hard because you're thinking of all the fallout. You're thinking of all the consequences. You're thinking of all the shits like that motherfucker. If he would have said that to my face, his head would fucking be severed from his body.
Allegedly.
Right.
You're thinking,
Allegedly.
yeah, allegedly. Allegedly
Yeah.
separated.
We got our Frank in here, keeping us PC.
I'm looking out for all my family in here.
Yeah.
You know, no child should have to go through that, guys. It's already hard enough when a child goes through fucking divorce and they got two homes. It's already fucking hard enough.
Well, I can tell you from my experience with my niece and nephew, what their mother did psychologically to them was where it came from. She tore my brother's image down in front of him. You know, she devalued his role as a father to those two kids, and she took every opportunity. She found whatever she had to use against him because she was reflecting her own hatred of my brother towards them.
Yeah.
And they picked up on that.
Yeah.
And they eventually bought into it.
Yeah.
And now neither one of them wants anything to do with him because of what she did.
God forbid your sons or daughters go home and say, oh, I had such a good time with dad and whatnot, that they're going to fucking pound you into oblivion. How dare you have a good time with your fucking father?
Oh yeah. My mom did that shit to me with my father. Yeah.
And it's like, I appreciate so much. Here's one of the things that I talk about when it comes to comfort. My son's comfortable enough to tell me anything that I know of at this point. Not that that's a win, but it's a win for me because I tell my son, you be honest with me at all times, even if it's fucked up. You be honest.
Saunders, it's a win if he can be himself around you.
Yeah, and he can.
That's a win.
Yeah,
like with Cam, he's like, yep. Because I'm like, are you good? You excited for this? He's like, it's whatever. I just have to be somebody who I'm not, just so I don't get in trouble.
I know long term is always going to be positive for someone in my position. But the problem is too, guys, is that you have to have something that I'm not the greatest at, and that's fucking patience.
Wow.
Because that time it'll eventually get there. Not 100% of the time, unfortunately, because you never know. Because you've known people, and I've known people who are a solid set of parents whose kids got all fucked up. It's not a guarantee. However, the chances are higher when you have good functioning, good communicative parents that they adjust accordingly. There's no arrested development or whatever the fuck you want to call it, because there was a healthy communication and a healthy relationship, right? The chances go up. Even though that some of them don't get there, that doesn't deny the fact that the highest possible chance of them being well-adjusted is with a good set of co-parenting and good communication.
Yeah. Or at least one good one.
Yeah.
And a grandparent, maybe. You were going to say something, Outlaw?
No, she won them over by giving them what they wanted. What did they want? They wanted to experiment with stuff, to drink, to go out and carouse all night, hours of the night. That's in her mind how she won against my brother, using the kids against them.
The alcohol.
Exactly. And naturally, the kids at that age, growing up in that age range, You know,
Right.
this is the greatest thing in the world. My mother lets me drink.
See, that's child abuse.
Yes, exactly.
Like, it's child abuse.
And the thing about it, she wasn't even, you know, I don't think she was cognitively aware to live on her own. She wasn't even, you know, she never grew up mentally.
Well,
Well, that's where that
She
arrested
lived with her
development
parents.
comes too, man. Because as soon as a lot of girls, and Manny, I'm sure you can chime in on this. As soon as a lot of women out there today know that they're attractive and then get what they want just off of looks, their fucking mentality does not mature past that point.
I don't know. I
That's
don't.
that's what I see out there, at least right now. That's what I
Yeah,
see.
there might be a correlation with that and just being spoiled.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's entitlement. It's spoiled.
Yeah.
It's being ungrateful. It's thinking that things should be handed to you because you exist, and that's just not the way the fucking world works.
So you might be asking the
Rusty.
question, who actually raised them? The grandparents.
Yeah.
Rusty. The thing is, this is intent. Have you ever been asked? I don't know if there's any gents in here who've ever been asked out by females that they're not necessarily attracted to. Maybe in the bedtime way, but not really like don't give you that sort of thing. Were you mean to them or were you kind to them? Did you let them down easy or did you let them down hard? And
Well, I'm sure you guys let them down easy because you are so much. You treat these crazy bitches with way more dignity and respect than they deserve.
I think so, man. Yeah.
Always.
Well,
Always.
Good mother's not lying. I think a lot of people do that, myself included, at least at one time, do that because you're still holding out on hope that this person can fucking change.
No,
Yeah.
that is your masculine nature, that your biological imperative that comes into play. That
Yeah.
is to protect and provide for a woman, mollycoddle a vagina. Period, point blank.
Yeah. You're not
Nothing
wrong.
more, nothing less. And if
Yeah.
we would be able to deracinate ourselves from that very thing to at least act judiciously, that would be much more beneficial. And again, I'm not, because women are women. You cannot hate a snake for being a snake, but
Well,
you need to
it's like the
we
scorpion.
need to,
Yep.
yes,
It's
I
like
Same
mean, the
fault. Same
scorpions, the
fault.
crabs, the
Yeah.
lobsters of the world, whatever, the whole nine yards. What I'm trying to say is this: if someone is hell bent on destroying you, and they have been somewhat successful in doing so, why now you are letting them do that?
Oh,
And
control.
I'm saying from people who are supposed to be on these God, country, family, Bible thumping
Oh, yeah.
people of the world, who are all about God, country, family, or saving the civilization, so to speak. I'm asking from them this very question. Just they you give them an inch, they take away a mile already. Why you have to mollycoddle and pedestalize them to this level that you cannot even say because the judge impinges on your freedom of speech about natural stuff to your own son. I mean, that is the overreach of the state in our lives.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely
when I
agree.
say this, the state is already blackmailed and threatened by women, up to a point that you keep cornering that man against the wall, and there would come a point when he would be against the wall and he would have no choice but to struggle and try to move forward. What happens then?
Yeah.
Because beware of a
Hockey.
man who has nothing to lose.
He
You don't
plays
want
hockey.
you don't want that. You don't want a man who has nothing to lose. You don't want that outcome.
It's
You
the
don't want it.
most dangerous being in the world, more dangerous than a lion.
You don't want it.
And that is what I have been saying. things could go awry, and you would not have a second guess as to how it transpired and what transpired,
Well, you're not
because
going to
you
have
would
a
not
second. You're not going to have a second guess contriver.
exactly.
There's a quote out there. I destroyed if I tried to repeat it, but when a man kills a former version of himself, when you say no, I want mercy or amnesty, it's going to fall on deaf ears because that person already killed a version of the self that he was. That person's no longer there. If
Right.
you-
The one
I,
able
I
to give that.
yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. I
But
I I would I would be saying this. Very recently, there has been a nationwide news in India that a man got in his. I'm saying as to what happened and how the media actually hides the real story. There has been a gentleman, a 40-year-old lawyer in India, and he went. He is actually a friend of my friend who is a lawyer as well, criminal lawyer. But he had a daughter. His daughter had a hole in one of her arteries, and he wanted to get her medical treatment, but because wife got separated and moved to her mother's house, she took the daughter with him.
Right.
He had enough. One day he went over there and demanded that please hand me over my daughter so that I would be able to attend to her medical treatment in the
Mhm.
best of medical hospital or medical facility or a medical college in India. She said, the daughter is 4 years old, by the way. Four
Four?
years old. Four.
Four. Okay.
Okay, so 4 years old daughter. You know what the word? Sometimes even words are dangerous and more lethal than physical wounds. Do you know what she said to him back? She said, "You are going to watch her die every single day. I'm not going to hand over your daughter to you." In the heat of the moment, man came up, gave him took a rod out of the porch or the garden they had and killed his own wife and his own mother-in-law and called the police.
Okay.
that's temporary
People,
insanity right there.
Yeah.
no, but he was pushed to that point
Yeah.
because of the separation and the child being in custody of the mother, and she was returning it to him.
What Good Mother has pulled up here, just before you get on that, Good Mother, I actually got a warning today with my last one that says cursing is unattractive. Bitch, fuck you on my tab.
From
Uh-huh.
whom?
You guys
From
saw
who?
that? I actually got
From who?
a warning about this is not appropriate for people under 18. My shit is set for no. I don't want kids watching that. I went and I checked. So why would I get that fucking thing if I already have it marked as this is not for kids?
Put TVMA in your description.
TVMA?
Yeah,
In
make
my
sure audience.
TV-MA,
Yeah,
my description?
that's what Bullets told me to do. I haven't gotten one since, so
Because my videos have already been marked for this is not for kids. And I'm just
yeah,
like, I've
yeah.
already had that marked. Why are you guys there's no strike or nothing, but the fact that I got that email, I'm like, it's already tabbed. That's not for kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Mature assholes. But I just got this. Your post is missing context. Your post contains the same information as a post reviewed by independent fact checkers.
Fact.
It may have small differences. Independent fact checkers at PolitiFact and others say your post could mislead people without additional context. A notice was added to your post November 10th. Dude, this is from January 7th. Let's see
Yeah.
if it'll show it. Yeah, look.
Wow. Wow. Well, who the fuck is fact checking the fucking fact checkers?
I don't know.
Oh, this is misinformation, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. Okay. It's okay when you do it. It's okay when you do it when you're protected, but by God, if anyone else does it, oh no. Shame, shame.
Yeah, it's when these crazy bitches were inciting violence.
Fucking fuck sticks.
It's cropped though.
They're all fuck sticks. Call everybody a fuck stick. That's a military term. You call them a fuck stick.
I don't know. I got a comment of mine erased. It was a comment I put on Coach Greg Adams. He just posted something about the amount of porn that that was in his, I guess, his feed, and he asked if anybody else was having that issue, and I said that, oh, you're lucky because I get nothing but trannies, midget thoughts, and super fat ass feminist propaganda. And they took it off because it said it was hate speech. I'm like, which part?
That's another thing, guys. There's no such thing as fucking hate speech. It's either free speech or it's not.
Right.
It's either free or it's not. There is no hate speech. There is no hate crime. There's just crime.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just another fucking, newspeak term. That's all that shit is. Just like the CIA when they did the fucking conspiracy theorist shit. We're going to fucking put this out there. No. And then you get everybody saying, oh, we are very convinced. We're very worried about our democracy and the right's going to steal the election. And it's like, okay, so you chastised and ostracized election deniers, but now you're doing the same thing, but that's okay. And
right.
I hope people out there can see that. I hope you can see it. Because a lot of people fucking obviously don't. No, I'm glad I caught.
What the hell was that pause?
I'm glad I caught this stream tonight. I was hanging out with the dogs. I was sitting in the recliner and watching it, and then I'd have to put my shit back on a charger and all that stuff. I'm glad.
Well, I told you about it.
You did.
A couple times.
You did, and then I went to your channel, good mother. I went to your channel and I looked at videos and live, and it never. You have the notify me things, but the notify me things that you have posted were only the Veterans Day shit tomorrow, the November 14th one, and then after. None of your shit that you came out with tonight showed up on my feed, no matter how hard I looked. So that's why I had to keep redoing the subscription to see if you were live.
What do I have tomorrow?
I don't know. It said notify me. I think it was you. Let me just look here. Give me 1 second here.
The next thing on the list is Friday. Billy's going to do a stream. He has a present for Alice.
Present for Al.
Yeah.
The one who her father didn't like my talk or something, being a veteran.
No, she tried to use her dad as a shield.
I remember that. I'm glad I didn't look into it further, but I remember it. Oh, he's ashamed of the way you talk, being a fucking military person. It's like,
she tried to use her dad to shame you.
I never bought into that shit, but
let
me see here. Good mother. Let me see if I can. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, the last one that I see anything upcoming at all was your Bastard Factory one.
Yeah.
And the one that you're going to go live with tonight that you told me about never showed up on my feed looking at your channel coming up. I don't know why, but it never came up. The only way I saw you going live tonight without any notifications is because I refreshed my subscription tab. That's the only way I saw you coming on. And it seems to be very common.
Well, I think we lost Outlaw. Gentlemen, I am tired. Okay. You guys can stay here as long as you like, though. Contriver's got the.
You guys want to talk about some shit? You guys ready to go bed? You ready to go night? Keep your butthole tight, or do you want to keep talking?
Nah, you guys want to keep going. You guys can stay as long as you like. And probably Outlaw's phone probably died. He might be back. Saunders, you got to let Outlaw chime in every now and then, you know.
Okay.
Did I get to talk too fucking much again?
You're kind of a panel whore, a little bit.
Yeah, I don't do that purposely, guys. When I get on something, I
I
just
know.
don't shut the fuck up.
I
It's not
know.
out of disrespect, so you guys know.
Yeah, I know. You get super excited though.
Well, it's like passionate. I
I
get
know.
passionate about some shit, you know.
I know.
But no, thanks for that interview tonight, and I've got his website saved on my tabs,
Good.
and appreciate that.
Yeah. I hope it's helpful for.
One day, Good Mother's going to shave my head. One day, shave my head. It ain't going to be very long. It'll probably take you like 2 minutes.
First of all, grow some hair over there.
Yeah, and
I'm not a barber. I'm a stylist.
I'm not paying $10,000 for fucking hair transplant. I'm not doing any of that shit. So
Yeah.
and
But
even
I
if,
I mean, let it be. You can see the sun and stars over there.
even if I did do that, I'd have to take drugs to block the DHT that is one of the main culprits of male pattern baldness, and I just don't want to do that shit. You know, it kind of sucked at one time. I got over it. It'd be cool, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, I guess it's whatever. Because sometimes when I look at myself, like when I'm doing my streams, I don't know if it's because of the angle I have, but it's like I look like a fucking conehead. Do you guys remember the movie Coneheads?
Yes, that was such a great movie.
I'm just like, dude, I look like a fucking conehead. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know.
All right,
Well,
Frank.
good mom.
Frank dropped off. I
He
think
did. Now it's just Contriver and me. And I can bitch at Contriver for never responding to my at Contriver shit.
Uh-oh. Well, I'll leave you guys. I'll leave you be. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you, good mother. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Contriver.
Oh, yes.
Let's do that video maybe tomorrow sometime.
Whenever you wish.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Sleep well. Sweet dreams.
All right. Have a good
Bye.
night, gentlemen.
Good night.
I'll be in the
Good
chat.
Here's a peck bounce for you guys. There you go.
Oh, thank you, Saunders.
night. Yes. Only fans for.
Contriver, how you doing, brother?
I'm better,
It's
sir.
been a
I'm
long
better
time
than I
since you
deserve.
and I talked just by ourselves.
Ages.
Been a long fucking time. Let me guess, you're gonna say I'm better than I deserve.
I already said that, sir.
You did, okay. Well, you know, I got short-term memory loss, so I got an alibi.
I mean, age takes a toll on you, anyways.
Oh man, it's actually I laugh about it and I joke about it. It is a real thing, and sometimes it doesn't keep me up at night. But sometimes I'm like, "Fuck, man, is this like early onset dementia shit?" When I'm forgetting what the fuck I did 10 minutes ago, I do think
Amnesia, not dementia.
I do think about that, but it's a real thing, guys. It's not a crutch. I've got that issue. I can't fucking correct it.
Well, it runs in my family as well.
Well, I guess Contriver and I are gonna fucking take this shit the fuck over.
Oh, yes.
You blandered. You fuck me, I fuck you bloody. Contriver. Bloody fuck you bloody. Oh man, that shit will never get old. And I gotta take my
Don't
computer.
shout at me, man. Shouting at me no good, man.
It's no good. It's no why are you running like woman, yeah?
Running like a lady, eh?
Run like lady. You're a fucking
You fucking you.
God damn, that's funny. If anybody in the chat has not seen that, let us know and we'll play it for you because it's fucking hilarious. It's fucking funny, and I'm so glad that fucking Contriver's got such a good sense of humor because it's fucking funny. That's not me trying to talk shit about Apu or you, Contriver, just so you know.
I mean, even if it is I'm a brown nigga, anyways, I know that. You are a white nigga.
Can you? You guys heard it here. You guys heard it here. He can't be shamed because he's brown, and I can't be shamed because I was his nigga. Who we got here?
Hello,
Who's
sir.
this?
Mr. Rusty.
That's you, Rusty?
Hey,
Rusty, how the fuck are you?
man, I'm hanging in there.
Man, you got a lot of well wishes recently. So whatever you're going on in your life, you don't have to pronounce it here, but I hope everything's going all right.
Just trying my best, man.
Awesome. I think this is the first time I've ever seen your face.
Well, here I am.
There you go. That's what Rusty Rivers looks like, guys. Y'all better recognize. Y'all better say he's a handsome motherfucker in the chat.
Oh, yes, he is. I mean, you are a Chad. He could be like a mix and match of Jose and, Chad or something. All hail the mulatto supremacy.
Well, I appreciate the respect, but like we talked at one time, Contriver, if I were to honestly rate myself, I would say at best at this age, I'm probably Chad Light.
Oh, yes, you are. All the Gen Xers are. I mean, I as a millennial, as an older millennial, I am very envious of people like you.
Well, I appreciate
Jealous,
that.
not envious.
And I hope I don't disappoint you on that. Here you guys go. Here's what I look like when I had hair. Look at that handsome dude.
Oh, yes.
That was when I had hair. I was a Chad. I'm going to be honest with you, like in the context of everything, but I had no confidence. I had none. I had zero confidence.
Until you became a bodybuilder.
Until I was bodybuilding and I was in the military for sure. I had zero fucking confidence. And I actually
I love those stars and stripes, isn't it?
Well, I had guys saying, dude, you need to be more confident. You're good. I had guys tell me you're a good looking dude. And I was just like, well, hey, I appreciate it, man, but I don't know what to fucking do about it. And
good boys are raised that way. We are all raised that way by our parents.
I tried to be humble.
Feel a little bit insecure about us.
I was insecure on a lot of shit. I can admit that to you guys. I can admit my faults. I can admit where I fuck up. Now, back in the day, that was a lot harder for me to do. For sure. I didn't like when people disagreed with me and did this, that, and the other. I just didn't associate with you. And that was the wrong way of thinking, but that's how I was back then. If you're the same guy now that you were 5 to 7 years ago, then you haven't done any growing, because I guarantee your thoughts have changed. Your fucking beliefs have probably changed. Hopefully you keep on to your morals, your principles, and all that stuff. But there's no perfect number, but every 5 to 7 years, if you're thinking the same way, then you haven't challenged yourself and you haven't grown, in my opinion, because your outlook on life and your experiences in life is automatically going to change that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's how I've experienced life. I don't think the same way now as I did when I was 21 in 2000. That's for fucking damn sure.
That is 20 years gone by. Why would you think that this is very same way anyways?
Well, I don't know. I guess it was just the blue pill delusion of what the world could have been. How about that?
No, that is, I would say, a very natural way of looking at things, but things are not more natural nowadays. They are unnatural.
Yeah. God damn, man. I don't even have a 4-head. I have a fucking 5-head. Look at that fucker. There you go. I could put a 4 on that fucker. You got to learn how to fucking self-deprecate, guys. If you can self-deprecate, you can take any fucking insult in this world. I promise you. It's not me being harsh on myself or being because you guys know how people can really, really get on themselves, and it's funny, but at the same time, there's probably some truth into it. And you want to be like, hey, man, are you okay? Chris Farley was a perfect example. You shut your mouth. Quit barking. There ain't no one showing up here. I can promise you that.
Isn't she a sweetheart?
There's no one out there, dogs. There's no one out there. Quit barking. I ain't got no women coming to fucking see me. I'm divorced, lost 2 properties and a bunch of money, and I had to move back in with my mom. There's not exactly a line of women waiting outside, girls.
I mean, one night stand is another thing.
Here's the girls, so you guys know. There's the St. Bernard. Turn around, girl. Let them see you. There you go. Here we go. We'll go around this way. There you go. There you go. And then there's the little shit. Little shit, big shit. Yeah. Oh man. What do you guys is there anything on your mind, Rusty? Is there anything you wanted to say at all?
Well, I kind of been busy a little bit here. My mother just died yesterday morning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
I've been dealing with that for quite some time, and it finally came to an end.
Was she suffering from any physical ailment?
Well, she had Alzheimer's.
Oh, damn. Can I ask you a question, Rusty?
Yes, sir.
Did your mom, in her worst times, and this isn't me trying to be offensive, but I think about it all the time because my mom has kind of a similar short memory loss thing. Did she ever look at you and be like, "Who are you?" to her own son?
She never looked at me as who I was, but every 15 minutes she wanted to know how I just got there, what I was doing, and who I was doing it with. Every 15 minutes.
Gotcha. But
Yeah.
but she still knew that you were her son.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I've seen those horror stories where a son your age comes in and says, "Who are you?" And that would just be the hardest fucking thing. Because I talked to my mom about it. I said, "Mom, do you know how hard it would be if I picked you up one day and you said, 'Who are you?'" It would just, I wouldn't show it in front of her, but I'd probably get really emotional after I dropped her off because that's god awful. It's a god awful disease.
Yeah, she always asked me, she said, "Are you still married?"
No, Mom, that was a mistake, Mom. No, I'm not
Yeah.
married. Your boy's safe, Mom. I'm not married. It's okay. I'm not married.
Well, I was married for 23 years.
Jesus, man. Here's another example for you guys. Pay attention. Rusty, do you want to elaborate on that if you
You
don't
have
mind?
the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of law, and we are handcuffing you. These are your papers you have to sign after we reach the police station. Isn't it?
Well, Contriver, in my particular case, I kind of got lucky. You see, many years ago, when I first got into the real estate investment business, I got in touch with a very specific attorney. And my concern was that my tenants would sue me and what was my liabilities. And so we started carefully structuring all of my properties so that I did not own them. We created a corporation that then paid me a little meager salary every single year. And you see, so when the divorce came many years later, I owned nothing. The judge was very upset that they could not attach anything to me.
Oh, yes. How dare you not have anything that we can take from you? How dare you?
That is correct. You're correct, Father. Yep.
God damn it. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Your mom passed away yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Right when the sun was coming up, I was holding her hand
It's actually amazing you're on here right now and keeping yourself together, man.
Well, my mom and dad were married for 60 years.
Holy
60
shit.
years.
60 years, guys. My mom and dad were married for 42 before my dad passed. You got another guy here for 60.
My mom and dad were very conservative. They were very traditional, and they came from a different age, which the manosphere really does not apply to.
Yep.
And I have a very strong father, and he raised me to be very strong. But I miss my mom.
Yeah, I miss my dad.
Yeah.
He passed in 2013, right upstairs where you guys were with me. He passed away right there. Yeah, that's just it's not easy. I had to be emotionally numb, if you will, to handle everything, to take care of my mom. Because, not to interrupt you, Rusty, with your permission here, my dad was such the traditional guy that my mother didn't even know how to reset the clocks or the alarm clocks. I had to teach her how to mow a lawn. I had to teach her how to reset the alarm clock. I had to reteach her because my dad was like, no, that's a man's thing. That's a man's thing. I got it. That's how he was. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. That's how I grew up. That's what he did. So I had to reteach my mom all those things. And you guys might be like, well, that's crazy. Well, of course it's going to be crazy. It was crazy to me. But I did it because my mom wiped my ass and taught me how to use the spoon. My mom never humiliated me. She never degraded me. She always supported me. And if it wasn't for my mother, I would have been homeless after my divorce. So you bet your fucking ass I'm going to take care of my mom, even if in my head I'm like, how the fuck do you not know this? I did these things. And I couldn't believe it because my mom worked in a factory for 43 years, worked her ass off. I'm like, Mom, how do you not know how to do this stuff? I'm not trying to insult my mom. I couldn't fathom how you couldn't know these things. But because my dad was the ultra traditional dude, because my dad would be 81 years old right now if he was still alive, I had to reteach her all those things. And it sucked at the time too, because I was still married in 2013 when my dad died. And to my ex-wife's credit, she tried to revive him and she couldn't do it. She got like real fucking shaky. She couldn't do it, but she was there with my dad. So I do have respect for my ex-wife as far as it comes to her nursing skills and, you know, the things that she did for my dad and all that stuff. I'm the one who walked in and said, stop. They tried to resuscitate him for 45 minutes. I don't know if I've ever said this on any of my streams, but when I looked at my dad, his entire chest cavity was completely caved in because he had barrel chest from smoker's cough because he smoked since 15. And I'm like, stop, just stop. You guys have tried for 45 minutes. God bless you. Just stop. And then I closed my dad's eyes because his eyes were still open. I'm just like, just stop. Because my mom didn't have the heart. My mom was like delirious. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. So I know what that's like. It's god awful. But I had to be the emotional stable one to make sure that everything got taken care of the way that it needed to be taken care of. Because my dad did a good job at making sure that my mom would be taken care of after he passed. But she didn't know the process. Yeah. I didn't know the process, but I learned it for her to make sure that everything was taken care of. And, you know, there's not a day that goes by when you're Rusty's age, when you're my age, Contriver's age. There's not a day that's going to go by that you don't miss your mom and dad. I miss my dad. I love my dad. His birthday, he was born in 1942. And my mom was
So was my dad.
He was born in 1942? Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That's my dad was born in 1942. He was like 37 or 38 before he had me. And I went there on September 30th, which would have been, I'm sorry, an 80th birthday, not 81st. He'd been 80 this year because he was born in 42. And, you know, I had an ice cold Busch Light with him because he used to drink Old Milwaukee's Best. That was the thing he had in the fucking fridge, you know. Yeah. And my dad worked until he was 66 in a factory. and enjoyed the last 4 years of his life just sitting here at home not doing nothing. That was my dad. He wanted to be left the fuck alone. If he talked, you listened because he never said shit. And but he always knew how. My dad was one of those things that are called a jack of all trades but master of none. He knew how to work on motors. He knew how to do construction. He played the keyboard, the harmonica, and the fucking acoustic guitar. And he was left-handed. I'm right-handed, and I don't know any of the other things I just showed you guys because my dad's patience was this. If I didn't get a chord right by just looking at it, he didn't have the patience to fucking teach me any of that shit. That's just the way it was. I don't fault my father for that, by the way, guys. I don't. Who am I to be upset at a man, my father or not, because he didn't raise me the way that I thought he should raise me? So when my father died, I was upset for about 15 minutes because I didn't know a lot about my dad because he never really talked about it. And then I thought in my head, who am I to be upset with this man because I didn't agree with what he should have been? That's not right. And then I got over it. I'm not saying it's going to be that easy for any of you guys, but once you let go of control over the things you have no control over, your mental health will skyrocket. I promise you. You don't want that shit on your chest, on your mind, any of that stuff. I know that if my dad's looking at me right now, he'd be happy with the son that he raised. And that gives me comfort because his wife, my mother's taken care of, and the house is taken care of. His 1990 GMC truck is taken care of. I still have it, the step side. He had a 1966 fucking Chevy before that with no power steering, and it was a bitch to fucking drive. And I can't tell you why, because he never let me drive it. He let my older brother drive it. But when my older brother fucked up, my dad was the king of the word no to me because my brother fucked up a lot of things for me. My brother fucked up a lot. So he's like, no, we're not doing that again. You are not doing this. You're not doing that. I'm like, God damn it, Brandon, you fucker. My older brother, he's 47 now. He's 4 years older than me. I could always outrun him, but he was always stronger. No matter what, I've never beat my brother in an arm wrestling match in my life, and that still bugs me. And we've had about a 3-minute long arm wrestling match before. My brother still beat me. I'm like, fuck you. But growing up, I used to call him something that really got to him because I knew I could outrun him. And I knew if I could lock myself in the bathroom, if he fucked up that bathroom door, mom and dad were going to fuck him up when they got home. So he couldn't do anything if I did that. Because if mom and dad came home and something was fucked up, your ass is going to get fucked up. So if I could outrun my brother, I'm good. So I would call my brother a fatso tubblard bungee. Don't ask me where I got those words. But I'd say, you're a fucking fatso tubblard bungee, and I'd run the fuck away, and I'd fucking lock the door. But he stayed here because for those of you that don't know, my mom had what's called the heart ablation surgery. And there was months and months and months of appointment after appointment. And I said, hey, Brandon, you got to get here. I need help. It's not just because I needed help. It's because, God forbid, this is the last time you get to see our mother and you didn't come down. Because I know what that's like. Because my grandma passed away when I was 16. And that one time she was in the hospital, I decided not to go down. I'm like, oh, grandma will be all right. She died. I never forgave myself. So I'm like, Brandon, hey, I need your help because I don't want him to have that same regret where he didn't come down and mom passed away or some shit, right? And that didn't work. So now my mom has what's called a pacemaker. She had to get the pacemaker put in because the surgery that they did didn't work and her heart was still out of rhythm, AFib. And she's doing okay now. But yeah, it was one of those things where it's like when dad talked, because he didn't talk a lot at all, when he talked, you just fucking listened. Not just because it was wisdom, but it was because it's interaction with my father, who I never had a lot of interactions with because he didn't never have a lot to say. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to take away from, I just want to explain all that shit. And like your mother and Contriver will tell you, when I get to talking about shit, sometimes if I'm comfortable, I won't shut the fuck up. So if you guys need to interrupt or whatever, go ahead and do it whenever you need to. But I'm glad you're doing okay, Rusty. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm actually amazed that you're on a panel right now when you just lost your mother. So, hats off to you for being able to come up on here and show your face.
I'm very fortunate that I had a very strong mother and a very strong father. And they taught me to be independent and to create wealth and health for myself. And that is what exactly I have done for the last 25 years. I have been very, very fortunate that I had the parents that I had. They taught me so much. They taught me how to stand on my own 2 feet and how to get out there in the world and to create my own identity. And that's exactly what I did. I don't know where I would be without them.
Yep. You know, Rusty, when you say something like that, that's really heartfelt. It really hits home because I sit there and I think about the same thing about my sons. And I think about the world that they're living in right now. The world that we live in right now. I'm 43. Rusty, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, brother?
I am 53 years old.
So you're 10 years my senior.
Yeah.
I feel terrible for the kids growing up today, my kids included, because
yes,
it's really hard to coach them in a way. I do it anyway. But it's really hard to convince and sell my sons to be hopeful for the future, looking at the world the way that it is today. It's hard for me.
On that note, Father, it is very different. And that is one of the missions that I have, and I have really been passionate about, because these young men today, they do not have the same landscape that I had. Okay? They are pulling from a marketplace that is totally against them. This gynocentric society that has developed little by little over the years, they can't win. There is no way that they can win. No way. The people, the women that they have to choose from, no. It is a disaster. It is a disaster that is like pre-planned almost. You know, these women, they are going to run the gambit, run the carousel, so to speak, for 10 years, from 20 to 30. And then all of a sudden, where have all the good men gone? And then they're going to find their beta male who has a good job, and they're going to hook up with them. They're going to fall in love. They're going to get married. And then on an average of 6.5 to 7 years later, I am not happy. Yep. And they're going to get a divorce. And they got 2 kids. And that son of a gun is going to pay the price for the next 21 years. Yep. And this is my mission. My mission is to save these young men from this fate, because it is going to happen. And I talk to so many young men all the time. And that is my mission. I do try to save them. I try to inform them what is about to happen, what they are about to face. And it's a hard road, because, you know, when you tell somebody what's around the corner and they're a youngster, they don't believe you. They think, oh no, not me. That's not going to happen to me. And it happens every single time. And that's my mission. My mission is to defeat this gynocentric, liberal, feminist damn society that we have allowed to happen over the last 70, 80 years in our country. This is the fight for Western civilization as we know it. And we are falling. It is a slow toilet flush is what we're experiencing right now. And I just want to save these guys. I want to warn them. I want to tell them that there is another way. And that is what I want to do. That's my mission. And that is what I am going to do.
God bless you, because that's what I try to do with my sons. And I have that guilt as a father where I want to teach them everything that I can, but I don't want to take my fucking son's childhood innocence at the same time. So I got to balance. Yeah. I got to balance it because it's okay for a 14-year-old, my son, my oldest son, biological son. It's okay to be attracted to women. It's okay to be attracted to a fucking fat fucking fit ass. It's okay to
yeah. Oh, I was saying you're killing me. Oh God!
I talk to my son when we travel to box every day. I'm like, son, there's nothing wrong with you being attracted to a fat ass. There's nothing wrong with you being attracted to a woman. I want you to keep these certain things in the back of your head because we all were there. There's nothing wrong with that. That's natural human biological function. It's okay to be attracted to attractive women. Women are very. They're very beautiful. They're pretty. They have all the right curves. They smell good. They feel good. All these things. It's perfectly fucking natural for you to be attracted to a woman. Don't ever feel ashamed to come and tell me, Dad, can I get some advice on dating? I'm thinking this. I'm thinking that. I will coach you the best that I can. It's all normal. But I want you to know, son, that even though that's normal, let's get that out of the way so you can talk to your dad that this is normal, because they need to know this is normal. Not this other shit that these people got going on with trying to figure out what fucking bathroom they need to use. It's okay to be attracted to a woman. But I want you to understand that I want you to look for X, Y, and Z. And it might not make sense now, but I want them to know that no matter what, if I passed away tomorrow, my son could go to my grave and be like, you know what, my father might have been a lot of things, but one of the things he never was a liar. He told me the fucking truth. And I see it now and all that stuff. If I can leave that legacy to my kids, then that's a win for me. So I'm like, son, it's okay for this, that, and the other. I want you to keep this certain thing in the back of your mind when that fucking example presents itself. I don't just go be like, hey, son, women are fucking shit. Don't do this, that, and the other. No, we talk. It's okay to be attractive, son. It's okay. But I want you to know that women see this. He's like, Dad, one of the examples you gave me just happened the other day. What was that, son? When you told me, Dad, that women want men that other women want, and I can't believe that a 14-year-old figured this out, because I wouldn't have at 14. I can promise you. I told him this. I said, women want men that other women want. And my son said, Dad, what you said the other day is true. I just saw it. And I'm just like, I didn't want to fucking be like, yeah, son, I'm fucking right. Yeah, I'm fucking right. No, it's not a fucking accomplishment. Now I'm thinking that in my head. What I just did with you guys is what I'm thinking, but I didn't fucking advertise it, because I want him to know that all these things are okay. It's okay to be attracted to a woman. It's okay to talk to women. It's okay. If a woman asks you on a date, or you want to ask a woman on a date, I'll try to help teach you on how I think would be the best circumstance for you to go try to approach that. My son has actually came up to me and said, Dad, there was a couple times I snuck out in the house that he lives in, that I bought with my VA loan, that his mom lives in now, that I don't. And it's really, really fucking hard, guys. I don't have the perfect answer as a father for any of you guys, because I tell my son, I don't condone you sneaking out. I don't agree with you sneaking out. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, son, yeah, fucking get it. No. but I understand. Now, if you can say, look, son, I don't agree with whatever the fuck it is, but you understand, they're going to open up their hearts to you because, look, even if I don't agree with it, I understand. Tell me what happened. Okay. I will try to coach you in a way that benefits you the most. My intentions are always for my sons to have one step forward, not because they're coddled. They're not being coddled because I give them the real world repercussions of some of the actions that they might do. And then I tell them, this is what may happen. Keep this in the back of your head. This is this. This is okay. This is okay. I don't condone this, but I want you to pay attention to X, Y, and Z of what can happen. Now, if I can do that, and like I talk about on my channel, if I can make someone comfortable enough, myself included, yourself included, Rusty, anybody, if you can make someone comfortable, they will tell you their life story in the first 30 minutes of meeting you. We've all experienced it. I've experienced it where they just felt so comfortable telling you everything. And that's a very, very, very powerful thing to have and very responsible thing to have that you don't exploit because it could be exploited very, very easily. Like if I was butter in your hands, Rusty, you could fucking probably try to manipulate me in a certain different things because I'm comfortable with you that much to where I'm going to listen to what you say. It's not that I want you to follow what I'm saying. I want you to keep this in the back of your mind and know that you being attracted to a woman is a natural thing because these kids nowadays, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to be a kid nowadays because every fuck up is online. Every fuck up that we had, we didn't have to worry about being in our face on a fucking screen. It was like done. Whoever saw it, but there was not like 10,000 likes or all of your fucking schoolmates fucking saying, oh, we got this on fucking shit here. All we got to do is swipe. It's hard to balance the son. It's okay to be like this. It's perfectly normal. Keep this in your mind because they're going through hormones that we went through. They're going through where they have a 40-minute class and they got a fucking heart on the whole 40 minutes. Dad, what do I do? Dad, what do I do? I've had that question come up. I'm like, son, I'll give you the best advice I can give you. If you get called up to the board, son, does your dick hang to the right or to the left? And you put your hand in your pockets and you hold that fucker against your thigh when you're up there writing shit on the fucking board so that your shit doesn't fucking pop out. I mean, these are things I talk about with my fucking oldest son because no one talked to me about it. I just had to deal with it, you know?
Well, let me tell you something, Father. One of the things that is it's a little difficult for me participating in a lot of these manosphere platforms is that you see, I'm the guy that everybody hates. You know, I'm the guy that they're always talking about is in the top, 1%, so to speak. I'm 6'1", over 200 pounds, well built.
Inch taller than me. How fucking dare you be an inch taller than me? I'm 6 foot even. God damn you, Rusty.
I make over 6 figures a year. Most of the brothers know that I got a big freaking yacht. And, I got women chasing me all the time. Women have never been a problem for me. It's something that I have never, ever, ever encountered, a problem with a woman, getting a woman. And a lot of times, I don't think that a lot of our brothers realize what the opposite situation is, for a quote Chad. I have, for the most of my life, I've ran 10 women at the same time, quote,
God damn,
spinning.
Dude, how the hell did you spin 10 different plates?
Spinning plates. Yeah. And let me tell you something there. I can give you so much insight to what it's like to be Chad. there is so many interesting phenomenon that happens. Like, for example, you got, I would have like 10 women that I was spinning plates with, okay? And they all would text at the same time. They all would call at the same time. They all wanted to get together at the same time. I mean, this like, as a person that is red pilled, so to speak, I was aware of all kinds of different things. But the things that I experienced as Chad, it completely blew me away. It's amazing the synchronicity that takes place amongst women.
Well, you're talking about the hive mind.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, all at once, like when I had like 10 women at the same time, every single one of them would text at the same time. They would call at the same time. And this completely blew me away. So, and you got to keep something in mind. You got to have money to spin plates.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I was fortunate, and I am fortunate, that I have been very successful in life. I got into real estate investment 25 years ago, and that's all I've been doing. I buy houses, fix them up, rent them out. Okay. One after another, a dominoes effect. And, I have made a ton of money. I enjoy being the boss. I have no schedule. I have no set time. I'm basically retired. I got a big boat. I go out all the time, and I get to choose my rail candy. Who's coming along? So for me, when I participate in the manosphere, it is a little difficult, because I know that I am in that top percent. I know I am the guy that all of you guys are talking about. And a lot of times it really affects me. And it makes me sad. It makes me think that, well, life handed me a whole bunch of opportunities, and it didn't hand somebody else a lot of opportunities. Like one of my brothers that's 5'6", that works a couple of jobs, making $15 an hour wage salary. It does affect me. It makes me very sad. But women have never, ever been a problem for me. And I have a lot of knowledge about women. A lot. Sometimes I'm very tempted to share it, but I don't want to be a damn dating roach. the thing that I want to do is, and this is something I've, you know, my really good friend, Gone with John, we talk about all the time, is that I would like to try to create a channel for men that addresses the trauma that a lot of men experience with breakups, with being abandoned, and having their heart broken. There is so much pain that men go through, like with the court systems, the child support, everything. And that's something that I really would like to try to address. I don't think that it is addressed properly. And personally, myself, I have gone through a lot of trauma with women. You see, men love. This is why in the Bible, God's commandments, he says to women, obey your husbands. But to men, he says, love your wives as Christ loved the church. And you see, this is proof that even God knew how he created us, that men are the only ones that are capable of love. Women are only capable of following directions. And we got a lot of brothers out there that have gone through so much trauma because never before in the history of Western civilization have we had this many single mama households. And single mama households only produce one thing: damage, trauma, dysfunctional women, and weak men. And this is what our younger brothers, this is the pool, the marketplace, so to speak, that they are having to draw from. It's nothing but a bunch of damaged women, tattoos, and they look like they fell into an open tackle box on board my ship. Face first. And they, you see, yeah, and you see all those signs. They're warning signs. Stay away, for I am death. And that is the truth. And our young brothers are having to endure this. And that is one of the things that I have pledged myself that I am going to try to change, to inform, and to enlighten. I do not want them to go through some of the things that I went through. Never before in Western civilization have we had this many narcissistic personality disorders from women, borderline personality disorders from women, histrionic personality disorders from women. There are a whole bunch of sociopaths out there that our brothers, our young brothers, are pulling from. And let me tell you something about damaged people. Damaged people cause damage. They psychologically affect the people that they're involved with. And these are our brothers. And they are being affected. This is something that is totally being ignored by mainstream media. That out of all of these single mother households with no father, these young women are developing so many mental disorders, CPTSD, borderline, narcissistic, histrionic, antisocial, and our young brothers are getting hooked up with them. And then all of a sudden, they get ghosted. These young women just disappear from their lives. And there was the high and the low and the trauma bonds that were formed during these relationships. This has never happened before. This is all new. And this is what our brothers are facing today. And I desperately want to protect them. I want to inform them. And I want them to know that they will be okay. And there is a way out of this. You can let go of that relationship that is haunting you. You can let go of those memories. You can let go of those pains that haunt you, with places that you used to go, things that you used to do. We got so many guys, they don't sleep. The first thing that they wake up at 3:15 in the morning, and that woman is on their mind because that woman scarred them so badly. I want to help those guys. I want to free them. I want to help them so badly. And that's my mission.
That's one hell of a fucking mission.
Yeah.
That's absolutely one hell of a fucking mission, because I've been that person up at 3:15 wondering if that person liked me or what I did wrong, or what can I do to correct it, or am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? Does this person hate me? I used to worry about that shit all the fucking time. I did. I was one of those guys. Absolutely.
Yep.
How the hell are you 10 years my senior, but you have less fucking white and gray than I do?
It's called dye.
He's got me beat, guys. He got the code. I didn't get the code. My code was interrupted by a marriage.
Yeah. Go to Dollar General and get you some mustache, beard dye. Yeah, man, it helps.
I understand. I'm good, man. I got what I call Cajun rice. For you, it would be salt and pepper. Since I'm a red beard, it's called Cajun rice. I came up with that term. But so I got the Cajun rice thing going on here. Man, what you said resonates with me and a lot of people, especially in the chat. The chat's fucking talking you up right now, because what you say it's definitely a venerable thing to do, because a lot of guys are lost right now. A lot of guys are more lost than we were, because it's so much more complicated now than it was when we were even doing what we were doing. Because at least back in our day, we could talk, we could approach, we could do something without having to worry about, you're a creep, or that's harassment, or whatever, because we didn't fit the description of what they find attractive. And and it goes back to not only just you helping the youth, but people like myself trying to help my son, saying it's okay to be attracted to women. It's okay to go talk. If you want to be a woman, I'll support you. I will try to train you and teach you on these things, but they're all normal. It's all normal fucking things. Now it's hard to separate those two things when it comes to what our knowledge is compared to what the person is who has not had our experience has to apply it. There's not a disconnect, but there is a experience gap, if you will, because a lot of people, like if I was 20, I would still listen to you, but I'm not going to have that experience, and it's going to be hard for me to believe what you just said is true. So we always keep that shit in the back of our mind because we're men, because our minds always go. Like my mind never shuts the fuck off, ever, and that's part of my sleeping problem because my mind just it will not shut off. It won't fucking do it, and it's really hard to try to translate that into a healthy relationship of what you're trying to teach a young generation. Because what you say is true, I know it's true. But someone 20 years younger than me might be like, "You're full of shit. There's no way it can be that way," because I was that way. Because you had a 60 year. Go ahead.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
This will be the first time that I will say this. When I was 20 years old, I went to prison for 2.5 years. Close custody, maximum security prison. I went to prison because of a woman. And the main reason that I got into real estate was because I couldn't get a job. Nobody would hire me after I got out of prison. So it's kind of like the denial of opportunities is actually what led to my success, because I couldn't get a regular job. So I was homeless, and I had to live in my vehicle, and just by circumstance, I was able to acquire my very first property while I was living in my vehicle. And it was tough. It was very tough. But because of that, because of those setbacks in my life, my funnel was very narrow. So I really didn't have any place to go. So I was able to get my first property, and I worked on it. I fixed it up, and I was able to refinance it and take cash out. And then with the cash out, I was able to buy a couple of more properties, and I did the same thing. And then just wound up living in those properties while I was fixing them up. You know, I always thought, when I think of folks like you, Father, that were in the military, you know, when you join the military, they strip you down as an individual and then build you back up as a unit. Prison is a little bit similar. They tear you down but they never build you back up. And when you come out of there, you're a fucking wreck. And this is why so many men that go into prison wind up going back. I got lucky. Apparently, God was on my side. I was able to take advantage of my circumstances and and get that first property, and that changed my entire life. And then through other circumstances, I was able to rescind the charges that were against me, and then I was able to complete college. I was in the middle of college when I got sent to prison, and after I got out of prison, I was able to finish college, and I got my bachelor's degree. And then through other circumstances, which are almost supernatural, I was able to acquire a teacher's certificate to actually teach. And that was always my dream, was to teach. And then I taught for 2 years. And then at the end of the 2 years, the FBI stuff started with, checking teachers out and everything. And I knew that my time was at an end. So I had to leave the teaching field. But I had taught 12th grade world literature, 10th grade honors English, and ancient Latin. I was very fortunate as a young kid. I had a classical education, and everything that I learned during that time period, went towards my college stuff and teaching and everything. But after the 2 years, and the FBI stuff started, with the fingerprints and the background checks and everything, I knew they were going to catch on to me. And so I had to leave. And that's when I bought my first house. And then after that, the rest is history. Today, I own 22 properties that amount to 50 units. As most brothers know, I got a pretty big damn yacht, and I enjoy life. I have plenty of money, and I what I do with it is I try to support people and try to help brothers out. I don't want to say anything specific or take credit for anything, but I do a lot for a lot of brothers. I support a lot of content creators. And the only one that I will mention, because he is such a fine gentleman, is Gone with John. And I support him, and we work together, and it's amazing that he actually grew up in the same area I grew up in, and he actually went to the same schools that I went to, which were very, very incredible, talented schools that were not normal schools. And it's amazing that I would meet somebody that actually went through that same type of program that I did. And that's one of the things that makes me and him close. But I do support a lot of content creators, and I help out a lot of specific brothers, and I tried to spread my my good fortune to other people. Men need to support men. And the last thing that I like to see is some of our brothers fighting amongst themselves. It tears my heart up. I really wish that we all could get on the same page. That's all I got to say.
That's a lot to say. I agree with you. There is a lot of infighting that I try not to participate in. Sometimes it happens, and I just kind of back away. And sometimes I will do what a lot of people do, which is ninja watch from the background, because I don't really want to be. The older I get, the less patience I have for a lot of different shit. Not that shit's not relevant. I just know me, and my patience isn't there, so I'm not going to help. As a matter of fact, I probably hinder things if I ever even got involved in it. So I just kind of go to the background, stay in the back, say my piece, do my streams. I have videos about navigating divorce with my divorce decree. I go through it so that men can understand what can, not will, but what can happen to you.
Yeah.
And if you are a logical guy and you look at that, not that I'm trying to sway you, but if this has a chance of happening to you or worse, I want people to take all these things into account before they make major life decisions, because it can. Not that it will, but you've been warned that this can happen to you, because it happened to me, and I've got proof. I got the receipts. And so I just, like with a lot of my streams, and I probably should get back to making just regular content without the stream. But I have so much fun on my streams. I just did one the other day that lasted 5 hours before I even knew it. I'm like, holy shit, I've been on 5 hours. Because, well, if you can give someone a comfortable night, even if it's one night out of that whole month, that's probably one night out of that whole month that they would have not have gotten for 6 months. But they got to at least let go and be themselves, have fun for one night. That can save a man's life, knowing that they're not alone. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
One thing, that one night could potentially save a dude's life. And no, I don't know, because most men are going to be like, oh, you saved my fucking life. If they do that, cool. Like Terrence Pop, you saved a lot of lives.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's incredibly awesome. Because a lot of those people are going to be able to have a chance now to have a different effect on not only their life, but anyone that they're surrounded by, that they're still here for, because of potentially that one person's channel, or that one person's quote, or that one person's interaction with somebody else that they related to. Okay, finally, fuck, I'm not alone. Thank fucking God. Okay, I don't need to fucking pull this trigger tonight. Okay, I'm not alone. And so what you're doing, and what Good Mother's doing, and what everybody in the chat's doing with the chat engagement and the stories that we tell, are very, 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 very important. Now, sometimes I don't give it enough credit. Sometimes I think it's not important enough, if you will, because we don't see the actual change in people every time that we might positively affect someone's life. It's not like you're going to get a report or a newspaper saying, hey, Rusty, you're on the front page. You saved this person's life. You know, we're never going to get that kind of recognition. Not that we're asking for it, but that could be an impact on what you just said right now. What you just said right now might have saved someone's life. We don't know. But I don't really have a lot to follow up on that with. I appreciate you sharing your fucking story. I'm just sitting here chilling just like you on a regular fucking Thursday night. Is it Thursday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. One day runs into the next. And a lot of days run into each other when I'm living my life. And sometimes I don't know what the fuck is what day we're on. But I know that people enjoy what we're doing right now. I guarantee you everybody in that chat right now is just like, man, I'm having a good fucking time. Hey, you make a lot of fucking sense. Everybody's saying, hey, you're spot on, Rusty. You're fucking spot on, man. Good job. It's good to see that. I never would have thought 1 year ago that I would be putting out regular content or be on panels with people and help lives. But when you get messages and whatnot, it actually does help. So what you're saying and what I'm saying gives people another fucking a day. And that one day can mean a life for somebody or a life for somebody else or a life that you get to continue to be a part of because you decided not to end it that night. Because we've all been there. I've had those dark thoughts. You've had those dark thoughts. Any man who's been fucking challenged knows that it's like, man, I don't see a way out of this tunnel. That fucking light at the end of that tunnel is less than the size of my pinky right now. I don't know how I'm going to get out of this. To know that you're not alone going through that stuff and to hear the stories and whatnot, which I tried not to interrupt at all and just listen, which I'm trying to get better at because I don't want to wait for my turn to talk. I need to listen and take in, and I'm guilty of just waiting for my turn to talk. And I try not to be that way, but I'm cognizant that that's there. The fact that you're also 10 years older is another thing because we can relate to different age demographics. Because people might be like, well, you're not 50. What the fuck do you know? You're not 40. What the fuck do you know? Well, you've only been on this earth for 20 years. There's teenagers, there's 20s, there's 30s, there's 40s, 50s, 60s who watch all this shit. So if we can hit all those age gaps and kind of help everybody keep trying to get along the next fucking day, regardless of your age, knowing that you're not alone, I think it's a really good thing.
I want men to know that they are not alone. We are all here together. And I don't want any man to think that things are so bad that they got to kill themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to know that there is light at the end of the tunnel. And that they have a network.
Guys. It might be a pinhole smaller than my pinky. I've been there. But I promise you it will get better.
Yes.
I can't guarantee that everything's going to work out. I cannot.
Yes.
I'm not arrogant enough to tell you it's going to get better because I don't have that authority. But I'm telling you that there is a chance that it will get better if you fight through it. I can't guarantee it. I cannot. I'd be lying to you if I could guarantee it will get better because I can't, because I don't know your life. But I promise you, if you keep going, at least in my experience, it will get better to manage. It doesn't go away. Can you get better at managing it? This isn't going to change. Our stressors, the things that cause all these problems, they're not going to go away. But can you get better at managing it and keep going on?
Well, I can tell you this right now, Father. Being a participant in your channel, you are right on track. And you're one of the guys that I listen to because you have a unique empathy. And a lot of men can relate to that. And you are saving lives. I could tell you that right now.
Well, I appreciate that respect, man, because I don't always feel that way when I make my stuff. I'm just glad that people want to hear what I have to say.
Yeah.
It's just me in a fucking basement. Or me upstairs, when I unplug my computer and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I talk and I'm like, blah, 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 blah.
You choked me up. No, you make a very big impact on a lot of men. And you should know that. And you need to keep doing exactly what you are doing. Don't change, because you really are helping a lot of guys, including me.
Really? Well, that's an honor, man. I appreciate that. I'm not going to change. I am who the fuck I am. It's not going to change. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
All right.
We got someone who's 10 years my senior saying that I helped him. So I thank you. I don't know what to say to that.
I do thank you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you for being there and helping out everybody. Really. You have no idea the impact that you have.
I don't have an idea. So thank you.
If it wasn't for guys like you and Gone for John and Hammerhand and freaking Chronic and One Fast Dak and geez, I could go down the damn list. You guys have really helped me tremendously, and I can't thank you enough.
I really don't know what to say to that, man. I'm humbled right now.
Well, it's the truth.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody in the chat. I appreciate the panel. I'm glad I'm able to help. I never thought I'd be that person, but if that's the case, I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, you are that guy. Make no mistake about it.
I don't know what to say, man. If I could blush right now, I'd be blushing. I appreciate that. It's not every day you get someone 10 years your senior thanking me for something. That's an honor. You don't get that.
Well, it's the truth.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right, let me get off of here before I start crying.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for sharing everything that you did. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank you, Father.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, you have a good night. And then there was one. What am I going to do now? You're not spooning with Saunders tonight. We've already done that. I'm on another panel and I'm taking control tonight, and it's all on me. It's like that one time when we did that when Chris Mitchell did that background music, and I talked all sexy and shit, and I was laying in the fucking bed beside me here. Now I'm on another channel. It's all on me with the fucking the close up. Lord Jeremy, have a good night. Rusty, have a good night. All of you guys that have been sitting here, I'll be on for a little bit yet. It's really humbling to hear that when it comes from your elders. It's humbling to hear how you could help somebody who's older than you, just because it's not something that's common at all. And I don't know what to say to it. I really don't. I don't. When someone says who's older than me, hey, you help me, I don't know what the fuck to say to that. I really don't. I don't have it's not that people are expecting me to say anything. I just don't know how to respond to it. So, God dang, man. It's like I don't know. The best thing I have is it's humbling. I don't know what to say about it. I really don't. You guys are watching me now. What the hell do you want to talk about? Damn a good mother. Wake your ass up. What the fuck am I supposed to talk about? You guys want me to keep going, or do you want me to call it a night? Because I can keep going. I ain't got no more alcohol or nothing. But let's see, what time is it? 1:46 Central Time. I'm on Central Time. It's 1:46 right now. I'll tell you what, I'll be on for at least another 15 minutes. I might go farther, but I'll give you at least 15 minutes before I exit the fucking show and shit. You have her number, Jer? I don't. I gave her my number. I don't have her number because I don't think I saved it. I don't think I did. I remember I gave Good Mother my number once, not because I wanted her to come sleep with me, but because I wanted her to wake me up at one night because I was up late as fuck. You guys remember that who were there? It wasn't me trying to hit on Good Mother or anything, even though I do think she's a good looking woman. Let's see. Oh, happy Veterans Day, buddy. I got a happy Veterans Day for one of my good buddies. What else here? That was that. Okay. Thank you for the Veterans Day wishes, guys. For those of you that forgot or don't remember, it's okay. I don't take no offense. Today, right now, Friday, is Veterans Day. No, girls 18 online. No. Mods, get rid of that shit. No, Good Mother doesn't want 18-year-old girls to come to her house. Go away. What are we doing here? Oh shit, the Good Mother thing. I don't have that. It doesn't come up anymore. Yeah, Slay Queen. You're under a freaking car collecting grease on your arms. Holy shit. Does your day ever end, Pliskin? Some of you guys, you probably love these 3, 4, 5 hour streams because you're able, if you were able to in your job, listen to shit in the background, I would have killed. Literally killed. I can't believe I said literally. I hate that fucking word. I would have fucking killed to at some of the jobs I had to be able to have an earpiece and listen to a 5 hour stream while I'm doing my fucking job. So those of you guys that can do that, you probably love these 5 hour streams. Absolutely. Yes, you were there, Channel 1800. You remember that? I don't have Good Mother's number though. I don't think I saved anything. I gave her my number because I wanted to make sure I got up on time that day. Because I remember I turned my back to you guys. You guys were the big spoon that night. I turned my back to you. You're lucky I didn't turn around the other way because then you would have been the little spoon. You felt something poking you. Guys, I really don't know what to say. When I had Instagram back in the day, I think I canceled it in 2019, 2020, something like that. I did get DMs from people saying that I helped them save their life. What do you say to that? I don't know what to say to that. I don't. I have no fucking idea what to say to that. There's nothing I can say that could, do that justice. That you got some dude in the fucking basement just fucking talking about a bunch of shit and it helped somebody out and they didn't take their life. How do you respond to that? How does First Sergeant Pop respond to saving almost 500 lives? He's probably just very humbled and doesn't really know what to say. He's just glad that he's able to fucking keep people on this earth longer. Because like myself and Pop was even a worse scenario than I was. I never had to live in my car. Pop did. Coach Greg Adams did. I never had to live in my car. I got close to it, but I never had to do it. And so what do you say to that? Because when you're going through that shit at the time, you're just like, I lived another day. I'm still here. And now there's all these hundreds of people saying that they're still here because I decided not to fucking end my life that one day or whatever the fuck. It's a crazy thing. I want to remain humble, so it humbles me. Now, if I ever talk a big game, that's just me talking shit. That ain't me fucking trying to be all cocky and whatnot. Oh, Well, how many lives have you saved? I've saved more lives than you. It's a competition now. How dare you save more lives than me? No. How dare you save more lives than me? I'm going to cut the fucking camera here for a second, guys, because I got to piss. I got to piss while sitting down. Peeing while sitting. Contrary to pooping while standing. I would rather piss while sitting than poop while standing any day. Oh, shit, guys. My son's going to come over this weekend, even though it's not his weekend. I talked to him the other day, and a new video game came out that he's a big fan of, God of War Ragnarok. He's avoiding the spoilers and all that. And I said, I want to watch you play that game, son. And he's like, okay, I'll wait until I can, get over to your house to play this game, and, we can experience it together. Very, very happy, very proud that my son thought that, because I know how hard it is, especially as a 14-year-old, to sit there and not play something that you've been waiting for as a 14-year-old. So if it works out, my oldest son will be here tomorrow, even though it's not his weekend, because when I sit there and I think about shit logically, guys, even though it's not my weekend, that never fucking matters, because what's the difference between, hey, Mom, I want to go hang out with my buddy so-and-so, for a while. What's the difference between saying, hey, Mom, I want to go to my friend's house, and hey, Mom, I'm going to go to my dad's house? What's fucking difference? There shouldn't be any issue at all whatsoever. And I'm not telling you guys that there is, because there's not right now. But at the same time, as you guys know, she could be like, no, you're not going to your dad's. But logically, as a son, how do you argue that? Mom, what's the difference between me going to a friend's house and me just going over to dad's? What's the difference? There is no fucking difference outside of me being your dad. The difference is because, how dare you get more time? How dare you have happy times? Oh, is that your dad talking? Because my son has talked to me about that with some of the things that he has said, because he's my fucking son. Oh, that's your dad talking. Or did your dad make you do this? And did your dad do this, that, and the other? No, motherfucker, no. There's a bond there that you're never going to fucking break. There's a fucking bond there between me and my oldest son that cannot be broken. It cannot be broken unless it's voluntarily broken by him himself. You can't stop it now, nor should you want to, because it's not a detriment to you as the mother. If anything, it's a positive. It's always going to be a positive. And there's no workaround about it. There's no fucking difference. There shouldn't be a difference between your son going to a friend's house and your son going to dad's. Either way, he's going to be taken care of. He's going to be respected. He's going to be loved. He's going to be fed. All those things. One of the reasons why I'm so glad that I got my son into boxing is because it's going to show you what dedication and consistency and discipline is. That you can take with you wherever you go in your life. The boxing skill, not just the boxing skills on knowing how to throw a punch and knowing how to fight. You're going to be able to take the discipline. You're going to be able to take the hard work. You're going to be able to take the sacrifice, all those things with you for the rest of your life. It is a life-altering and life-enhancing experience to know, hey, what can I do? What changes can I see in my body? How much improvement can I have? And then we get that extra time to talk on the way there and on the way back about, guy shit. And it's very, very, very important to me. And I know my son's seeing it. He really is. And goddamn it, I love it. He quotes me all the time, and I'm just like, how dare you quote your stop quoting your father. You don't act like your father. He's like, Dad, I'm your son. I'm like, I know you came from my fucking nutsack. How dare you fucking you came from my nutsack, son. And then we get a big laugh about it because I'm like, look, son, I'm the same way. I came from my dad's nutsack. There's nothing you can do about it. The only difference is now I get to say that to you. It's funny how that shit works. But no, really, I don't know what to say about a lot of that stuff. I'm stumped. I'm on a panel. Just like that one time when you guys were there live. Some of you, Frank, I think you might have been there. Some of you were live when Hammerhand wrenched me which I never once asked for. I never once asked for it on anybody's channel, and I challenge anybody to prove that wrong, because I know I haven't. That's just not me. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'm a wrench here, and then Hammerhand's like, oh, you've earned it, you deserve it. I'm like, well, how? He must have been watching a lot of things that I did, or heard from a lot of you guys that, hey, this guy's legit. How else is Hammerhand going to know who the fuck I am? I've been on panels with Hammerhand and Pop on Reverend 20 Pieces shit. I think that was on Veterans Day of last year, as a matter of fact. It'll be a year ago. If you go to Reverend 20 Pieces channel and you look at the Veterans live stream last year, we had like 8 people on there. Pop was there. Hammerhand was there. We had a lot of guys there. And it was a good stream. It was awesome. But I don't think a lot of people know, myself included, how much of an impact you have until people start saying that and doing certain things. You're just like, well, what the fuck did I do to, do this, that, or the other? They're like, no, hey, man, you've earned it. And, Hammerhand is the same as Rusty Rivers, roughly 10 years my senior. I think Hammerhand's 52. Rusty's 53. And let me tell you guys something. When I say I'm humbled by someone 10 years older telling me that I helped their life out, that's very humbling. That's very humbling to me. I'm not sitting here thinking I'm helping people older than me. I'm helping people my age or younger. You don't ever expect for someone, you're a senior, to be like, hey, you helped me out. And I'm like, how the fuck did I help you out? You've had more experience than me. You've had more interactions than me. You've had all this stuff. So when I take all that into account, I don't know what to say. I really don't, because it's just very humbling. It's almost like if I couldn't trust someone like Rusty, I think Johnny Midnight, I think you're that age too, James Lon Maxwell, Hammerhand, Pop. If I couldn't trust them with something, it'd be like me not being able to trust my own father, even though my father's much older than them. But that's how I look at it. I'm like, how the hell am I getting respect from someone and shout outs and whatnot from someone like you? It's just very, very crazy to me. I guess I don't know what else to say about it, because that shit just doesn't happen very often, where you get the respect of someone who's 10 years your senior, for fuck's sake. That's not very common, guys. And it's very honorable. If you guys ever in your life get someone older than you that says they respect you, that's a very, very, very fucking honorable thing to fucking hear. And I want to remain humble. So the only thing I can say is thank you. And I don't know what to say outside of that. So I don't know if Hammerhand watched my shit or Pop watched my shit or they got told some shit or whatever the fuck it is, but they, thought it relevant to show me respect and say those things, or have me on their panels, or have me as a wrench, even though I never asked for it. There was one time in my life, guys, where one of the reasons why I'm saying this is there was one time in my life, even though I always showed respect to my elders, I will die on that hill. I always did. Or I always will. I'll die on that hill. I've always showed respect. But at one time, it would have went to my head, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. At one time, my looks went to my head. People looking up to me went to my head. And I probably disappointed just as many people in my life as I have surprised people and got their respect, if that makes any sense. But I tried not to come off that way. And I didn't have the confidence. So even when I sit there and I pull up older pictures of myself, I'm proud of how I looked. I took care of myself. I did everything I could. So that's not the issue. The issue was I shouldn't have been so elated on, or conceited, if you will. It's hard to say if I was conceited and all that, because I always showed respect. So how can you be conceited but show like true actual respect? I don't have the answer for that, but that's how I was at one time. And I'm not lying that even though, I was a good looking dude and people told me so, I didn't have the confidence that I do now to do anything about it. And I'm not saying that everything I did was wrong, but I didn't have the confidence to do things, even though people came up to me and said, Jared, you're a good looking dude. I'm like, why are you telling me this? You could do this, you could do that. I just couldn't do it. I've had a lot of embarrassing situations, guys, talking me up. And then, I have a bedroom encounter with another woman in college or whatnot, and I'd last like 2 minutes at best. You just want to crawl into a rock and die. Or maybe you couldn't get it up that day because for whatever the fucking reason. I've been there too, guys. It's fucking embarrassing. And what do you say? There's nothing you can say that's going to save you from those situations. So your best bet is just be like, "Look, my bad, I'm sorry," and then go about your day. And I've actually had a girl talk shit about me about not being able to get it up or going too fast and whatnot. I had to live that life too, and it was fucking brutal. So I don't know where I was going with that, but I'm guessing the way that I talk and the way that I come off just relates with people. Even though I never thought it would be that way, because I never thought that, people would actually want to listen. You guys have heard this shit before from a lot of channels. I never thought people want to listen to what I had to say. People do want to listen to what you have to say more than you could ever know. It's true. But I'm on the outside looking in when I say that, because I'm on the outside looking at some of you guys and your channels and your comments being like, "Hey man, keep doing this, keep doing that." But I'm never thinking of myself as being that kind of same person that helps people. Does that make sense? That's the best way I can explain it, even though it's a shitty explanation. Let's jump into the, wait, can I even jump to the chat? I don't think I can jump to the chat here. I'm the only one here, but I don't think I can highlight chats. Nope, I can't. We'll start the cam again though here. You guys can look at my fucking shiny ass head. Is it going to blind you? Can you guys still see? There's your night vision right there. Fucking watch my forehead. I was supposed to have a meeting with my middle son tomorrow, my 12-year-old that I talked with you guys about, but that got postponed until Monday. So I'm not going to do that till Monday. And I'm at a loss there, guys, because when I go to these meetings, I have 8 female teachers surrounding a fucking panel. Not a panel, surrounding the table. But it doesn't bother me. I'm really confident. I say what I have conviction in what I say. I have examples of what I say. I listen to what they have to say. I thank them. I say, thank you guys so much for taking this time out for this meeting or working with my middle son. Thank you. Because I know you got hundreds of other children you got to worry about. I don't want to take away from, for example, it could have been one of your guys' child in there that might be taking attention away from because they got to focus on my child and how he's fucking up. So I said, thank you. Thank you all. But there is one thing that you guys don't know is that one of the teachers in there that sits around that 8 freaking person table, minus my ex-wife, so there's 9 at the most. One of them was there testifying. I wouldn't say against me, but testifying on behalf of my ex-wife. I didn't bring that up because she knows it. But one of those teachers in there was in that courtroom when it came to one of those 13 character witnesses. And this particular person that was there on that day looked at me and said, "Thank you so much, Jared. Thank you so much for being thankful of what we're doing here." And that was the same woman who was on that stand testifying as a character witness against me. And I know that this person's being like, "I think I had this fucking shit wrong. This guy's not what I was told." Of course I'm not. You got one side of the story. But if that one side of the story is so overwhelmingly fucking supported by a lot of different people that you're a monster, you got to prove that you're not. And I've had to walk out of the school with an officer escort because even though the protection orders and whatnot had ended, there was discrepancies about the judge's orders. And since I showed up, and since I wasn't supposed to have any contact with my son, even though the judge said I could that day, it wasn't on the orders yet. The officer had to come in and escort me out because my ex-wife showed up like that once she got that call and knew that I was there at that school. And it was very, very humbling. And of course I wanted to freak out. What fucking guy wouldn't? What guy wouldn't want to freak out? So I said, okay, let's go. In my mind, I was like a volcano. I wanted to, and I would have been justified, and any one of you motherfuckers would have been justified on any way you fucking handle that situation. Even if you flip the fuck out, you would have been justified. I would have been justified. But I didn't want to prove my ex right that I was this kind of fucking monster and flip the fuck out. Okay, so these are the things that I think about. So it's a gift and a curse when you keep yourself up at night thinking about shit, because you're forward thinking, because you know that long-term thinking is always going to benefit you as a guy. What's going to happen, a year from now, 2 years from now? That's what I try to think when I come up with my responses. And I try not to make a response when I'm emotionally charged, because when you're emotionally compromised, you're not logically fucking thinking correctly. And I'm an example for you guys, I hope, that you can do it. Even when you feel like you're fucking Mount Fuji or some shit and you want to explode, you don't. You prove the narrative wrong that, hey, maybe this guy's not this way. But the only way you can do that is if you have control over your emotions, even when your emotions want you to fucking just blow up. If you can do that, which is not easy, and I don't have it mastered, I have it under control better, but I don't have it mastered. When it comes to a man and his kids and things like that, or a marriage, a man's going to get very, very, very passionate, very, very fucking emotional, because you're fucking with shit that you shouldn't be fucking with. And the fact, I am proud of myself that I was able to hold my shit together and get through those things, because now I'm proving everybody wrong. And it takes a long time to get there, guys. This shit does not happen overnight. As a matter of fact, you're probably going to look at it like I just told you and be like, there's no way I'm getting out of this. There's no fucking way. I'm fucked. I've been there, guys. I'm like, I'm fucked. I laugh at it now, but that's a laugh of, oh, what the fuck am I looking for? That's a laugh of me getting through it and me dealing with all that shit. And I can laugh about it now, but at the time it was the farthest thing from fucking something to be laughed about, if that makes sense. If anyone else even wants to get on, I don't even know if I can let you guys on. I don't think I have control, because I can't even highlight your comments. So I don't know. And Good Mother did teach me how to share screens and shit. So thank you, Good Mother, again. Yes, when emotions are high, Red Ranger, you know this. Any man that's ever been through this knows this. Logic and rationale is low. Never make decisions, never act and react out of emotion. And that's so fucking hard to do. It's easier said than done. Any of you guys that have been through some shit know that. It's fucking not easy. It is not easy when you're emotionally invested to not act out in that same way, because you're so emotionally invested, because you have passion. It's not just out of anger or frustration or hatred or resentment, which I think resentment is even worse than hatred, because I think you go from hatred to resenting, where there's nothing you can do to save any type of relationship once it gets to fucking resentment. You can't fix it. It's gone. It's done. It's done. If resentment is there, it's done. It's never going to go back. I promise you guys, it will never fucking be the same once you get to resentment. You get to resentment, it's over. It's fucking over. There's no saving it. Yeah, years. I was on what was called, what you guys might call the red pill of rage and whatnot. I was on that shit for years. Not just because of the conditioning and my age, guys, but because I got to see growing up what a healthy relationship looked like, because my mother and father were married for 42 years. So I got to see it. So the fact that I got to wake up and live that, and live with mom and dad who were still married up until the day that my father passed, and you have all the conditioning on top of that. Well, the blue pill conditioning was almost 100% complete on me because of all those factors that came into play. So that's why my red pill of rage, in my opinion, took as long as it did, because I just didn't want to believe it. I could not believe that this is how society or the structure or the system where women were. I would not believe it. I couldn't, because of all the things that I just told you guys, on top of the fact that I got to see what a healthy relationship was. I lived it. We never had shit. We didn't have a lot, but I had clothes on my back, food in my belly, parents who loved me, and a roof over my head. And that's more than a lot of people have. And once you have that and you see that, you're like, well, that's what I want. Why can't I have that? Of course I can have that. I got to see it. I got to live it. So I'm going to go pursue that, because I know that it's possible. Why would I think it's not possible if I lived it? So when you guys take into account all those things I just said, it's that much harder to fucking unfuck yourself. Unfuck yourself, private. But I didn't have those examples of, with uncles or grandpas or anything like that about the fallacies of what the real world was like, or what relationship and work was like. And, so I just, I had heard it, but I never experienced it. So unless you hear it every day or experience it every day, I'm not going to be thinking that way. I'm going to think like this might be an offshoot. It's an exception to the rule. It's not the rule. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I fucking wrong. And I'm glad I could sit here and still be a balding, not bald, but balding motherfucker talking to you guys about this, when I cared about my hair so much that if you touched it when I was growing up, I would have punched you. I wanted the Zach Morris from fucking Saved by the Bell fucking haircut. Don't touch my fucking hair. Don't touch my fucking hair. All right? I want to fucking look legit, straight. Don't touch my fucking hair. Don't step on my shoes. Yeah, she Mandy's asleep. I don't think I can invite anybody on, guys. So if you guys are trying to come on, sorry, I don't think I can do that. I don't know how you get permissions to do stuff like that. I'm gonna look in the private chat here because there's a lot of shit. Francis, I don't know if that's you, Frank. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love. Good mother is rare. Yeah. Good mother is rare. Look, you guys can't deny right now, no matter what anybody says, like Hammerhand's video the other day where they had a woman on the panel and they got a bunch of shit for it. I don't know the whole story, so don't hold me to account because I don't know the whole story. But Hammerhand was correct. You're on a fucking panel with a woman? You must be a fucking simp, a traitor, and a bastard, and all this other shit. No, but I've been there, so I understand where those guys are coming from, because we've all been there mentally, where it's like, we don't want women anywhere near anything that we fucking do at all whatsoever, period. I've been there. I know what it's like. But Good Mother has proven herself time and time again that she's not about that life. It's very rare to find. It's very hard to believe. But she's legit. She's straight. There's nothing else I can say about it. And that's not simping. Unless you guys can give me a fucking reason, unless you can give the other brothers who have a problem with it a reason, there's no proof. She's about what she's about. She's about fucking taking certain shit down, feminism, this, that, and the other, and she is fucking dedicated on that fucking thing, and her fucking mind is fucking straight track, tunnel vision. This is what I'm about. And I don't think anyone here can argue that. And if you have an example, show it to me. You want to spoon me? How dare you? I am the big spoon. Okay. I don't feel the poke. I give you the poke. There is no poke in me. And if you guys think you can, wait till I turn over, because you're going to get a bigger poke back. Jared, brother, people mess around with you because you're an empath. Yeah, I am very empathetic. I am, because I know what it's like to put myself in somebody else's shoes, because that's how I fucking live my life. That's what I try to do. How would I feel? Be empathetic. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It means that you can be that much more understanding. Let me tell you guys something. I'm not lying when I said that a lot of people have given me their life story within 30 minutes of meeting them, sometimes less, because there's something about me, and I don't know what it is, that makes them comfortable enough to do so. And that's okay. But that also comes with a responsibility, because it's almost like a superpower. How many people can you do that? How many people in your life, all you guys here, could you meet the first time, and in that first meeting, tell that person things that you haven't talked about in years, or people that have been around you in years don't know about you? It is a superpower. And I understand that that's a very big responsibility, because if someone's comfortable with you, it's like I'm butter in your hands. And I could fucking manipulate that any way I want. I can fuck with you. You can do X, Y, and Z. I don't do that, because I was on the other end of that, and I needed people a lot when I was going through shit. And that could have took advantage, and did take advantage of me. So once you are in that and you're empathetic about it, you understand it. You don't do that because you know how you felt, and you don't want those other people to feel that same thing. So if I could be this thing that I needed when I was fucking hurting, those people are going to relate to me and open up more to me because I am what they needed, the same way that I wish that I had a person that was like me when I needed it, if that makes any sense for you guys. Does that make sense? Empaths are rare. Well, it is really rare because we live in an entitled, ungrateful society, so you're going to get less and less empaths. Being empathetic is a damn good thing. It's not a crutch. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. How many of us wish we would have had that when we were growing up? Like truly, like you could truly fucking trust this person without it. Even if you guys had a fallout, you'd know that this person, even though they have 10 things on you that nobody else knows, would never reveal one of those 10 things, even if you guys had a fucking fallout, because I didn't. Even if we had a fallout, I didn't go out there and be like, oh, well, this guy, this and that guy, oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. No. Could I have done it? Easily. I could have easily fucking destroyed these people and those things, but I couldn't do it because it's not me. They trusted me, even if we don't get along now and have issues and shit now. I'm not going to fucking release those things just because you fucking turn against me or fucking hurt me. Do I want to? Yeah. It's okay. Dude, I could ruin you right now. I'm not going to do that because, like I said, it's a superpower. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it because it's not right. I can't go to sleep and live with myself and look at myself in the mirror if I did that, even if it's justified and warranted, because this person fucked me over. I can't do it. I was never that way. So basically, in that scenario, I would just not talk to them again and keep whatever they told me to myself. And it's like, okay, you're cut off from my life. Nope, we're done. But I'm not going to come on and be like, oh, this person this and this person that. That just was never me. Even though I wanted to, and even though I'd be justified doing it, I didn't do it. Because a lot of these people, like you guys have known in your life, did that to you. It's like, fuck, man, how fucking dare you, motherfucker? And you're just like, you know what? Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to say the shit that you said that you trusted me with, but we're no longer going to communicate. We're no longer friends. If you want to say all this, that, and the other about me, okay, fuck you. But I'm not going to reveal what you told to me, because that's what I expect of other people. So if I don't exemplify what I expect of other people, then I'm just being a fake piece of shit, right? Does that make sense? Stop copying me. I see some of you guys saying, does that make sense? That's my fucking quote. Don't do it. Oh, yeah, long game. I hope so. I hope my second son will be okay. There's no guarantee, though, guys. There's no guarantee. I hope that things happen where, they come to me and I can be honest with them and I can show them the receipts, but I'm not holding my breath. I hope that, and in some cases that does happen, but in some cases, some people are lost forever and you can't fucking save them. And that's going to fucking hurt. It's going to break me as a father if I can't do that because I wasn't allowed to. And even if I was allowed to, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to fix it. It just means give me a fucking chance to try. Give me a chance to try to be a father. Can you do that before you make other decisions like therapy and fucking medication? Give me the chance to be a dad because I can't make it any worse. Give me that shot. Give me the shot. Oh, you're not going to give me the shot because how dare you have a good turnout, which is going to make me look bad, even though I'm not thinking that. I'm not doing this to make you look bad. I'm doing this because it's our fucking son. I want our son to fucking succeed. It's not because I want to say I'm a better fucking parent than you. Ha ha. Come on, man. That's high school dumb bullshit. Let's fucking co-parent. Let's co-parent like we're fucking supposed to. It doesn't matter if I do something better. I'm not going to fucking hold it against you and say, well, I'm better than you. No, it's to try to save our son. It's to try to get our son on the right path. Give me that fucking chance. Give me that fucking chance, and then you can talk your shit. But you can't talk your shit if you never give me a chance. You can't. You will, but you can't. Well, how does that work, Jared? You will, but you can't? You will, but you can't because you never actually gave it that way, and I know it, and you know it. So that way you can never say that it failed or didn't. Oh, man, how do I fucking put this? I get passionate about this shit, guys. I'm not doing it from an angle to where I'm trying to prove that I'm better. I'm doing it because I want our son to succeed. I don't give a shit if it's you who does it or me. Give me that chance. You can't say that I was never there if you never gave me the chance to fucking be there. You can't hold that against me. And I'll go up in my mirror, even if my son fails, I'm going to look at myself in the mirror and I'm going to be happy with the person looking at me, even if my son fails, because I know that I did everything that I could, which includes you not giving me the chance to do something that I think I could have fucking done really good at. I'm not living that life. I'm not going to hold myself back because I wasn't given an opportunity to do so. I'm not going to look at myself in the mirror and be like, I failed my son. No, I didn't. I didn't fail my son. You failed our son because you didn't let me have a chance to try to fucking help him or her. Well, Francis, what's up? How'd you get on? Francis, can you fucking hear me? It is a forward fucking yeah, I can see you now, Francis. Can you hear me? You're on the panel. Can you hear me? Francis, can you hear me?
I am. Hang on. Yeah. I'm here, bro. I'm back here again. Thank you, Francis.
I was ranting there for a while. Did you hear my whole rant?
I'm listening for 2 hours. I'm supposed to be eating right now, but I can't eat. But no, I'm here, brother. I'm here.
Did you hear my whole rant there? I went off
everything. I've heard everything for the last 2 hours, actually.
Okay.
I'm here, bro.
No, man, I get going on that shit. And it's true. I'm never going to look at myself in the mirror and believe that I failed because I wasn't given a chance to see if I could succeed. So even if my middle son fails, I know that I can look at myself in the mirror and know that I did everything I could that I was given an opportunity to do. And I'm not going to look down on myself because you never gave me the opportunity to try to prove it. And that's really hard to do. It's really hard to do. But that's how I look at it for any of you guys that heard my whole fucking rant now before you guys came on.
Yeah, I got up to pee and I heard Saunders saying how he couldn't let Ranger up here.
Oh, Ranger, yeah. I was talking on the thing.
Yeah, I couldn't highlight any chat or anything. So I'm like, look, guys, you're gonna have this fucking mean mugging motherfucker as your fucking thing in here. Right. And I went back to what we talked about that one time, Good Mom, when you took over one of my streams and about doing it in the numbers. I'm like, look, guys, I can't help you.
Yeah.
No,
there
man,
he is.
Red Ranger. Did you guys hear the whole rant that I just did?
I heard it.
Paying attention the whole time.
I'm gonna fuck off now. You guys have fun.
Yeah, fuck off. No girls allowed.
Andy, thank you very much. Appreciate you. That's how I feel, though. That's my honest thoughts on whatever the fuck it was I just said that I forgot already.
As I've said before, bro, I think that the young ones, the second one that's coming up, that has a bit of a problem, he's going to congregate around. He's going to go up. He's going to come up with your first one, Sage, and he's going to come up and he's going to go right, Sage, and then the youngest one, which is there's scorpions always looking. These mother grabbers are always looking all the time, but he'll be want to be with his older brothers. So he's going to come up. And he's going to go, I'm going with my boys, and my boys, my older brothers, they love my dad. And it's not long, bro. I don't give it years. I don't give it much time, months maybe. I don't know. I'm not God.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, but there's also those experiences where even when you have a solid set of parents, where some kids are just they're not able to be fucking saved. That shit does happen.
Yeah,
true.
When it comes to the future, like I said, I have the receipts, I have the file cabinets, I can prove everything. It doesn't mean it's always going to work out. And that's got to be the hardest thing for a father to go through, knowing that despite everything that he has done or the patients that he has had, that he just couldn't fucking reach one of his kids. That's got to be the hardest thing to fucking go through. And it's the potential of that being there because I'm not allowed to be the father that I need to be was never granted. So this at the same time when I'm talking about that, the reason why I talk about the things the way I talk about it is because a lot of us guys are going to hold that guilt inside, but I refuse to do that because I was there. You just never gave me the opportunity to be the father that I could have been.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And it's
It
a hard
makes
thing to detach from as a father. But I need to know that I've got me, because in the end, you only have your own back, guys. Now, sometimes you have
Yep.
great people in your life, but at the end of all things, the only person that has you, period, end of story, is you.
Yeah, because as
I
men,
need to know-
nobody's coming to save us.
No.
Nobody's coming to fucking save us.
I need to know that I can look at myself in the mirror and be happy with the man looking back at me, knowing that I did everything that I knew that I could, that I had control over. And I'm not going to sit there and regret everything because I was never given a chance to try to do something to have any regret over in the first place. I have to have that because I have other people depending on me, not just that, one person or my son or whatever. I still got to be me and still keep going on. I can't sit there and hold myself in regret for something I was never given a chance to try to prove. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ranger had good parents too, as far as I know.
Yep. And they are still together almost 40 years. But it's funny, they could have easily gotten divorced several times, but they stayed together for my sister and I's sake. And it's funny because when I've talked to my parents the last couple of years, they don't blame me for this path. Like my dad laughed last holiday season, and he's like, "Yeah, dude." He's like, "I don't blame you for going this way." He's like, "And he's like, even when you were a kid, he's like, I think your mom and I did too good a job." He's like, "You've never had a problem just being solo." And he goes, and he's like, I think it speaks volumes that you've had the same like 5 close friends since kindergarten, and that's true. But yeah, it's funny because I get the whole sign language, the shame, insults, guilt, need to be right that I get from women and the men that still try to push me towards, marriage, all that crap, being blue pilled. It's funny because their argument is always, "Oh, well, your mom and dad are still together." And I said, "Yeah, but they didn't lie to me about the realities. That's why they were a good example." Like my mom told me a couple of years ago, after one of their anniversaries, was like, "What is the secret?" And my mom's like, "You guys," she goes, "You run out of to talk about. You run out of things to talk about." She's like, "Your father and I live in silence most of the time, and it's fucking great." She's like, "I leave him alone. He leaves me alone." She's retired now. And she's like, "Yeah, we're not." She's like, "Where are we going to go?" And they both are like, "Yeah, if they even were to split now, he's 59, she's 63, they'd both be fucked." But they come from a generation where there was no social media. There wasn't the grass is always greener effect. So it's like you were there. Like they got married. My dad was 21 when my sister was born. So he was very, very young, my older sister. But I remember when he told me at my sister's wedding, my sister and brother-in-law, they're another good example. They're together and they're raising their family correctly. And they could have gotten divorced and they didn't because the kids were so young. But remember, I'll never forget it. My sister's wedding, May of 2006, my dad leans to me at the table and he's like, "If you ever get married this young," he's like, "I'll fucking kill you." He's like, "Don't do it." This is a happily married man telling me not to fucking do it. Because he got it. He was like, "Don't fucking do this." He's like, "Don't do what I did." He fucking told me that at my sister's wedding.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Red Ranger, I've got a little bit of nostalgia here for you. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't have mine anymore. I tossed them, not gonna lie. Don't have them. It's the last thing I had, and my buddies that are still in were like, "Why would you do that?" I said, "Because I'm not attached to it like this." I'm like, that chapter's over. Everything's up here. It's up here.
Well, you went through some shit that anybody that's paid attention to. You went through some shit going through what you were going through when you got out after 12 years. 12 years, right?
Yeah, and I'd said it on when I was on the stream this past Sunday. The last 2 years almost outweighed the other 10 that were really great.
Yep.
But I still look back at it positively. Like I put my obligatory V-Day post up earlier for me in Romania being on TV over there for Operation Atlantic Resolve. I'm like, that was the last high point. Was 2019 to 2020 in my career. Then I came home and ate shit for 2 years because of politics and leadership failing. But yeah. I got rid of all that stuff. But it's funny. I opened my closet. I was like, yeah, I don't want these things anymore. I just don't.
Pop's not wrong when he did his fucking video about toxic leadership.
Oh yeah, I talked to him a couple times when I super chatted him and stuff in the past. It's funny. He actually advised me because he did a stream last year about asking people who were in about the jab or what their units are doing, and I told him mine. I laid everything out, and he's like, "Yeah, dude, get the fuck out."
Yeah.
He's like, "Get out."
Yeah. We're done being fucking guinea pigs. We're done fucking with all the fucking, toxic. Let me tell you guys something. Pop's spot on when it comes to the officer side, unless you got a great officer.
Yes, don't even get me started. The only good ones are ones I trusted were enlisted first.
Yes, they went what Red Rangers called is what's called green to gold, where you would have E5s, E6, E7s, which is sergeant, SAS sergeant, sergeant first class, that then go to be an officer. That's called green to gold.
Yep.
And you got more respect for them because they have all that experience on the enlisted side, and they go to officer, and it's usually a hell of a lot more. It's a hell of a lot more respect going on there. There's a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, because they know.
Yeah, because they know, because they fucking sucked at life. They're like, embrace the fucking suck. They got to embrace the suck to being a listener.
Embrace the suck.
Yes. I was fortunate. Every commander I had but one were all E6s before. So like when I deployed one of the commanders and one of the units out of Fort Stewart that was teaming with us in Europe, we were doing we had to do blocking and bracing and moving Patriot missiles in a rainstorm at night. And my captain again, and here in Maine, he's from a family. It's French Canadian that runs potato harvesting, so he talks like this. Orion, he was like, "I'm a go-getter. I'm a fighter." He's out there. Just picture a 6'7", tall white French Canadian with glasses, and he's barking orders. And everybody comes to me from Fort Stewart, Georgia. They're like, "Sergeant Gauze, why is Captain Pelletier doing this?" I said, "He was an E6 in 2 combat tours. This is what he knows. He might have train tracks on his chest, but he was a combat guy for 2 tours in Iraq."
Yep.
So him coming to Romania for this mission, it's like he only knows one way to go.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't change that. And for me personally, it was always the fucking lieutenants I had problems with, these damn textbook lieutenants.
She got the butter bars and the black bars. And I'm telling you guys right now that the butter bars, the best ones I've ever seen, were the ones who listened to their E7s. The E7s were the ones who fucking laid it out for your fucking butter bars, man. If you listen to your E7, you're good to go. Because E7 fucking, they know their shit.
It would always come out to be, it would be dick measuring contests. Like you might be like me. I got out as an E6, but I had these brand new LTs, or we called them the cadidiots when they just had the circle dot still.
Yep.
The cadets, we called them cadidiots.
Yep.
And it was always, they would pull this fucking line. One guy tried to pull this on me one time. Don't think that he pulled the whole thing of, oh, well, me being an officer outweighs your years of experience as an NCO. Oh, yeah. I got right in his fucking face. Didn't touch him, though. I said, I'm like, you know what, sir? I said, you know what, Dot? I'm like, we can take these off our chest and we can go outside where there's no rank. Or it's like, it reminds me of that scene in Starship Troopers when he's like, did you hear that? Rank is not an issue here. That's what was.
And then they fucking beat the fuck out of each other. That's exactly right. Because what Red Ranger's saying, let me tell you guys, and I've experienced this myself. I don't know how I got the Good Cookie Award because I had to hold my tongue because I was older than my fucking E7s. I was older than my fucking commanders because I was already 30 when I joined. And I'm telling you right now, it's like, I guarantee you wouldn't talk to me like that if that rank wasn't on your fucking chest right now. And we were just fucking talking about, I guarantee you're not doing that.
Oh, yeah. I was older than a lot of them. I was always older than my LTs. But you know what's oddly enough, strange ass shit? The one LT that I got along best with was a fucking female. And she married one of my buddies now, who's my old supply thing. It's funny. But I was like, because I told her one time in the supply room, I said, ma'am, I'm like, I don't know if you realize this, but you're a massive outlier because most of your positions suck. I was like, you're the only female officer I've seen that didn't lead with her emotions.
Yep.
And she was well aware as she put the pack of dip in her mouth, too.
Yeah. I did that too, man. When I was in Iraq and I was in the fucking talk, one of the butter bar women there, dude, she put fat fucking dips in her mouth and she was good looking. I'm just like, hey, this woman's legit because she never disrespected anybody that I ever saw. She knew how to do her job. She was S2. She was intelligence. And she did her fucking job, man. It was fucking fantastic. And well, she stopped doing it because the fucking lieutenant colonel will be like, I don't think that's very professional. I'm like, well, did you take
my lieutenant colonel had the world's big. my lieutenant colonel had the world's biggest dip, all 5'5" of me, had the world's biggest dip in his mouth at all times. And I was the morale guy. I would do impressions in the chapel. So when we were pre-mob at Hood, I did like the whole command team impression for everybody, because I have a theater background to go with my broadcasting degree. So like I went in front, didn't tell the first sergeant. They were like, and again, these are all like older French Canadian white dudes. They come to me and they're all like, "Gauze, what the fuck's going on? Why are you addressing us at 1500? Like, what the fuck did you do now?" He's like, "Who did you piss off with your opinion now?" And I was like, "Top, just wait for it." So I get out of the chapel, I turn around, I get a dip bottle, and I pretend like to pack a lip, and immediately everybody knew I was being my lieutenant colonel. And he knew because I did it the night before. I was on guard duty, he came to check on us. And one of my buddies is like, "Oh, hey, how do you feel about impressions, sir?" And I'm looking at him like, "What are you fucking doing?" I'm like, "He doesn't know." I'm like, "You don't know how he's going to react to this." And he's like, "Oh, if it's real good, I like it." So I did my impression of my lieutenant colonel the night before, and he was fucking dying. He's like, "If you do that in front of a battalion," he's like, "I will." He's like, "I'll take care of you." I was like, "Sir, you already are. You're letting me go to Romania by myself for 10 months to represent the company." I was like, "I think I've earned it." But yeah, one of my best friends that I made on that deployment, she's out of Fort Stewart, and I told the story a little bit on this past Sunday night on here. I'll never forget her. Specialist, well, sergeant now, but she got out. She's finishing up in Korea, and then she's getting out and going to nursing school. And I was like, "Of course you are, Sage." I was like, "You're going to the most promiscuous job field." I was like, "Don't become a thought." But no, she was like, we're on guard duty together one night, and she's like, "You know what, Sergeant Goss, you're the only guy who hasn't tried to fuck me since we got here." And I'm like, "Sage, you've got a banging body." I'm like, "But you dip and you smoke." I said, "This is what happens when I see that."
You know, when you told that story, I'm like, "God damn it, my oldest son's name is Sage." I remember that. You're like, "Wait, did you say Sage?" "Yeah, that's my son's name. What the fuck?"
It's one of those, yeah.
We had that too. I mean, because when you're deployed, man, anyone that doesn't know, we call them desert Barbies. Where they're going to be like a 7 or 8 desert Barbie, but back home they'd probably be a 5. But when you're going for a whole year as a bunch of infantry battalion, things are going to look pretty good for a lot of guys.
Yeah, see, when I was old school, like my boot camp, I went to Fort Knox, and that was straight dudes. It wasn't commingled like it all is all over the place now.
I was at Fort Beginning. There was no women.
So 10 weeks of, because your mind plays tricks on you. Like, even though I'm 3rd generation military, a lot of boot camp was just an annoyance to me because I'd already had 2 parents and my late Pepe. So it was all noise to me, and I had to like false motivate myself to get through it sometimes because I was watching everybody get smoked for stupid shit that I
because I turned 30 in basic, so I'd already been out on my own. So the mentality, they were going to break me that way. Now, physicality wise, that was hard for me to do those ruck marches. They broke me the fuck off. But mentally, they couldn't fuck with me because I'd already been out on my own for 10, 11 years.
So the only female that was there was this blonde female drill sergeant. Other than that, didn't see any women. So again, your mind plays tricks and you think, "Oh wait, does my dick still work?" Like, you're trying to figure out. And again, there was no cell phones, nothing. We turned it in. So when I got those letters from girls back home, it was great. So I didn't see any females until I got to Fort Lee for AIT. And you haven't seen a woman for over 10 weeks. You get there, and I remember it because I started flirting with one of the girls in my class, and then the first time we went on pass and the uniform comes off, and I'm just like, oh! It was the equivalent of post-nut clarity without actually getting off. Go. And you're just like the uniform, because the uniform would always hide things. Yep.
So you weren't OSIP then. You had to go to a different spot after you graduated basic then for your AIT?
Yeah, it wasn't one and done. It would have been great, but I mean, I had to go to Fort Lee, and everyone was like, "Oh, Fort Leisure." I was like, it was another 8 weeks of boot camp because I got the fuck up platoon again. Getting smoked in my freaking blues. I was like, this is some bullshit, man. Like, I mean, I'm not religious, but I was like, God hates me. He's really making me earn this and test my patience with people. Because I was just sitting there always like under my breath because I'm always getting smoked for someone else's shit. And they tell you, so it's funny, they wouldn't even call us privates or soldiers at AIT. They called us warriors because we haven't graduated. And they'd be like, "Don't worry, warriors." because there's no mass punishment when you get to your unit. Well, everyone knows that's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
still mass punishment when you get to
Oh,
your
yeah.
unit.
Oh, yeah. For those of you guys that don't know, we had what was called phases, like red phase, blue phase, all this shit. It doesn't matter.
20 weeks of red for me.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. If you fucked up, if you got complacent, you're going to go back to fucking day one. And they made sure you knew fucking that. And day one wasn't for the person who fucked up. Day one was for everybody because this one person got complacent and fucked up.
Yeah. And they fucked with me. I was one of those guys against like both boot camp and AIT. They'd always be like, Gauze, I don't know you. We got to fix that. Yeah, I'm the guy they fucked with because I wasn't fucking off for being in trouble. Because they can always tell the kids who come from military families.
Yeah.
They're like, we got to find special ways to fuck with these guys. So what they did with me, they're going through one day talking about if anyone had degrees. And I was like, oh, yeah, they get to me. They're like, Prophet Gauze. And I was like, journalism and broadcasting. They're like, oh, we have a journalist here. He's here to fucking do a tell-all on the Army and expose our secrets. Well, fuck this guy. And yes, Senior Drill Sergeant Vasquez, I'll never forget him because he always would say, hey, Prophets, put my dick out your Kool-Aid? Just fucking execute.
Yep.
But he had permanent shrapnel damage from an IED, so his like right eye sagged. And you always wonder, is he staring at me or at someone else?
Yeah.
Because they were going different directions. But he would be like, I'm down in the front lean and rest, and because I came in shape and stuff, lifelong athletes. It was like I wasn't going to go to boot camp out of shape. So I'm sitting there repping out stuff. And he just whispered in my ear, you know what, Gauze? He's like, I have to fuck with you this way. He's like, I'm waiting for you. He's like, I'm waiting for you to fuck up. And he's like, you're pissing me off because you're not fucking up like a lot of other people are. And he's like, your parents were in, weren't they? And he's like, and I'm like, is it obvious? He goes, oh yeah. He's like, but that journalism thing, he's like, you should have lied about what you went to school for. He's like, you pissed off so many drill sergeants with that.
That's fucking funny. For anyone who doesn't know, front lean arrest just means you're in the push-up position. So front lean arrest, go. That means that you're in the push-up position.
You know what I would do? Because I was still in when they got down to like, oh, we can't smoke guys anymore, no more than 5 reps. You know what I would do to get around that? I'd smoke people, keep them in the front lean and arrest, and have them lean side to side and stuff. Oh yeah.
Drill sergeants, myself included, if you can only do 5 reps, I'll make those the most grueling 5 reps you've ever done. I want you to go quarter way down, go, hold it for 10 seconds, quarter of the way down, go. I can make 5 reps seem like it feels like 150.
Yeah.
So that's what he's talking about. Don't fuck with drill sergeants. They will know ways to fuck you up in ways you could have never imagined.
The most embarrassing thing for the company was, so we were the 4th Platoon Spartans, and we were blue. And of course, on top of being the fuck up platoon, I had all the hard inner city black guys that hated me the second they heard my voice. Because, you know, I was the sellout by default because I wasn't hard like them.
How dare you talk like a white boy? How dare you?
We had this guy Barton from Brooklyn, and he'd be like, white boy. He's like, Gauze, you fucking white boy. And I'm like, whatever. Like, and just because I've been dealing with that my whole life. He and a bunch of other guys made it do with the kitchen staff there, the civilian contractors. They swapped like cookies for smokes. Of course, they get caught. Obstacle courses the next day. We're all in the formation. Food truck shows up, sheets upon sheets of cookies, made them eat them all. But going forward, and this was like early, like week 2 or 3 maybe, but going forward, they got us a Cookie Monster that made noise and put it on the fucking guide on, and we were the 4th Platoon Cookie Monsters. And when we came to attention, it was 1, 2 cookies, facing movements, ready, crunch.
Wow.
Yeah, that was great marching, and I was still a squad leader, so like graduation day, my blues, I'm marching us down, and we're doing that, and I can see my parents in the fucking crowd, and my dad is dying because he thought I was bullshitting when I wrote him a letter saying that. He's nudging my mom, and I don't even have to. I can't hear them, but I know my parents. When it's like I can read my dad's lips, and he's like, huh, Linda, look at the guide on. He wasn't kidding. And then he sees me. I said, you see, Dad, when I said I had the fuck up platoon, Cookie Monster is my goddamn guidance because kids stole cookies and got wait staff fired.
That's fucking funny. The fucking
ended up,
monsters.
then I ended up befriending those guys because it was funny. Like after like the walls and barriers break down after you're sick of being fucked with, and they're all like, "Ghouls, I didn't know brothers like you existed." I'm like, "Well, if you want to come to Maine," they're like, "Nope." They're like, "We love you, but we're never going up there." I said, "Dude," I said, "you'd have your pick of the litter." Literally, you'd have your pick of the litter. And they're like, "Oh, you love them snow bunnies, huh?" And I'm like, "That's all there is up here, man."
Yep.
I'm like, "There's my sister, but she's married, so sorry."
Yeah, can't even do that. Nope, can't even do that. Yeah, man. I was at okay, so we had to go to NTC for 60 days before we deployed for a year.
Well, California, right?
Yep, right outside
What
of
a
Victorville.
what a great spot that is, huh?
Dude, right outside of Victorville. I think it was right outside of Victorville, California. Fort Lewis or Fort Irwin, wasn't that far away, if I remember right. And we were there for 60 days before we deployed for a year. So you guys got to understand that it's going to be MOS dependent, but you are on call 24 hours fucking day.
Yep.
And if someone gets caught fucking drunk driving at 2 a.m, even though you're doing the right fucking thing, oh, everybody come in. We got this fucking soldier got caught drunk driving, and we're going to make you go on a 12-mile fucking ruck march. Well, my thing was
only 12.
Well, I went to my lieutenant. I'm like, look, sir, what's the point of doing the right thing if the people who are doing the right thing are going to get punished anyway? You know, what's the fucking point, sir? You didn't have an answer for that. I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, I'm at my home. I'm doing the right thing. I'm not out fucking around. Why am I here getting punished for something that somebody else did? This is horseshit. Now, we got out of that 12-mile ruck march. I'm not going to say it's because of what I said to him at all, because, you know, obviously I'm a fucking specialist. You know, what the fuck power do I have? E4 Mafia, fucking till I die.
You ever seen the E4 Creed? It's quite hilarious.
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, you should look.
There's the E4 Creed?
Yeah, there's an actual Creed someone made for the E4 Mafia. It's pretty funny.
That's fucking funny. But you know, I put that question, like, sir, what's the point of doing the right thing? If we're doing the right thing, we got to get called in at 2 o'clock in the morning because someone fucked up. I said, I mean, the morale is shit right now to begin with.
Yeah, because NTC on its own is bad enough. The environment, the weather,
dude, fucking
the wildlife,
dude, it fucking sucks so much. Like, you got cold ass fucking showers. There is no hot water, or at least there wasn't when I was there. So you do the cold water. You turn it on for a second, hurry up and fucking combat shower, turn it back on. You're like, fuck this shit. You know what I mean? Then you had the food trucks that would show up around, you know, the food trucks that would drive around and all that shit.
Oh, you had food trucks. Lucky you.
We didn't. We did. We didn't have them every day, but we did have them for sure. So that was cool. But yeah, dude, that shit sucked. I mean, you're sleeping on a cot or on the floor or out in your fucking LMTV and all that shit. For 60 fucking days, and then you get back home, and then you got to deploy for another fucking 12. So it's not really technically a 12-month deployment. It's like 14 because you already spent 2 months preparing for this. You know, yeah, man. I don't know, man. You get to talking about a lot of crazy shit when you're out there for days at a fucking time doing live fires, night live fires, movement to contact. Overwatch, all this different fucking shit that you're being trained to do. And it never really affected me negatively because I was just like, dude, it's whatever, man. I'm just fucking here. What do we got to do? Okay, let's go fucking do it. And then, oh, God forbid you're waiting in line for your fucking time to fire. Oh, 3 to 5 second rushes go. It's like, are you fucking serious now? Okay, so all the free time we have is the free time for you to fuck with us. So that shit sucked. Yeah, it was, dude. They fucked
because it's like that old Air Force meme where it's got the girl and it says and she's getting maced in the face and it's talking about, you know, every time morale picks up, you know, and then the mace is command, you know, killing your morale. Like and it's funny because you had all those stupid meetings where they're like, oh, commander's like, everyone horseshoe around me. Oh, I just want to thank everybody. It's like, even though you've been bending us over and fucking us in the ass without lube.
Yeah, without lube. Here's my favorite thing, Red Ranger, just to piggyback off what First Sergeant said.
Oh God, yeah. Every time someone would say that, it's like, I don't know how many sports fans we have in here. It's now like Russell Wilson with the Broncos. If he says Broncos Nation, let's ride one more time, I'm gonna fucking fly to Denver. I'm gonna strangle him myself.
Yeah,
because it's just so disingenuous and cheesy. I'm like, let's ride. I'm like, all I hear in my head is like, oh, to piggyback off of. I'm like, say it again, sir.
Say it again.
Because everybody here hates you.
Yeah,
Nobody cares.
We don't like you. We want to go fucking home. We already know. Don't add to the population. Don't take away from the population. Fuck your shit. Let's go. Let me go fucking home. You guys can take my time from me at any time. Let me go home. And then we'd sit there and we'd be like, okay, we're going to bet. When this fucking shadow line, as the sun's going down, if the shadow line gets to this fucking crack, I'm fucking pissed because we're sitting here waiting. The hurry up and wait. Because when I was in, tasking would come down at fucking, 1,500. I'm like, that makes no fucking sense. If tasking comes down at 1,500, shouldn't that be the task for the next fucking day? And it's like, no, you're sitting there waiting. You're sitting there waiting. You're sitting there waiting. Oh, you got to be released. You got to wait to be released. And you're like, fucking A, man. You guys can take my time at any time. So why are you not letting us go home to enjoy our free time? Because we were rapid deployment at the time. We can be anywhere in the world in 72 hours. Let me go the fuck home. You know what I mean? It's like you guys are taking way too much of my fucking time. You're pissing me off.
It's like my best friend and I would always, to this day, we still do. When we're texting or talking, like if leadership was just being leadership, whether they're being toxic or just being stupid, we would change one of the lines from the NCO Creed. We would say, incompetence is my watchword.
Incompetence.
Followed by re.
Yep. Oh yeah. So they love that one, man. God damn it, dude. I don't regret it, but I don't miss it. I don't miss that shit. Because I went in at in 2009 is when I joined.
I just graduated college.
Well, I graduated high school in 98. I had all the branches at my house for meals because my dad was Navy, and I had the Marine officer, recruitment officer, the Army, I had them all at my house for dinner, and I decided to go to college instead. And then I decided, okay, 2008 happened. I got laid off from my factory job, and the economy's bad if a factory lays you the fuck off because factories are always.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, what am I going to do now? I got a family to take care of. Fuck. So I started talking to a military recruiter because where I live, it was part of not a strip mall, but it looked like a strip mall as far as business tied to the next business. And where I worked out at, right to the left of it, was the fucking recruiting center. So I decided to walk in there, and I got to talking to a guy who was fucking double tabbed. He was Special Forces and Ranger, and got to talking to him for about 6 months. He never pressured me. He never did any of that shit. But I was talking to him just because I wanted to know. I kept talking.
My recruiter was the same way.
Yeah.
Didn't pressure me, didn't bullshit.
I actually saw him at College Spiker in Iraq. I'm like, holy shit, that's my fucking recruit. Pull over, Sergeant. And I went and I talked to him. It was fucking cool. He thought it was someone coming to fucking smoke him because he went to the fucking latrine without a fucking cover on. I'm like, no, it was me, man. It was me. And but I got to see him, and that was, what are the chances of that you get to run into your recruiting officer in fucking deployment in theater? I'm like, oh, you got to pull over. I got to talk to him. And anyways, my ex-wife now is like, oh, you're not doing that. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just fucking talking to him. But really, the reality, I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do?
Wait, was your ex-wife in with you?
No, she was never in with me.
Oh, okay, because the way it sounded like, I was like, wait, was she with him in theater?
No, she wasn't with me. So I was what's called a geographical bachelor. So I served at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii. They had to stay in Nebraska because I made the mistake of marrying a single mother, and he wouldn't.
Oh yes, you rolled the dice. You were like, I'm gonna be that one.
Yeah. I thought I could be that one, dude.
Hey, man, I dated a lot of single mothers. That's why a lot of my content and comedy revolves around them, because I'm well versed in single mommies.
Yeah, we were together for 14 years before it ended, man. So it's not like we were together 14 years before she divorced me, and it sucks. My oldest adopted son, who's 24 now, is at Fort Riley. He's a 12 series engineer. He's going to Poland here in the next week or two.
That's where one of my buddies, one of not my unit, but another parent unit is there right now. And it's funny, I was supposed to go, but then all the politics and bullshit happened. I'm supposed to be in Europe round 2 right now, man, having another vacation with Romanians.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I talked to I talked to him about it because obviously he's going to come to me, and I said, okay, I'll go with you. And I went to the same place that recruited, the same building that recruited me. Obviously different people now, but there's no way they were going to bullshit their way around because I'm right there. So they knew they couldn't fucking try to pull any type of shit. But I'm like, look, son, they're going to mandate this shit. It's your decision because they're like, yeah, it is mandated now. I'm like, look,
I called it. I was, like I said, I was still overseas in 2019, and it's funny. The foreign media was reporting on the COOF. I always called it the COOF.
Yes, COOF.
It was recorded on the COOF, and this was October, November, and we all just thought we had really bad colds. Yep. Like because we had so many people out of the office one day, and I was like, "Fuck, it's quiet." I'm like, I'm taking a goddamn nap.
Yeah.
To the point where I was having a bang, and I was still falling fucking asleep.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
what do we have? What was it fucking called? We had the little grenades of them. What were they?
Rippets.
Yes, Rippets. Class 6.
Class 6
come down. Class 6 come down. You have little grenades of fucking Rippets and shit, man. You have to lift off those fucking things. They taste like shit. But we did it anyway. Man, I'll never forget how hot it was being in Iraq in full kit. I'll never forget that shit. I'll never fucking forget it because it was god awful. Because we were a striker brigade at the time, and then we went to. So I was in when it transitioned to Operation New Dawn, and we became what's called Advise and Assist Brigade instead of a striker combat brigade. And I'm just like, well, what's the difference? We're still doing the same fucking thing. But yeah, we were the last, supposedly supposed to be the last combat deployment there when the National Guard came and relieved us. And we started giving like Cobb Spiker and shit back to the Iraqis and all that shit. So we were there as part of the quote unquote downsizing when we left. But yeah.
So I'm jealous. He's an engineer 12 series. He's going to Poland. He's gonna have a fucking blast. He's not gonna want to come back. Especially if he's in Poznan, he's definitely not going to want to come back. He's going to try to extend it. Tell him if they offer him to extend for like another year, tell him to do it.
Oh, I would have done it. If they would offer me, I would have done it. Because at least when you're deployed, I know what to expect. I know when my day's over, I know what to expect. There is none of this hurry up and wait. It's a hell of a lot less when you're deployed. It's like I know what's expected and I can do my job. I'd rather just stay here. And then I joke. I'm not joking, but I joke when I say people, if you had to say, hey, Jared, if you had to get married again or go back to Iraq, what are you doing? I said, give me my kit. I'm going back to Iraq. I ain't fucking going through that again. Give
that should tell you the state of things right there.
If that doesn't tell you guys from a combat vet, if that doesn't tell you, don't get married. I would rather go get blown up than go get married again. Give me my kit.
See, I was only ever engaged, but it's like if someone asked you right now, would you rather get the fucking Fauci ouchie or get married? I'm probably gonna get the COOF and probably die from that SADS, the sudden adult death syndrome.
Yeah. Died suddenly is now something you can't talk about. Did you guys hear about that? You can't put died suddenly in a lot of things.
I find it funny because I spent. One of the last things I did, I was at the CDC on orders for a fucking year, and just the Zoom meetings and the shit that they were pushing. But I find it funny, especially where I live in New England, and we have all 4 seasons, and our winters are brutal. And Canada was the first to do it, and they came out saying, "Oh, well, cold weather conditions now can cause cardiac arrest." I'm like, no, it was the fucking jab.
Yeah.
Like any person with 2 functioning brain cells that hasn't been, completely warped at this point knows that's bullshit.
No, it's climate change now, Red Ranger. Climate change it caused you to fucking fall dead immediately, even as a healthy 20-some-year-old. No, it was climate change. It's anything but the fucking COOF shot. Everything.
And I have buddies who caved, and they'll still text me saying, "I'm not getting the boosters." So the DoD just spent like another 1.4 million on your boosters. You're getting it again. I'm like, you caved once. You could have done what I done and did one of these.
You're getting it again. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, I caved for the flu shot. I'm like, I'm not getting the fucking flu shot. I don't need a flu shot. I want to get a fucking flu shot.
Well, for all you know, they could have put that in because like they did at Fort Benning, where they
I still have that scar from the TV where they poke you 15 times on your fucking shoulder or whatever the fuck. I still have that fucking scar.
They accidentally gave all those Joes the COVID shot during the flu clinic. Yeah, accidentally.
Yeah, accidentally. Look, I agree with Pop. You're not a fucking guinea pig. It's bullshit. You should be able to. And then Pop was talking about how general officers were coming down on Chaplain saying, if you fucking do this, I'm going to make your life fucking hell, basically, if you give them a fucking religious exemption. That's horseshit.
Yeah, and now they've done away with it. They made a whole new wonky thing in the regs. They've gotten rid of those exceptions. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's all horseshit because now everybody's talking about fucking amnesty. Well, I agree with the people who say fuck your amnesty. Because
I laughed. I got my phone blew up that day from like my journalist buddies, fellow veterans. Like my best friend was like, they're like, oh, Gaza's gonna get a kick out of this. Like I was in tears laughing because I said, because one of my other buddies, he got out, but he's Title V now, civilian. He still hasn't gotten the jab somehow. He's worked around it repeatedly. He's the reason I actually started my channel. Brought because my old one got nuked, but I brought this one back because he took him there. He's like, dude, he's like, the guys at the office want you to bring your YouTube back. He's like, they're going through it right now. And this buddy of mine, he's a single dad with full custody. He got full custody of his son because his baby mama, like Bellevue, like she's institutionalized.
She would have to be that bad for the courts to actually side with the father.
And him and I kept a tally. We were like, we should have the last 2.5 years. We should have put Vegas odds on every conspiracy that we got right. And I said it in midsummer. I said, how much you want to bet come the fall, right around election time, they'll ask for amnesty. And sure enough, they're like, we need amnesty. And I was like, fuck you.
No, fuck your amnesty. Yeah. No, people died alone. Grandparents died alone between a fucking sheet of glass. They couldn't see their grandkids, their grandsons, their granddaughters, their sons, their daughters, all this stuff. They masked our fucking kids. People lost their fucking livelihoods. They lost their jobs. And now you guys want amnesty? When you push someone, anyone, let alone any one of us, you push someone to the point where they have nothing left to lose. You're not going to like what you get. You ain't. And
I remember they tried that because we almost lost my mom. Well, both my parents were like high risk for it, but they both didn't care. My mom had just turned 63. She was. It's funny. She had days before she got it and then was on oxygen for weeks. She had just had a meeting and she was mapping out her retirement. And she was like, she called me because I always call her every morning on her birthday. And she's like, I have 2 more fucking years. She's like 65. She's like, I don't even need to work 2 more years right now. She's like, but I'm gonna, because that's just how she was.
Yeah.
Then she gets sick. And I was supposed to go to SLC when it happened. And I said, hey, I don't want to be across the country in California worrying about my mom's going to fucking die while I'm trying to pass this course to get my 7. So I said, and the state was like, nope, you're good. Hey, man, they're like, be with your family. So when things are getting worse, and my sister was still working at that hospital at the time before she went to do her job she has now. They tried to pull that shit on us, and I pretty much shoulder blocked my way through. I said, if my mom goes, you're not going to tell me I can't fucking say goodbye. I was like, get the hell out of my way. And luckily, a lot of girls from my high school worked on that wing, so they were like, I'm not gonna fucking tell Gauze he can't see his mom. I was like, you're goddamn right. You're not gonna tell me. And I told a lot of my friends that too. I said, if you just push, I'm like, what are they gonna do? Because I remember Steven Crowder, his wife was having twins. They tried to do the same thing to him. He was talking about it on Mug Club one day. He's like, yeah, it's my wife. She's about to have twins. I'm going to see her. You can't physically stop me. What are the rent-a-cop security cards the hospital going to do? So like they tried that crap because then my dad got it. My sister and I thought if they both got it, we thought my dad was going to be the one to go because of his heart being overweight, but he just got sick, like nauseous. He called me one day and he's like, Derek, he's like, I just want to eat. And I'm like, Dad, you and I both know you need to lose weight. He's like, this is a blessing in disguise. And then after that, my mom finally gets to come home and my dad's like, you're done. You're retiring. He's like, this was clearly a fucking sign that you do not need to work 2 more years. He's like, what's 2 more years, Linda? He's like, you're done.
Yeah. What's 2 more years? Like $100 off your Social Security or something? Yeah, just fucking retire.
Yeah. And then speaking of my mom,
My mom did the same thing, man. And she never got the booster, but she got the original. Mom, why did you do that? Well, this, that, and the other. I'm like, Mom, damn it.
What's the thing they pushed since that worked well? It was some kind of pill.
Hydrochloroquine.
Never listen to their sons, Jared. They never listen to us.
Not that. It was something else that has no effect.
Ivermectin.
Nope, it wasn't that. But she got something that they approved that they pushed.
Quinine. Zinc shuttles into the cells because of the different charge. Differential charge, I think.
Well, my ex-wife had the protocol that the hospitals used to do at the time when it came to zinc and vitamin C and whatnot that they would do. I can't remember the protocol. If I did, I could tell you, but there was a protocol that my ex-wife told me this is what we do for anyone who comes in who does this, and I wanted her to release that to the public so that everybody could do that at home, which I should have done, but I failed on that. She told me she wrote it down, and then I wanted to share it, and then I ended up not doing it. But yeah, there was a protocol that they had on what they did because they'd have to get fully kit up with this fucking suit and the mask and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And because she worked in a COVID unit at the time because she's a travel nurse. Yeah. I married a single mother who's a nurse. So there's 2 red flags.
Dude, you loved playing with fire.
I did, man. I'm going to tell you though, man, that look, I can't.
Hey, we've all been there, dude. Like, I'm impressed when I meet somebody who never experienced that. Because I will say this, to be fair, and because hey, we are men.
How can you not experience that? I mean, you could take
the sex when they rope you in like that. I'll uncle on that. That's what it was for me. And a lot of it's funny. A lot of these single moms I did were my sister's friends. And it was funny because it was I'd be like at work and they're all like, "Oh, Lenny G's brother grew up," and I'm like, "Here we go, here we go." It's like I knew better, but I was like, it was like Billy Madison. So nice, want to touch the hiney.
Or it's like Encino Man, Gazungas.
Dude, I love that movie. That's something. So the way my sister and I bonded, we always bonded over like stuff like that. Like we both were Pauly Shore fans. So like Encino Man, Son-in-Law. And it's funny to this day because like if I'll watch or something, we'll text each other if we think of a quote or something from it.
In the
like
Army.
In the Army now, another one. But yeah, single moms, dude. I was like, I responded to a comment on my video today. I think it was the OnlyFans girl that was desperate. Someone wrote under it, and I said, actually, I was like, you know what? Yeah, it was like the granddaddy of them all, besides being a single mom. And it's funny because when I was still working in politics, one of the candidates we had this past year, single mom, she was with the dad for 3 years, I guess, but then Jesus Christ, she kept throwing herself at me, and I never slept with her. She stayed right there on that day with me, and I didn't sleep with her. I just would not allow it. And this was months ago, like before I brought my channel back. But I was already in a mode where, like, I had told Hermit Red Pill, because he asked me if I still hooked up, and I said, dude, I'm almost at a year. I'm like, I say no to everybody now because there's too much risk involved.
Too much risk.
Too much.
Hermit likes to parrot. So I'm not saying that it's because I said it, but I told Hermit months ago. I'm like, look, if it falls in my lap, I might do it. Outside of that, I'm not looking for it. And he says
exactly.
If it falls in my lap, I'm not looking for it. And let me tell you guys, the line outside of my house, being a divorcee, losing 2 properties, having kids, being on probation, all that. I mean, that line is just like a block long. Let me tell you, if women want to come with me.
Yep.
But if it falls in my lap, because I agree with the well, here's another question or another topic here. What's the difference between MGTOW and a confirmed bachelor?
It would be monk mode, I think, brother. Monk mode, like if you're a monk, but it's very difficult because the original casting of MGTOW was the berry is not worth the squeeze. There's no juice worth enough. You could sleep with a whore. Oh, it's Good Mother's channel. Yeah, sleep with a 304 for like $100, and you could be Jeff Bezos, and it's going to cost you $500 million. $500 million. That's a good maid. Neil Young could have said that. That's a good maid. So, but I mean, let's say you slip up. Like we know Hammer. We all. But these are brothers of ours. Hammerhand. We know Hermit.
Mm.
So I think if you the thing is the risk involved. Now, in my country, it's different. It is different from America. It's different from Hawaii. And it's not there yet. These things are different because in our country, they're just different. The risks are not the same as America and possibly Great Britain, France, Europe, Canada. Canada's a shocker.
Canada's so cucked.
Cucked is very cucked. So you have to be careful there. So if you have to,
I've never come out, and you guys know this. You can watch any of my fucking posts. I've never come out and said, "Hey, I'm MGTOW," but I agree with the tenets. No marriage, no long-term relationship.
Right.
No kids. I agree with all that stuff. But isn't that what a bachelor does too? I mean,
yeah, and the media like jumping on this a couple of years ago. I mean, the one that sticks out to me, the minute they ran that article and linked him saying the rise of single lonely men, I'm like, who the fuck said we're lonely? I'm like, it's a very small percentage. Like when they say,
yeah.
I was like,
here's what it is. Here's what it is, in my opinion. There's a difference between being alone or in solitude and being lonely.
And exactly.
If you enjoy your own company, then you're in good company. Right. So there is no being alone. Now, as a man, I can't look at you guys in your face and say that once in a while I don't get a little bit lonely. I think all of us as men have those fleeting times where you might, it'd be nice to have something tonight or whatever, but it goes away. It passes at least for me, it passes very quickly.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, because who wouldn't want that? If the blue pill, quote unquote, blue pill was the reality, why would you not want that? That's a good thing. If that was real, us guys would go for it. That's why we do what we do, because we thought it was real at one time. So, of course, being blue pill, well, who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want the white picket fence with a dedicated, fit, feminine, friendly woman and raising your kids and supportive and a woman who makes your life easier, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
all those things are great things.
But they don't exist.
in a Disney movie.
It's a Disney movie. That's right. It's a Disney fucking movie. Excuse my language. Sorry,
dude, I can't even watch that shit. Like, I'll try to watch. Like, the other night, I tried to watch them because YouTube has a really good selection of their free to watch movies and the rom-coms, like the movie from a few years ago.
Notting Hill.
What's her name? Oh God, yeah, Hugh Grant. When everybody loved Hugh Grant, Notting Hill. I grew up on that one. I grew up on Notting Hill. What a dope I was then. And then it was the comedy I Love You, Beth Cooper with Hayden Panettiere. And I'm still trying to watch this. Yeah. And I'm still trying to watch this going, people believe these outcomes are what like everybody thinks. It's like Greg Adams always says, hope's not a strategy.
No,
it's strategist. But even all these rom-coms are like, maybe it's because it's Matt McConaughey and I'm a big fan of his, but like I tried to rewatch How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days and I'm just like, I would show this to people who want to go their own way because Kate Hudson's character is like, that's the modern woman now. The game she was playing, and I'm like, you see it on TikTok every day. So I tell guys, like on my content, I say, hey, I don't subscribe to everything. I'm like, I always say my old channel moniker was, I don't hate women, I understand them.
Yeah.
I said if you want to date, you need to exercise caution, but it's never been easier thanks to social media to vet them because they tell on themselves every day what they really like, what they really don't like, what they really want, what they really don't want. That's why the whole what she says versus what she means thing. And I know Good Mother said it actually on the stream I was on with her. When I got off, she was talking about she doesn't, and I gave her shit about it jokingly. She doesn't believe in the whole what a woman says versus what she means is different. I'm like, well, of course you're going to say that. I said, it's your programming. You went to defend them, even though, like, she doesn't do it, but that's a big one, what she says versus what she means.
One of my favorite, if you guys are going to watch a rom-com, one of my favorite ones would be The Ugly Truth.
We're not going to watch a rom-com.
No. Like once you go down a certain path, like
I'm telling you, if you guys do want to watch one that actually is fucking funny and actually like you would enjoy watching it. In my opinion, it's called The Ugly Truth with Gerard Butler. It's fucking funny as fuck.
And one of the most hated actresses of all time, and I can't think of her name. She's the one who got written off. Name? She got written off of Grey's. Speaking of that,
Siegel, something Siegel.
Catherine
Siegel or some shit like that was with him on that. But the
Catherine Heigl.
Catherine Heigl. Yeah.
And speaking of her being on Grey's, did you notice the correlation between the popularity of Grey's Anatomy and all the chicks who became nurses or went into the medical field because of that show?
Yeah.
They thought it was going to be like that, and I know because again, I've dated and tagged and bagged enough nurses.
And the creator of Sex and the City came back and said she regretted doing all that.
Oh yeah, she did.
Because because one of the old Kevin Samuels things I was listening to at work the other night is when he played the interview from the Cosmopolitan editor-in-chief, how Cosmo lied to sell things to the products again, and it's always married people that sell this crap to keep everybody else single and buying products. The founder, she was married for 50 years till her husband died, and then she died shortly after. Then the one who did the interview, she was married for 40 years until her husband died. Then the other creator was the one who promoted Sex in the City. And then, like I said, I will say, if you can sit through that stuff from those eras, it's good knowledge for the younger men who are getting into this space or on the fence with red pill stuff. Like if you want to watch those rom-coms, because if you watch a lot of these rom-coms again, look at how the men are portrayed. Look how the dads are portrayed.
Yep.
And then men think, oh boy, I gotta be that guy.
Yeah.
This one I watch someone now in real time, like in public, when I watch somebody and I watch a guy and he's still doing this stuff, and I'm thinking, buddy, this is not going to end well for you.
Do you know how many times I've been in a restaurant and I just people watch and I look at how miserable most couples are?
If they're not nose deep in their phone,
they're just, it's not good. It really isn't. It's not fucking good.
Or if you go to a sports bar, watch all the browbeaten husbands.
Yeah,
that's like their
Christmas. They don't want to go home, dude. I've been there. When I got off of work, I was one of those guys. When I got off of work, I pulled up into my driveway and I sat in the driveway for 15, 20 minutes. Like, I don't want to fucking go into this fucking house, dude.
That's one of my favorite old Tom Likas broadcasts to listen to. That episode when he's like, "There's men listening right now. They're in a street corner. They don't want to get out of their car."
I was that guy. I did that. I'm like, dude, I don't want to walk in this house because I'm waiting for the next confrontation. I'm walking on eggshells. I don't want to fucking go in here. I don't want to fucking do it. And that's just the most god awful fucking feeling. Just like what Robin Williams says, being alone is not the worst thing. It's being with somebody who makes you feel like you're alone. There's a lot of truth because I felt like I was a prisoner in my own home. I didn't feel like I was home in my own home, if that makes any sense.
Because it makes sense.
And because the respect wasn't there, the camaraderie and communication and the unit that you're supposed to be as parents, even if you don't agree with your husband or you don't agree with your wife, you still support your husband and wife, and then you talk to them afterwards about how maybe we could have done that differently. But in the fucking moment, you have the husband or the wife's back and say, listen to your mother, listen to your father, and then we talk about it later. How many times I ever said, listen to your mother? I've never once in my life, in my 14 years with my ex, did I ever hear her say, listen to your father. I never once heard it. Not once.
See, I got a heavy dose of the back and forth because in my home, there was no good cop, bad cop. It was bad cop, badder cop. It's like you couldn't run to mom or dad. And my mom would always be the more sinister. She would laugh and she'd be like, oh, your dad said no. She's like, what the fuck you think I'm going to say?
Yeah.
But it would always be.
There was no playing my mom and dad growing up. There was none. If dad said no, there's no way I'm going to my mom because I'm like, it's already no. If mom said no, I'm like, I'm not going to go to my dad. It's already no. That's just the way it was.
And it was great because depending on the subject matter of the content, my parents would have the back and forth. But it would be funny, depending on a subject, it would be, your mom's right about that, or listen to your mom, but then the harder stuff. And I mentioned it on the stream the other night about how my mom stepped aside and let my dad train me, toughen me up, because she knew she couldn't do it because she understood there's something, that a female voice can't do the million threats that a male voice can just saying it one time.
Just the male voice. All you need is that baritone fucking no, and you're done.
And I think what also worked to my credit, because my parents, they both left Fort Bragg together. They got it at the same time, but my mom was she was on the I'm a PhD path. Because my dad talks about all the time about the stuff she put on hold. My mom never finished her court reporting degree because she was JAG when she was in, and she switched to civilian side. But she was like, fuck. Because she missed my first steps because she was in class.
Yep.
So I think it was that, and realizing, well, shit. Lynn, my sister, she's 3 years older than me, so she's like, well, my daughter is coming of age, and she's like, well, I have to make a choice. I can either keep doing this and not be the nurturing side that my husband can't give when he's doing his thing, and then potentially fuck them up because they're not going to have that balance. So my mom woke up and was like, put her career aside, made sure she was in the home with us, and she still had a job, but she definitely cut everything back while my dad was front loading. And then I noticed it because my sister, obviously, even though she was young, must have picked up on that because my sister and brother-in-law got together super young. She was 18. He was already out of high school, whatever. So then they get married my senior year, 2006. And then shortly after, immediately started with the kids because my sister was like, hey, you're going to be bringing home the bacon. We've already decided that. I want to be here for the kids until they're old enough. So now the kids are 14, 13, and 12. 2 boys, 1 girl. My niece is the youngest one. She's 12. Now my sister she spent all that time with the kids, and now they're formative years, and the kids are so goddamn well adjusted. Like my oldest nephew's 14. He sounds like me, a 34-year-old, when I talk to him because of the upbringing she had, because she stayed home to make sure that instead of going to the daycare route like a lot of people do. And now she's back in the workforce because the kids are older, but she put everything on hold. She had to go back to school because she's in the medical. She had to go back and get new degrees, but it was agreed prior. But I look back at it all the time and I'm thinking, holy shit, if my mom, I'm wondering how things would have been if my mom did not say, fuck this, I can't get this degree. I got to be here for my kids while my husband's gone and make sure everything is good. And it's funny because both my parents made a lot of sacrifices for my sister and I, and as busy as I don't know how the fuck they did it. As busy, especially as my dad was, I think he only missed maybe 5 of my games. And that includes when I played semi-pro ball. Somehow, always fucking there. And I'd just be like, you have a fucking teleporter, dude? The one game he missed, he had a heart attack. That was my junior year, I think it was.
It sucks.
But he had the radio on in the fucking hospital. It was great because I had one of my best games of my career. But it was tough because everybody, because even then, my sister was bawling her eyes out, my mom was, and I'm just there. I'm the guy, even when I lost both my grandparents within a couple years of each other, I'm the dude randomly started crying months later from a random memory. That was me. I feel like it's going to be the same thing that's going to happen with my folks. And I know what it'll be. It's going to be something dumb. Whenever the hell my mom goes, I'm going to be doing somewhere. It's going to be some dish or something or some wisecrack she would make. Or my dad, it'll probably be sports related or something. I don't know. But I've always been that way. Even when I've lost close friends to suicide or something, I've been at these wakes. Everyone's bawling their eyes out. I'm just there, stoic.
Ranger,
and then months later, I'm sitting there that I'm bawling in my room by myself months later from a random memory.
Same exact fucking thing. Same exact thing I went through. When my dad passed, I was one who was level-headed. I made sure everything was taken care of. I'm not going to lie to you guys. My dad was very traditional. I had to teach my mom everything again. I had to teach her how to set alarm clocks, how to mow the lawn, all that. Because, well, first of all, I'm the one who mowed the lawn. But I had to teach my mom all the things because my dad's like, nope, that's a man's job. I got it. So I had to reteach my mom a lot of those fucking things. And it did not hit me until years later. And I had a memory that just flooded into me. And I got emotional when for my dad dying. But it wasn't until years after. It makes no fucking sense, but that's just how my body handled it. Yeah.
And my dad just, he's always been kind of the chill one. It's funny because people just assume I get a lot of stuff from him, but it's no, I get my edge, my mouth and stuff from my mother. She's a short French biddy. But my dad's upbringing, I mean, he came from the typical single the fatherless black home, but I didn't know this till this past summer. My parents have a way of not saying stuff because they've had agreements. Like my mom randomly, I forgot what we were talking about. It randomly came up this past summer when I was visiting at their condo. And my mom is like, she goes, she's like, your father's dad didn't just up and leave like the typical narrative is about black men. I was like, well, I don't know. I said, Mom, Dad keeps everything close to the chest. I know snippets of certain things of that prior to when he met you or whatever, or his upbringing with his brothers and stuff, and his dad not being there. And his dad died. His dad was only 49. My dad was a kid when he lost his dad. But the narrative was, oh, he just left, never came back. Well, my mom was like, Derek, if you tell your father I fucking told you, she's like, you're dead. Picture this short little French, like 4'9" woman telling me, she's like, Derek, you're fucking dead. If you tell your father I told you this. She's like, but you need to know this. She's like, I don't know why I'm telling you, but you need to know. She's like, Grandma Carey cheated on your dad's dad, but she told the boys that she did a typical thing. She painted the dad as the bad guy. And he left her when he found out she cheated, but she told my dad and his brothers that he was the bad guy. But he left because she cheated on him. And so my dad didn't have a dad, and I've thought about it when I used to be in therapy, and I'd be like, well, my dad's cold in this, and I realized, well, my dad wasn't there, but he's doing the best he can for him not having a dad. But then him being the way he is because his mom lied to him about his dad leaving. She cheated, he left, and she told my dad and his brothers that, oh, Dad's a bad guy, even though to make herself look and absolve her of the weight of cheating. And it's like, well, that, and again, my grandma Carey died when I was a kid, and it's like, if she was alive, I would have picked up the phone and be like, why did you do that? I still had a great dad, but Jesus Christ, it's amazing he did what he did considering what you did to him on a fucking lie, because you cheated. It's like, I would have said to her, you damaged these 3 boys and you don't even realize it by lying like that. But then you get in the red pill and you find out that's pretty commonplace. Like Reddit surviving infidelity, there's a whole subsection of kids finding out that, oh, mom cheated, but she said dad was the bad guy, and these kids grew up hating their father because the woman didn't want to be accountable. And it's just like, that's where like my rage had come from with the red pill stuff, was finding out, wow, this is a common thing. They lie to absolve themselves of being the guilty party, and the kid hates their father on a lie. And it's sad. Because then if they become fathers, well, they carry that on. It's like they don't have the proper skills to be a father themselves. Not saying I didn't have the proper skills. I got blessed. Both my parents are great. But considering that, and then it just makes me understand my dad more now. That's like, okay, why he did X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, hell, he was lied to his whole life about his father. And considering that, the fact that he was still able to be a pretty damn good dad considering that, it's just like... Because in my mom's side of the family, everybody was intact. So it was polar opposites, my mom's family and my dad's family. Not even getting into the racial tension, because that was a whole thing on my mom's side. My mame did not want my mom to marry him, and just all this crap that he carried. And it's, but again, watching him, I think helped me a lot despite what happened to him. And I remember just looking at my mom, and I was like, why do you wait all these decades to tell me these important things that could have helped me understand my old man that much better? Knowing that, but then you watch it more and more, read up on it. But somehow my old man was able to still be a pretty damn good dad, considering all the signs and experiences pointed to him not being able to do that, considering he grew up hating his dad on a lie because his mom couldn't face the music. And it just sucks that I find this out after she's dead, because it's like, I don't want to speak ill of the dead. It's just like, she can't defend herself. But I just think it takes a certain kind of person to be able to do that. You to be able to lie like that and then manipulate your kids into having an image that's not true about their father.
Well, I think, Ranger, people have to...
Oh, it came back on. All right. Shit fucked off for a bit, so I went and go piss and tell my dogs fucking good night and shit. I'm probably going to get off, guys, because tomorrow I'm going to get up and I'm going to take a special trip to Colorado for Veterans Day discounts on certain things. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. It was damn good talking with you guys. Red Ranger, welcome to the fuck community, man. I know you're still fairly new here, but a lot of people really like what you have to say. And Frank, you're always fucking welcome. And just so you know that Frank is going to probably have 18 different names, and you don't know if it's going to be him or not.
I will. I'm always
it.
doing that all the time. Yes.
But no, I had a great time tonight, guys. I appreciate it, and I look forward to talking with you guys again in the future for sure. But I'm going to go ahead and get off now so that I can try to get my ass up here in about 5-6 hours.
I got it too. Holy fuck! It's 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
dude.
it's 3:30. I'm Central Time, and I looked at the time, and I remember I was like, okay, if no one comes on in 15 minutes, I'm going to close it. And that was at 1:45. Man, that was 2 fucking hours ago.
Well, luckily, I don't have to work till 4 p.m. So I'm.
I'm 100% P&T on my comp and pen, man. So I'm retired right now myself. So
nice.
I have certain freedoms and whatnot that I'm very thankful for. And if anyone gets mad, I'll be like, hey, man, go ahead and go out and get blown up, and you can have the same thing.
Yeah.
And I want you to fight the VA for 7 years before you get it.
Oh, though, dude, don't even get the VA. What's that
7
meme?
years.
The meme. It's like, who's killed more people, the VA or Iraq? I think it's a whole thing. It's a Foursquare thing, but it was like the meme was about how the VA's killed more people than like terrorists.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you before I get off. As far as the VA goes, the people I've worked with in the VA have been fantastic. It's the process.
That's the thing.
Yes,
I have another mentor who civilian. He switched. He works at the VA in my hometown. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, but he's always the one talking shit there.
Yeah,
and I was joking. I was like, "Hey, man, they might have you bugged."
Yeah, man, I had to go for 7 years to get my shit, man, and I had to be dedicated on that. And like I said in some of my comments, and I didn't know this, my mental health person in VA said, "You've been doing mental health for 5 years." I'm just like, holy fuck. Therapy's not for everybody, guys, but I wanted to be proactive and make sure I had myself right. So it's not something I'm going to sit there and be like, oh, go do it. It'll help you. I can't guarantee that. I just did it and it worked for me. And the people that I've worked with have been great, but the process is a fucking shit show. But that's about all I got. But I look forward to talking with you again more, Red Ranger, because we could probably go on all night about military shit. And Frank, I can go on with you just about random shit, so it all works out good. But no, I'm really humbled by tonight's thing. I don't know if you guys heard Rusty Rivers, but I'm so humbled when someone who's 10 years my senior looks at me and say that I've helped them. It's very, very fucking humbling to accept that. I really don't know what to say. But thank you guys very much. Red Ranger, grow your fucking mustache back. Because I'm sure.
Dude, I do it. I shaved it knowing people are gonna lose their fucking shit.
That's funny, dude. Everybody, the first thing they said, dude, you fucking shaved your mustache. How dare you? God damn it.
Dude, I had that thing like all summer too. I was like, I'm sick of this shit.
Well, you're giving people PTSD, so you need to grow this shit fucking back.
Hey, I changed things up, You probably won't see that again. You're probably not going to see it again until when I move to Reno in March. You probably won't see it again until I'm
you're going to fucking Reno? You're going to Vegas or Nevada?
Yeah, Reno. My oldest and best friend lives out there, and I was supposed to go out there 8 years ago, but I let people, sign language me into staying here. So he came home for a reunion in August, and he's like, dude, it's now or never. You'll be 35 in December. And I said, dude, I can't. I said, Maine's a shithole, and our election went the way everyone thought it would here. So I was like, nope.
Well, Red Ranger, I'm going to call you, and I want a military discount on the bunny ranches.
But yeah, I'm going to be moving into a sweet condo in downtown Reno. We're getting he's already in one, but I'm going to go. And I was like, dude, call the person. I'm like, let him know I'm coming as soon as my lease ends here in February, and I'm getting the fuck out.
Yeah.
And I spent time out there. Like I went and visited him twice before I deployed, and actually his unit replaced mine there, so it was pretty funny. I love Reno. I like Tahoe too. Oh my god, I love it out there. I've
never been to Reno yet. I just know about it, but I've never been there myself. But
it's been growing the last few years and it's gotten popular and it's also the weather for me too.
Because of that fucking Reno 911 show or what? You remember that show? Reno
Oh
911?
yeah.
All right. Hey guys. Hey, God bless. Even if you don't believe, bless you. And you guys have a great night, man. It's good talking to you all.
All right.
All right. Red Ranger, parade rest. Have a good night, guys.